Yeah.
That's our anime night.
Welcome everybody to episode 27 of Knights of the Anime Table. I'm your co-host for today, and Eagle Rider is your host for the day. Um,
Which is also why it's on both channels right now.
yes, we somehow managed to get it on both channels. Was
I
not
managed to work technology. I have to change my technology banner. Wait a sec. Wait. Because I've got the banner now, which I've been using for quite a while, which is I up the number on the tech every so often, but finally I get to up the other. So we are
uh,
going to switch to. Yes, it
this
takes
was
a moment.
such this was and guys, this was such a fucking pain in the ass. It's not our fault, it's Google for being so stiffy, and it's like a million agreements, and I just wanted to fucking scream.
So da 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 da.
Oh man, that's a lot of numbers.
Yes, but the important thing is mine went up one.
Well, yes, it
Hey,
went
Bleeding
up.
Shadow.
Eyeshadow.
It went up one on my side. Yay! I've gained some intelligence. Wait, that can't be right.
By the way, I'm probably going to be introducing a puppet pretty soon.
Good. Are you going to join the Cotton Connection then while you're at it?
Most likely. I told Snowdub as soon as I get a puppet, I'm going to join up on his stream, and he is
I need a puppet too. Help me get one made. I need a
uh
really busty gothic girl that mouths off at everybody.
well mine mine is already cut. Mine's already, well, I'm probably gonna buy it off of somebody, but they have a night one which is pretty cool looking. It's a French knight, so
Wee
apparently
wee, frog bastard. I mean,
it's gonna be a foul-mouthed knight who makes medieval references while simultaneously cussing me out over my lack of channel promotions. So be
okay.
ready for some interesting puppet human interactions.
What he's saying is he's going to take the Dunham route and be arguing with himself.
Something like that.
Arguing with idiots. Wait, that's the wrong song for that. This is the fun
But
part is I am a flustered, discombobulated mess. You want the link out in your chat, right?
sure, we could do the link and everything.
I don't usually drop the link in my chat. There's too many trolls.
Oh God, not already! Jesus fucking
No, not
Christ!
today so far, but I don't trust them, so I don't put it out there.
Oh, thank you, Bleeding Shell. The art is not mine. I'm throwing it out there. The art, I didn't make that myself. I had a commissioned artist do it for
So we
me, which
actually
was
can do the Obama. You didn't make that.
oh my God, I hated that phrase when it first came out. It drove my
I
stepdad
hated it. Fucking hated him for that. But you know, if I can make it a cheap joke at your expense,
nuts.
there you go.
Well, that's the only time I'll allow it, is if it's a funny, then it's like, okay, fine. But in all seriousness, no, I did not make the art or anything. That was done by my wonderful commission artist, Eva Jennings. Follow her. She does some amazing commissions and gives you a fair discount if it's your birthday or Christmas or whatever. she's an awesome person who has been helping out with the banners and everything until I get a gaming PC.
Until he gets a clue what he's doing on his own, right?
Yes, until I can get my own PC and figure this shit out, because I would love to do some graphic arts. Unfortunately, I cannot do it on his for whatever fucking reason. So,
because technology hates you like it hates me.
Yes. Oh, damn it.
To reiterate, the idea behind this is a couple things. A, since he doesn't have the paid, he can't host and do really long every week, or we run over his time and he runs out. Because we're all kind of blathering nerds who never shut up. And when we do the stream, it often goes 6 to 10 hours.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the PS4 streams, I can go 16 hours.
So
I can't do that again.
So for his streams, when he's out of time or he's not going to be here as often or stuff like that, or I have to start before he's ready or stuff, I've got co-host on his channel. I've also got it hooked on mine so that I can start the streams for him or host when he's not here.
Yep. I'll be periodically here and everywhere, but I will be around. So please, everybody, show the same respect to Eagle Rider like you guys did with me over the last 27 episodes.
Wait. I want more respect. I want to be treated like a queen.
But keep it fair. Keep it fair with the hosts, guys. Just keep it fair with them.
God, how long have I known this whole nerd circle here? The anime nights. You guys are, I swear, my refuge a lot of the time from a lot of the bullshit in the world. Which is scary considering how much we bullshit.
Well, it is a very open group, which is why I came up with it in the first place. And I'm like, you know what, that actually sounds pretty badass. And it pays homage to King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. That's where the inspiration came from. Except I took out the round part and put anime in it, and then there you go.
I see, and I would have left round in because it just doesn't flow off the tongue. But that's me. Everybody who knows us will understand I give anime crap. I always have. And it's always from a loving place in my heart and an evil place in my stomach. I mean, so this is me. I'm trying to sort some beads out. I'm going to be working on Dreamcatcher hoops and other stuff. I'm going to be getting some feathers and stuff that I've ordered, but they're not going to be here for a while, so I can't finish any of the Dreamcatchers till that arrives. So right now I'm just prepping the hoops so I can quick chain them and finish them. If that makes any sense. So I've got a bag of all kinds of hoops that I've got all the beading part done on, from the big one down through some mid-size and some thicker wood and some fancier beads, all the way to the different types of small bands. Yes, I have been working anime.
I believe it.
And I'm going to be doing a lot more of these when I'm streaming, chatting, hanging out, other stuff over the next few months, because I need to make a freaking fuck ton of them for my family. Yeah, we're almost 10 minutes in. It shouldn't matter that I'm swearing now. Fuck. And we've got Geek Hero.
At 8 minutes out. Howdy.
Welcome to the weirdness of me hosting.
Hey. Yep. I've seen weirder. Okay. So I don't know if you've seen on Twitter yet, but you had posted that post about Hailstorm's song, and it reminded me. Evanescence has Everybody's Fool, which is literally just a rock version of Britney Spears' Lucky.
Yes and no, because it dealt with a few other things that before that too. But it is similar. It is
Yeah.
a similar story. And yes, the thing is, we can acknowledge that, yeah, we may not be pop fans and stuff. I will still say that most of them, aside from a couple of them, will still have a song or two that I can actually get behind, that I can actually agree is a deep song, has a purpose, all this shit, you know?
Oh, definitely.
The problem I have is that we also have to acknowledge that some of our favorite artists who usually do stuff that we really like and agree with do some trashy ass shit too. And that was the problem with that when the Hailstorm with me, is I fucking love them. They deal with a lot of the shit I've been through in my life. They deal with a lot of my emotional shit and stuff, but that song is absolutely drivel.
A lot of times music can be subjective. The lyrics can mean one thing. I mean, hell, even two people watching the same movie, watching the same surveillance footage yes, you can see or hear what happened, but your own emotions and biases might interpret it a different way. You know, to me, that song never, I don't know. It kind of, from my perspective, it looked like, yeah, she wanted a dude that was with another guy, or with another girl, but she wanted, but she, maybe she thought that his current girlfriend is kind of like what was that one song that, who sang that one about, yeah, that was all. No, you're right. It was that Avril Lavigne song. I don't know. I don't know if I realized it was the same song we were talking about. But yeah, anyway, I don't know if it's as cut and dry as that. I mean, it just as easily her, seeing the guy. What's that one? Misery Business by Paramore. You know how she's the guy that she's with now was abused by this other bitch, and now that now that she's got him, she ain't letting him go, kind of thing.
The problem is there are a couple lines in there that plead it to the taking the not just, and that's where it gets to me. And look, I can say that there's moments in my life I've kind of empathized with both of them, especially when I was fighting over some stuff that was going on in my college days. But I'm also not going to sit here and say that I was the best girl in my college days either.
Yeah.
Oh, God's sakes, I was a fucking tease, and I had half the guys in college chasing after me. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and claim I was some innocent angel when I was in that period of my life. I was a bitch. I was a full-on bitch. Kind of fun sometimes being the bitch. I kind of miss it. I mean, and that's the thing. We all have our mistakes and stuff. We all do stupid shit in our life. Trust me, we all do. But the attitude that I've seen with a lot of rockers where they act like our music is pure and noble and so much deeper and so much more spiritual. And I think overall the average is true. I think we have more deep music per capita kind of thing, But there's a lot of trashy rock music too. Come on. The whole sex, drugs, and rock and roll thing came about for a reason.
Well, yeah, almost anything that's run through a mainstream filter is going to be.
Oh my God! There's even a lot of the indie artists that pour the mainstream and avoid the labels. Still have some trashy songs celebrating some bullshit. Well,
and I'll take it a step further. Excuse me. Sorry. Mm-hmm. A lot of people. Obviously we know that country has a lot of trashy songs, but I being where I'm at and everything, I have gotten into all these arguments, when they talk about like the conspiracy stuff, the esoteric symbolism and all of that stuff. And they're like, well, my country singers wouldn't have that in it. I'm like, you want to fucking bet?
Also, I'm sorry. I do agree that most country music is my dog ran away, my wife left me, she stole my truck broke down, and I had to tune out and go, what the fuck? Even if the voices didn't give me a headache, most of it to me just sounds like whiny drama shit from Jerry Springer.
Well, but to be fair, there is a big market for that. And also when it comes down to it, it's a lot of, they've started making the country songs sound more like the pop songs with a country twang. That's been getting annoying, but now they're kind of getting to where they're starting to veer back into the I lost my truck, my wife left me, blah blah blah, drama shit. And the way that some of these newer artists are starting to present it, put a new spin on an old problem. Sometimes, it's been getting pretty entertaining, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, have you ever seen the video that guitar guy posted years ago that he called Salty Nuts?
Oh, yeah, a little while back, yeah.
You remember how he's talking about how he loves country music because it's all the same thing. It's all horrid, cheating, sleazing, and all this, but they try to cover it up with clever lyrics.
Yeah, well, I'm not just talking about clever lyrics. I'm talking about like situations that seem different but are equal the same thing. That's what's getting entertaining.
Oh, I know. I was saying that song I love because it cracks me up really hard. We all know I have a bias towards Guitar Guy. That I've adored his stuff for a long time, and ever since he's actually become friendly to me and started talking with me all the time, I really love his stuff. So we all know this is a bias anyways, let's be honest.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with a bias as long as you admit it. But
that one was one of the ones that made me love his stuff because it cracked me up so hard I about rolled on the floor. And we're watching recently, because we go through and we'll watch different comedians just to see where they're at in their career, what kind of stuff they're willing to say, stuff like that. So we watched a few years ago a special that Howie Mandel did, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking about how spouses, when the couples drift apart and aren't as sexually active anymore, that's pretty much always the woman. I mean, you're not hearing a husband go, "Take my dick out of your mouth. No way you're sucking that tonight."
That's very true. And also, yeah, like you said, what they're willing to say now versus what they're willing to say then, there ain't no way in hell you'd say that in public right now.
Well, that was 3 years ago.
Well, yes, but look how the climate has shifted even in 3 measly years. Well, we're about 8 years into this current shitstorm, but it had it seems like every couple of weeks it gets worse. I'd say every month it gets worse and worse.
It was funny because he started the show basically going, "I'm already auto canceled as a straight white male, so I'm going to say what I want." Is basically how he started it.
And I'm thinking, who ever assumed you were straight, Howie? But anyway,
he's been married since the 80s.
I know that. I was making a joke.
I know.
Because he's prim and proper and a germaphobe. He constantly washes his hands, won't touch anybody. A lot of people back in the day,
yes, I know there's a stereotype that germaphobe goes along with gay. It's a really dumb stereotype, but it's stereotype.
Well, it is a dumb stereotype, but nonetheless, that's why I made the joke,
I know. Let's just put it this way. I'm not in any way les or bi, and I'm a proper little germaphobe in some ways. So,
oh, yeah.
I'll just use that as a good example of how ridiculous that is.
Well, and see, I'm a low-level germaphobe. Like, I wash my hands constantly. I make sure, I'm wearing clean clothes and stuff, and that's the thing. When we're, I don't let my shoes get past a certain point. Like, if they start, even though I'm putting on new socks every day and putting in the odor eater stuff and all that, they start to go south. They usually go in the dumpster. But the point is that the problem, like for instance, when all that when all this stuff a couple of years ago started up, I don't want to say the big P word or the C word, because of the algorithm, but when all the lockdowns and everything happened and all the precautions, that's why I got so irritated. Because I've spent my entire life people telling me I'm nuts, telling me, that I'm washing my hands too much and I'm acting crazy. That, when I go through, because I'm a security guard, when I go through the workspace with the, with the disinfectant and everything, everybody telling me that I'm insane, to everybody telling me that I ain't doing enough and that I'm, that I'm going to get us all killed. And I'm just, I don't know, that really broke me out of my germophobic shell in a lot of ways. I'm not even gonna lie. It made it, now don't get me wrong, it didn't make me want to go join a German orgy or anything, or was it Finland? Whatever, you remember in the news about that. But anyway, I didn't want to join any public orgies.
Wait. You don't want to be in orgies? This is news to me. I thought you were the type. I mean,
I said public orgies. No, anyway, I couldn't resist, but I couldn't resist. But, so. Yeah, jokes aside, though, like I said, I've gotten to where I may or may not be willing. Okay, not. I can't even pretend. No, I don't know. I was at the Scottish festival last year. They got the concert going and everything, and people start passing. People that you don't even know start passing around, drinks and stuff. I still ain't there. I still can't do that. I ain't gonna drink nothing that a bunch of strangers have been drinking out of like that. That ain't ever gonna happen. But I obviously don't mind large crowds. I don't mind, I know you do, but you do for a different reason. Like what we're not.
It's also the immune compromised germaphobe side too. So
but that's what I'm saying. You have medical reasons apart from your anxiety and everything. You have actual medical reasons that make large crowds dangerous for you, more dangerous for you than it is for me. And that's the thing. I was that guy. I was that guy that would grab like 4 or 5 of the Purell wipes at the front of the Walmart and wipe down the basket, the cart and everything. And I was that dude. I have relaxed on that kind of thing a lot because I figure if I get it, I get it. But I still wash my hands, pretty much 12 times a day.
Chemicals, but so I absolutely detest those stupid. And the thing is, most of those hand sanitizers, they're either chemicals that burn me and react to me, or they're made with fucking aloe in them. And then there's people, especially during the stupid, beer bug issue era. There's these people that were running around in stores and they were wiping that shit all over everything you fucking touch. And I'm sitting there going, I just want to buy something without getting covered in hives. Would you fucking stop?
Yeah. Aloe breaks you out?
You didn't know I was allergic to that?
No, we haven't talked about that part. That's I can understand, but then but on the other hand, when they started releasing that ethyl alcohol that was quote unquote hand sanitizer that was basically the I love it when they had to put the do not drink labels on it, because it's basically what happens when you distill your own grain alcohol, and then that's the runoff batch that will turn you blind if you drink it. They had people going blind because they were freaking trying to drink the hand sanitizer. But anyway,
I just heard Barney from Simpsons singing about drinking turpentine.
Yeah, well, but the point remains is the point remains is that a lot of people, like, when that started, I did not know there was even a market for that. I assumed that they were just releasing that like that because there was a shortage on the aloe gel, that they usually use as a base for the rest of it. But now I've just learned something new, that that had never occurred to me, that people might actually be allergic to aloe.
Yeah. Well, so far I've found people in life that are allergic to aloe, and every single person I've ever found with the allergy is Lakota. So
it's an allergy.
It's something to do with the tribe and history.
You're just going to let me get away with that pun?
Yes, because I don't like puns and I'm not going to deal with them.
Oh. Damn. Anyway,
but no, I mean, it's people are so close-minded. It's not my way, if it's not my issue, that must not be real. These people must be fake, or this blah, 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 blah. And you sit there listening to them, and half the time you're just thinking, shut the fuck up. No, seriously, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, you talk about you talk about closed-minded and everything. I'll tell you, like for instance, I've got people I've been arguing with now that I've been in a real big Dio kick here lately, like a huge Dio kick, and I have a lot of religious people in my life and everything, and they have a hard time believing, that I can still be a devout Christian and also listen to Ronnie James Dio, very ambiguously, sing about hell and I'm
on the board of a church. If people actually listen to half of the stuff I listen to from Halestorm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've got every Halestorm album. I understand. I know. I promise. But
I'm saying it's the same thing. These people get. Okay, look. It doesn't mean we're celebrating what they're doing. It doesn't mean we agree with it. But we can still find the music entertaining.
Well, and on top of that, like I said, sometimes it can mean something different. Like there are songs that I absolutely love the sound to, but once I hear those lyrics, I'm like, and it sounds like that's how you felt with Love Bites. But the thing is that that there are also songs that I can't stand the music to that I love the lyrics to. So I mean, that's the
thing is I don't like the musical style, but yeah, I latch onto a band that gets me a lot of teasing from people still, because the stuff that they do dealing with mental health and stuff is really actually quite accurate and hits a lot of stuff I've been through. And that's Icon for Hire.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the music style. It's the fact that they actually go in depth into different mental conditions and what they do to people.
That's all right. I got,
and we connect to things based on our own experiences. And it's not always going to be things that make sense to who we are otherwise.
Well, and I bring this up with a lot of people, like when the SJWs are griping about, then that means you didn't understand the comic books. You didn't understand when they're trying to, when they're spitting those kind of, that kind of crap.
When they're trying to gaslight us and tell us that we don't actually love what we love because we don't agree with their viewpoints.
Yeah, well, and so what, in particular, for instance, take The Watchmen. I understand that's not everybody's cup of tea. I really loved it, but I really loved it for a different reason than, because Alan Moore, everybody talks about when he wrote it, what he meant for it to be and everything. And the parts of the story that he detests the most, that he wrote as what he considers a necessary evil, are things that I thought were great. My favorite character is the Second Night Owl, and that's because we see this man who was, he was well-to-do. He had, had every opportunity in the world, but not for glory, not because he wanted to, not because he wanted to showboat. The man literally wanted to go be a superhero to help people, and then. When the government shuts him down, he fades back into obscurity again. Howdy. But again, not really wanting that, and of course, he's looked at by Rorschach as a pussy. He's, made to, and a lot of people, treat his character like that, but we see him come back out of his shell and do better in his 40s than he did back in his 20s. And it's really like I enjoy that dichotomy there, and that character growth. And a lot of people will get mad. A lot of superhero genre fans, especially, will get mad that he was so willing to back down and allow the end conclusion to happen. But what had happened had already happened. We had already had the big blown up squid monster in New York, and so he can't change that. So what he decided to do was move forward the best way he possibly could, do the right thing the best way he possibly could. And to me, that's what a hero is. And again, he can't understand. Alan Moore can't understand why people like Rorschach so much, They like Rorschach because he does not compromise, because no matter how hard, gritty, and terrible things are, he is not looking for a photo op. He doesn't give two shits what everybody else thinks. He is doing what he believes to be the right thing merely because it is the right thing to do. It might not be the right thing, but he definitely believes it is.
And he thinks he's doing the best he can. The thing is, and this is where I tell people, even in dealing with some of the worst atrocities and the worst groups in history, we have to understand context. We have to understand brainwashing. We have to understand social norms. We have to understand that a lot of people who were not evil people did evil things because they thought they were trying to help people.
Yep.
And then once you did those evil things, once you went down that road, it was easy to get pulled in and do other evil things.
And it is. That's people don't seem to understand that's how evil works. I bring this up a lot. Take Star Wars, the prequel trilogy. You remember Palpatine? He told Anakin over and over again, well, I can help you keep Padme alive. I can, he'd drop hints, then he'd outright tell him, and then after he had betrayed the Jedi Order and killed Mace Windu, suddenly he's like, well, suddenly he breaks the news to him, the secret to cheating death is something that's only been achieved by one, that'd be his master Darth Plagueis, but perhaps together we can unlock its secrets. And that's how brainwashing and evil and these promises, that's how this shit works, is you get reeled in. And then you find out what it really is, and it doesn't even have to necessarily be evil. People can over-romanticize good things. People can over-romanticize what it means to be a police officer, or what it means to be a doctor or a nurse. And then when they find out that there is a dark side, or they find out that there is a lot of boring paperwork, or they find out that there is...
Or the corrupt cops are a real issue, or...
They are, but that and that's what I mean.
All of those things will play on those people. They don't understand it. They're not grown enough for that situation.
Yeah, well, but on the same token, the people that absolutely demonize them because of those situations are real. They're not grown enough to accept that there is a light side to it as well. They're not grown enough to accept that it's not all dark and terrible.
Well, that's what I was getting at, is brainwashing and societal issues and stuff. We are all programmed a bit to we've experienced. It's natural. That doesn't mean that we have to accept biases or do evil acts or stuff like that, but we all have a natural bias to the things that we've been through, the things we've experienced. Now, that I work very hard not to live in that kind of a bias. I work very hard to study different cultures, viewpoints, understand different people. I make an effort not to be that person, but we all have those moments. That's also why I try to make a very pointed effort to point out both the good and the bad in my own culture. Because as long as we're living in those biases, we can't learn from each other. Yeah. And it doesn't mean the people living in those biases are evil. It's part of human nature because we're striving for our survival.
That's absolutely true. And that's the thing. Like, for instance, my two main bloodlines are Native American and Scotch Irish, and anything with there's some about the Celtic bloodline, any of the Celtic bloodlines or any of the Native American bloodlines. We're not really sure why, but there does seem to be in both of those cultures a societal norm for domestic violence and other domestic abuses. And so I try very, very hard.
I've actually seen less statistical of that in the stuff I've seen growing up with the tribal and dealing with the inner city. I've seen less of that in the native culture than I have in dealing with the inner city culture. So, I've seen more of it in the elites of all races than I have in the places they call slums. So I don't. Yeah. I think it has to do with situation. I put this back to the same way I do.
Oh, it's definitely situational.
I'll put this back to what I say with the alcoholism too. Yes, there are certain trends that occur on occasion within certain groups. However, the largest trends on abusive behavior, on alcoholic behavior, on drug addiction, on all these things, the highest trends are always extreme poverty and extreme wealth. across the board.
Yeah, that's very true. But that's actually what I was getting at. So the reason why that's what I was going to say. The reason why both both of the cultures I come from have these problems is because both of the cultures I come from have extreme highs and lows when it comes to wealth and poverty. You either you have and that's so yes, we're on the same page. We might be in a different version of the book. You got the new version, and I'm still reading the 70s version because I'm,
I wouldn't say anything I do is new. Trust me.
I was about to say because my school is too poor. But no, anyway, no jokes aside though, the fact remains that there is a lot of these sort of behaviors that are, and like you said, it's almost any culture that has, I don't know what it is about men in general, but when men feel stressed and feel powerless, there are a lot of men, obviously not all, but there are a lot of men that, especially men that don't go out of their way to make themselves not do this sort of thing. Men have a tendency to abuse those that are supposed to be subordinate to them when they feel powerless.
And yet, social statistical averages actually show that the highest amount of domestic abuse and sexual abuse is actually perpetrated by women.
Yeah, well,
the difference is when men become abusive, they tend to be just flat out beat the shit out of you.
Yeah,
when women become abusive, they'll beat you, but they'll henpeck you, they'll nag you, they'll gaslight you, they'll tell you it's your fault, and then they'll beat you when you don't do it anyways.
Yeah, it's a lot more. It's a lot more of a slow burn. It's more manipulative. It's more, and not that men can't be very manipulative, but it is there. It's a different flavor of the same fruit.
The unfortunate thing, though, is that yes, okay, we have help for women who are coming out of those relationships, and we absolutely should have help for them because it's disgusting slime to do that shit to your loved ones or your spouse. I don't care who you are. If you're that kind of person, you're a piece of shit. But men are treated like they deserve it, like they wanted it, like they need it. Men are treated like there's no reason to help them if they get abused and stuff, and look at what happens when female teachers or women in positions of authority are outed as preying upon teenage boys. It's always, look how hot she is, or I wish I had somebody like that to prey on me or shit, or that damn narc, he ruined it for the rest of us.
Well, what about that school administrator? I think it was last week.
That I was commenting on?
The one that is in two different cases abusing children at her school, and she was a principal or something, a middle school principal, but that woman is barely in the news because of her skin color. That is, if that were a straight white man, this would be everywhere.
Well, look at the whole issue, and I got into it with Junkman and his followers because there's an image of this lunch lady who's sexually abusing preteen to early teen boys, and they're all going, look how cool and hot she was. We didn't have anyone like that when I was that age and stuff. It's like, fuck you bastards.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah. Okay. I saw that. I've been in a few other issues on Twitter. I can't even keep up with my notifications right now. I triggered the bots, and they're everywhere. But,
I know. I keep poking at them.
Yeah, I know, and I appreciate that. But that's the thing. Like I went through. If you ever want to feel better about being ratioed, go through and look. Like, just take a little bit of time, and when you start to realize that one, that only 1 in 10 of the people that are liking things that are negative towards you, or only 1 in 10 are actually a person, and the rest of them are.
Even if they weren't, I don't count them as people if they're sitting there liking comments where you're wishing ill on somebody.
Well, yeah.
Even if you are an actual account, you don't count. So fuck you.
Well, yeah, but you get my point. Like, a lot of these people will, you'll find out that like over 1,000 people have disliked your comment, and over 1,000 people have liked the person that was bashing you's comment, and then you find out that it's really only around 100, and that the rest of them were all bots run by maybe 5 of those people. So, it can make you,
that they're a bot is just look at their follower count and you'll know.
But it's not just their follower count. It's their follower count in ratio to how many people they're following, how new or old their account is. If their account is from like 2007 and still only has 4 followers and they're only following 13 people, that's somebody's secondary account that they use for this sort of thing. If
or they're such a horrible piece of shit, nobody likes them. In either way, dismiss them at that point.
Well, yeah, but the point remains is that I have this problem where when people are on my side, when they are trying to bat for me, I try my hardest to go through every thread that I possibly can so I can support the people that are supporting me. That's why I post the explanations and apologies to those who would be on my side that I'm not there to back up when they were there to back me up in the first place. But I went through yesterday or the day before yesterday, and I had so many notifications it wouldn't even load them all. So it is what it is.
The one I noticed was actually the highest response tweet I ever got was actually when I called out what male abuse victims go through, and actually had a image through showing all these different guys who were told it's your fault, you deserve it, when they came forward.
Oh yeah, that's actually. But before I got sidetracked, that's what I was gonna hit on there. So I've known 2 guys that for sure went through those kind of domestic abuses. One of them has his kids in his custody. The ex-wife is in prison for something she did to one of the kids. That kind of thing. I mean, it's rough, but he went right out. Just like they say, men are worse about this than women. In my opinion, he found him another woman almost immediately, and she's not abusive like his ex. Physically, she's not even nearly as mentally abusive, but she does run him completely over. And
men have harder time being alone once they've been with somebody.
Yeah.
It has to do with psychology and the whole hunter-gatherer thing and stuff. Just like it's actually harder for men to break the abuse cycle than it is women.
Well, and that's the thing. What breaks my heart about this guy is that, so now he's got these stepkids on top of it. He got his own 2 kids, got her 2 kids, and she's got this tendency in front of all of us, like in front of our friend groups, she will run him like she'll get the kids to gang up on him, and they will, like, if they think he's staying there too long, like I have watched him try to give her the keys and be like, well, if you want to take them to go do that, go ahead, and they will sit there and pressure him until he just gets up and goes with them.
I have to kill the seriousness right now. I'm getting too far into it. So
go ahead.
No, just look at the banner I put up.
Oh, sorry. Oh, nice.
That is just okay. Howdy, hey,
Bo! How you doing? I'm making dragon necklaces.
Did you finish off all the medicine wheel?
Oh no, that's gonna take months.
Okay.
I gotta have breaks.
Anyway, yeah.
So, Geek Hero, I hear you've been having loads of fun pissing people off.
Oh God, I dove in like Master Chief. Like I hit the ground and Yeah, no, they're
Are you kidding me? I went to that Spiker Ghost guy. I dove in and for those who've seen Redo of Healer, I literally dick slapped that guy just like real fast, and then I got blocked. And then of course I got blocked so hard that
yeah.
I got blocked so hard I literally posted like, getting blocked before you had a chance to run through your arsenal of memes is literally the premature ejaculation of shit posting.
Yeah.
I know you want to block you quickly. You want to piss them off and get them responding a lot so you can keep pissing them off for hours and then get blocked.
Well, you saw what I posted. It was just like I could have told. I heard Rosetta after she liked my tweet. It's like, oh, Fatal woke up wanting to start a war today. So.
Oh, I mean, like the day I went through like 30 posts where I just basically lambasted and attacked everything people love. Going through different posts going, this is trash, this tastes like shit, this is for people with no taste buds and stuff. Every like 10, 15 minutes all day, I did that. And people going, you're just trying to start wars, aren't you? It's like, yes.
Speaking of that, Rosetta, ignore my reply from right before I hopped on stream when one of the guys that had replied to you had mentioned the Dolly Parton song Jolene, and you're like, ooh, that song sucks, and I put like a shocked face, but I did not realize that you have an antithesis against country music as a whole.
It's not just the country music thing. I have an antithesis against songs where it's poor me. I don't want to lose the guy that is going to cheat on me. You can steal him, and I want him still. No. Just get a good guy.
Well, yeah, but see, and that's the thing. That's the thing. All the women in my family, that was always their first question. Like, why the hell are you with a dude that But anyway, on top of that. It's and my grandmother on my dad's side hated that song because her name was Jolene. So anyway, but anyway, but my mom said it best. Oh, I got an Aunt Karen too, so Anyway,
I did miss her.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm talking about since.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, take that whole stereotype of the name aside. This woman's nickname was Moose.
Oh, Lord.
She was 6'4", and she was a brawling native chick.
I was about to say she got to be tall. But anyway.
This was the woman in the middle of St. Patty's Day drunken party in the middle of a bar, stood up and went, all right, that's it. Sad, shut up. And everybody at the bar dropped to their seats going, sorry, Moose, don't hurt me.
That's great. Okay,
and this was the woman I modeled myself after. Can you tell? I mean...
Yeah. Well, okay, but there was, what were we talking about right before that though? There was one other thing I was gonna say, and I'll think of it later.
Okay. Well, at the same time, I was like, hope you don't mind if I said I'd be your one and only simp. I thought you'd get a laugh out of that.
That was great, man.
You're supposed to be simping for me, you bastard. You're cheating on me.
He can be. He's only a part-time simp for me. It's okay. I won't take up. I won't take up too much of his time. And you don't. You're not online 24/7.
Damn near.
Oh yeah, I did piss off a few people. Actually, I did piss off a few people with what I've been doing lately.
It's the voice, hero. It's the voice. All right.
That's fair.
You're my simp.
I understand too. Jeez, do you know how many people I fucking simp for?
Now I don't feel special. Fuck you.
I mean, seriously.
I lost count after 200.
I sent for Mad Matt if he wasn't constantly getting banned. Right?
Rosetta, he's literally called himself a slut. You should know this already.
I'm not special anymore.
I mean, look at the fucking banner down below.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why. Yeah.
I know, but I'm gonna torture him. So fuck you.
I did the chocolate syrup thing for my boss. He just fucking looked at me and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Dude, when you put the chocolate syrup on there, I was like, "Oh God, don't be what I think that." Oh my God, and it was like, you even put in a thing, like I can hear Geek Hero screaming. I was not screaming. In my defense, I was not screaming, but
internally you were. But
yeah.
I can hear
Yeah.
Your soul was screaming in anguish. You can hear your
Yeah.
soul.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, I can loading a gun, and I'm like, yes, I was in that moment. I always carry a pistol on me, except for now. But you know,
Oh Lord,
The
have
moment
mercy.
I saw that, I'm like, God, anime, you and your taste, you're fucking criminal.
yeah. And then I
You're worse than
actually,
drunk in his candy corn
I literally
shit.
did that.
And then
I really did
I
that
asked
for
the
the
weirdo
cops.
in ranch dressing flavored ice cream, and he's like, I need to top that with barbecue sauce. And I'm like, God dang it, why?
Well, okay, so I knew this girl in high school. And she was always kind of weird, but there was this one day, we're like, what the hell are you doing? They had run out of milk in the cafeteria, and she opens up a Fruit Loop pack, like one of those like pre-made bowls, She opens this up and drenches it in ranch dressing and then eats it in front of everybody.
That's like
And
pouring
oh
beer
God.
into the cereal.
That should
Yeah.
be war crimes. And anime should be the first one held at war crimes for this shit.
Anyway, so she, and what's funny is it wasn't like she got this weird idea all of a sudden. No, she ate that like she does this every morning, and we just didn't catch her before that time. And come to find out, she does this a lot. And so anyway, no,
Rosetta called it a war crime, and I'm sitting there going, she watches Dylan Hollis.
Yeah.
I watch Dylan Hollis.
I already did it to a pizza, and I pissed off an Italian
Anime night.
Food crime.
Whenever you're on YouTube, go look up the Dylan Hollis compilations.
Mm-hmm.
What did you put on the pizza?
Chocolate syrup.
Oh God, have mercy! Why?
Listen, I am okay with pineapple. All right, I have forgiven people who abuse pineapple, but chocolate syrup.
Well, you also, Fatal, you have to understand, man. With the pineapple, there's just something magical about putting breakfast sausage, jalapeno, and pineapple, all three on a pizza with extra sauce. There's like an extra.
Okay, you completely lost me on that.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Even if I could eat peppers, jalapenos are fucking trash. They taste like wood.
All right.
Then you're not getting the right jalapenos.
No, they all fucking taste like wood. They're too woody. They're too raw in behavior. They're not good. They're fucking trash peppers. Now I'm gonna offend people, aren't I?
I'd give it a try, Geek Hero. I would. Not maybe go for a banana pepper or something, but instead of jalapenos. But I'd go for that.
Oh, dude, I like to mix habanero and horseradish, so
Yeah, see, I like horseradish. You know what? I can eat a thing of wasabi by itself, but that's about it.
What I'm learning here is these guys all have bad taste.
You've been telling us that since day one.
Well, there's got to be a reason you like hanging out with me.
Yes. Bad taste queen.
No, it's more putting up with me.
But yeah, I remember your guys.
I love when I say this stuff deadpan and they all look at me like, is she serious or not?
You should have seen Yuki's reaction when I did that. She's just like, why? Just why? Why?
Hey, Anime Night.
Yes.
Can you turn your volume up?
I could turn him up.
Oh, okay.
I know how. Let me see if it'll help any.
Turn up Anime Night.
Why the hell does he have it on fucking 30?
Well,
Speak, Anime.
Well, because of this time. But anyway, so Yuki was like, "Why did you do that? Why are you doing this?" And I'm like, "Because it sounded good in my head, and it's actually pretty good."
Well, because your head is fucked up.
Yes,
I'm starting to wonder if your taste buds are gone.
Yes.
I'm starting
Actually,
to think.
my roommate,
I just put together the perfect theory, though, of why he does this, why he's like this. So somewhere out there, there's like a distant race of aliens that they might be humanoid. It doesn't matter, but they have attached to Anime Night, and when any female in their race is pregnant, he gets the cravings. They got some kind of alien voodoo thing going on, and he's got the cravings for this entire planet's like reproductive population.
Do you know what's so fucking funny about what you just said? My mom, I swear, my mom had a voodoo on Dad because Dad always got the cravings for her.
Theory I've heard all week.
No, seriously. No, this is like fucking trippy because I swear mom had a voodoo on Dad because Dad always got the cravings for her.
There is a such thing as empathetic links.
Empathetic usually is you start getting it after you know. They actually discovered her pregnancies because he was getting the symptoms, and she wasn't.
Rosetta, do you know what the term Irish twins means?
Resist racist jokes. Resist racist jokes.
When they're not okay. So yeah. Just calm down for a second. So when a pair of siblings that are not twins but are still very close, in age, have all the same weird mind link stuff that twins do. Like obviously that's overblown in the media, but. I had started a diet a few years ago, and I get this call in the middle of the week. My sister, who's a year younger than me, the two of us, we grew up real close, obviously. She calls me. She goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" What are you talking about? And she goes, "Are you on a fucking diet?" I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "Because I almost ordered half the fucking Taco Bell menu today," and I'm like. Shit. So yeah, no, it is like we've got to warn each other if we're, because we've got, we got that link, my sister, we are Irish twins. And yeah.
Look up Fatal. The interesting, because this is literally how they discovered mom's pregnancies. His dad would start throwing up in the mornings.
Oh. That would suck.
That's terrible.
She was not the only person he had this link with, because when he ended up with rheumatic fever and almost died as a kid, his brother literally went to the base freaking out that something was wrong with his family back home and was calling home from Vietnam going, "What's wrong with Frankie?"
Oh dear.
Yeah. So this is not new. This was my family. But I mean, no, it was literally, Dad got sick for Mom. And Mom never had any sicknesses as long as they were together.
I'm amazed the cop did not arrest me for doing that to the chicken tenders. I'm amazed.
So I had an interesting time yesterday.
Oh God, what did Fatal do and who did he do it to?
No, I didn't do anything.
What did he do?
Okay, so now, on the other hand, my mother, she seemed, no matter what she eats, like my entire life, she has always been able to, or like she's never really been able, like her stomach is just so delicate. She cannot eat hardly anything at all without it making her sick. And then it got worse after she got the gastric bypass, but that's not the point. The point is that she's always had these problems. And so I'm thinking, whereas Anime Night gets the cravings, my mother gets all the pregnancy sickness. So now we just got to find out who gets all of the other, and maybe it passes. Like once one of the hosts dies, another human gets it, But that's maybe they do. They got some sort of extraterrestrial voodoo
allergies. I swear.
Yeah. Well. I could definitely see that. Yeah.
I gained the fucking weight, Anime Night.
You want to talk about unique? How many people out there will be able to tell you, yes, I'm allergic to aloe, I'm allergic to onions, peppers, and I'm fucking allergic to my own tears and sweat.
Okay, that last one's got me. Like the aloe, I didn't know, like it had never occurred to me, but obviously it's plant-based, so somebody has to be allergic to it by the sheer law of math. But allergic to your own tears and sweat, that one's got me.
It's an autoimmune condition, and it's about 200 known cases in the world. And yes,
I've heard about it.
They're called water allergies.
Yep, I've heard about it. Kind of reminds me of Bubble Boy. Wasn't he the same way? From the movie?
The fact that I don't know. The fact that I'm fucking alive with my issues is really weird, actually. I shouldn't be here. I really shouldn't.
Well, that's why, see people in your unique position tend to appreciate life more because of that.
Or we wait for it to end. I've been through both phases.
Oh, well, yeah, that's...
Sorry, did I go a little dark there?
Wow. I mean, if we're... Have any of y'all been paying attention to any of the big Comicsgate drama going on right now?
Nope.
Okay, so just because this is funny, so on the Jack show like 2 weeks ago, they started talking about if a would you rather scenario. They showed the world's smallest woman. She's like 29 years old in India. She's 2 feet tall. She's got primordial dwarfism. Like this is the hardcore. Like this is what dwarves were like to the Neanderthals kind of thing. Okay, so then their question was, if you had no other alternative and you had to choose between, and Fatal, I already know your answer, just calm down, man. But you had to choose between this woman that looks like a weird kabuki doll, or she's literally 2 feet tall, or a Thai ladyboy that looks like a woman but has a certain appendage. Which one would you choose? And they wait.
Fatal would want both. I mean, let's be honest.
Well, no. So the other, they've been on for 2 weeks about this shit. Well, Shane Davis got drunk the other night and let me on his stream. He put the stream out in the chat because and everybody else that he'd been streaming with on CG Ballers had told him to go to bed because he was spouting some crazy shit. But I wasn't about to pass up the chance to to get on and party with one of the big guys. So I did. I got up in there, and then my job, I was still at work, and my job started picking up. So I told him, I said to answer this newfound age-old question, the key is you use the primordial dwarf woman as a condom to fuck the ladyboy, and with that I'm out. And so yeah.
Okay, so, can I mention that my channel is monetized and it's hooked up here too, please?
But that's the whole point. Like, you've got, once in a while you got to get darker than a dead baby on 9/11.
Oh my God! Shut up! Shut up! You're gonna be in trouble. Shut up!
Oh God! Oh. Someone clip this, please.
I will have you know, the last 3 streams I've been on this week have all been privated.
Oh no.
Look, okay, I don't even remember what the joke was that started this the other day. I'm talking to one of my friends backstage, and he made some joke about blue balls, and well, it's not a corpse, it's not turning blue yet. So if I make dark jokes anyways, and I went turning blue corpse. So that's what they did to Smurfette after they used her up.
Yeah.
So then we started going on jokes about how she ended up dead and the different things he painted her, the guys painted her when they were after humping different races and stuff. And my friend I'm talking to at this, who's as Asian as they get, says, and then at the end of it, they pissed on her because they wanted a yellow one. I mean, it's like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
Well,
like, oh my god, we're done.
well,
Let's get this
well,
over with.
I'll tell you. When I was a teenager, long before Seth Green and Robot Chicken ever covered this, me and my buddies were joking around. We were like, after the death of Smurfette, the untimely demise of Smurfette, the Smurfs became savage. Prison rules ensued. They became more barbaric, and eventually they began raiding the Snork kingdom and taking their women so that they could reproduce. And I don't get invited to anything with that friend group to this day.
Gee, I wonder why.
I thought it was funny.
This is your last refuge.
I just point out
yeah.
that we're making all these jokes. At one point, he's talking about they were choking her really hard because they wanted her to turn red so they could have a native chick. And it's like,
well,
I mean, and Anime's face is turning so many shades of red right now.
Well, and to be fair, native chicks usually like that sort of thing.
I'm going to plead the fifth about now.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Oh, especially the dummy mommy Latinas. They'll definitely wreck your world.
Well, yeah, no, you ain't seen funny though until you've seen an obese transgender native woman with her 6'5", like 400-pound black boyfriend. That was like all but doing bondage stuff in public. That was a really awkward night. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh dear.
So many comments I could make.
Oh, make some.
Including, I didn't know you'd ever seen me in my ex. I mean.
No offense, Rosetta, but this one, this particular native looked a little more traditional.
In other words, she wasn't albino. Just flat out fucking say it.
So which one was she? Was she Rolly or was she Polly?
She's roly-poly, oly.
Let me put it to you like this. She made me look like Twiggy.
Oh damn!
Yes.
Oh, no.
She was 5'5" and every bit of 450 pounds.
I also got to tell you guys that we have absolutely lost our audience right now. All the viewers are away.
I think they all.
Was it something I said?
Yes.
So
we scared them off. Woo!
I'm just sitting there going, "Wow."
I would promise to be good, but y'all know I'm lying.
No fucking duh.
Okay, listen. First off, Geek Hero, you're far more sexier when you're bad, right? Just throwing that out there.
I in the words of Han Solo, I know. Anyway, yeah.
It doesn't mean anything when Fatal calls people sexy anymore. He simps for too many people. I don't feel special.
Hey, I'll take it where I can get it.
You need to let that go.
No.
Hey, listen.
No, I'm trying to collect the simp army. You guys aren't allowed to have other people you simp for.
Out of all the people I simp for, I send you money. Okay, so.
True.
I give you unsolicited advice.
Emphasis on the unsolicited.
I'm a wellspring of knowledge and wisdom.
Whiz being the operative word.
Yeah. Speaking of which, so on okay.
You're a wizard at being dominant.
Yeah, well, that's okay. But the point is, before I forget, so what had started all the crazy or not started, but so in the same hour on two different streams, both the Fandom Menace and Comicsgate experienced somebody exposing a member. Now, one of them was fake. The other one was the other one was through a picture taken. But either way. I'll tell you, it's been a crazy ass week. And
yeah, I don't believe that was fake, honestly.
I don't know. It was the way he was squeezing it. It didn't look real.
I'm gonna say this, and I don't care if I piss people off. He's been a trash human for a long time. I used to watch him back on Red Eye, and I watched him go insane. Then I watched him go from "I love my native wife" to saying the most racist shit under the sun. The fact that they even had him on lost points with me.
Well, and I don't see. I'm the opposite. I didn't know anything about the dude. I had no idea who he was.
2007. So.
Yeah. See, I had no idea who he was. I had to look him up after the incident.
Yeah, so I've never even heard about it. I saw it, and I'm like, this doesn't look real. It looks staged. It looks planned. You know? Like
it was planned by him.
Yeah, I watched the clip, and it was like, it looked like he was just waiting for the right moment. I'm just sitting there going, this.
So on a side note, so I was getting ready for that convention, that little mini con I went to yesterday. I didn't have near the spending money that I thought I was going to have, because even though I had it specifically set not to do it, like I pay all of my bills early and in cash, but I pay them, I pay extra just so I don't have to put up with automatic bill pay. Well, anyway, so AAA decided to pull out my membership fee like a month early. So I don't usually pay it that early, but they decided to pull out my membership fee, even though I had it specifically set not to do that. So that, and I've got 3 people on it. So, it was quite a chunk, and I'm just lucky that I had the money in my account. That irritated me already. But while I'm sitting there, see, in Oklahoma, we have to apply for our license renewals for security work, and it costs money to send in the application and everything. And my previous company would garnish it out of our checks. We could set up, and then every paycheck they'd pull a little bit out. The company that bought us out requires us to pay it all up front. And I'm literally, when I'm doing all the application and everything, I'm standing in their office, and they're all like, well, we're going to need you to pay this much and that much. I'm like, y'all don't pay me enough for this shit. And they're like laughing it off. They're so short on manpower, I'm able to cuss at them in the freaking office. Like, no, and nobody's going to do anything, But anyway, it didn't change the fact that I had to pay for it. So then they got even with me, though. While I'm already dealing with AAA, I get an email from the Oklahoma bureaucratic, headquarters that deals with our security license, saying that my company did not verify my employment, so they rejected my application. So I call my company, and they did submit it this time, and it was accepted this time, but I had to pay yet another fee to get it sent through. So yeah, I was already in a really, really foul mood. And then the shithead that calls in all the damn time. Like, so after all that, I go to work. It's been a long ass week, and we just had a guy quit. We had another get fired. And then one of the ones that calls in all the time freaking calls in. And I'm like, so then my 8-hour shift becomes a 12-hour shift. And then I'm late getting to the convention the next day. And then here I am at work again, working noon to midnight on my other day off. So it's, so all the drama and the craziness. And I've been working so much, I haven't been able to drink in months, which sounds good in theory, because you're like, good, my tolerance will be down, things will be great. But you got to have time to actually fucking do it. And so I'm like, so it's usually when I get like this, when I'm feeling, up against the wall like this, I'm like, don't say it, Rosetta. Anyway, when I'm feeling like this though, when I'm feeling like this though, it's when I get my most cynical. And when I'm at my most cynical, my sense of humor gets at its worst, and by worst I mean absolute best. This is my A, B, C, D, and F material. But
which is why we have no viewers. I mean,
okay, that's all right. All right, those viewers were going to go regardless. Honestly, I'm surprised. Oh, come on now! It's almost 6 p.m. in some areas. Like some of these viewers probably had church. Rosetta, come on now.
Yeah, they're watching us right before church. That makes sense.
I just realized. Yeah, that's all right. I just realized I just realized instead of taking responsibility for grossing out our viewers, I just blamed God. So that's great. It's been that kind of, yeah.
He did.
Yeah, it's been.
I woke up on the wrong side of the bed today.
Yukiro woke up and he chose war.
I was fixing to say if y'all hear lightning and thunder, if y'all hear lightning and thunder, it's already a cloudy day outside, so that I can't even use that joke. Damn it!
It's cloudy here too, buddy. It's cloudy here too. You're only like 2 states away.
Look, you're not in the same room as me, so if you're gonna get yourself smited, I don't care.
Smite me, oh mighty smiter.
You are not Bruce. I mean,
no, I love that though. Because that line when Morgan Freeman delivers it was so great. I'm not much for blaspheming, Bruce, but that last one made me laugh. That was great. Like the way he delivered that. But okay, that actually gave me a really good idea for a movie though. So this guy gets completely.
When Bubba says he has a really good idea, my entire body, my ass and my brain all start twitching at once.
Okay, but this is actually a good idea. So, Okay, so anyway, and I didn't even come up with this one while sitting on the throne. So anyway, what I've got going on is that this guy, and he'd have to be played by somebody like Matthew Broderick, or Paul Rudd, or somebody that can do awkward really well, because he gets, he's got a wife, kids, and everything, a career, but then he gets in an accident. He wakes up and has zero. He's got his motor functions, all the stuff that we don't have to think about. He can eat and wipe himself, but he does not have any sense of it's as if he's completely naive. I want to call the movie Blank Slate. But then he has 2 voices in his head. One, now originally I was like, let's have
Blank Slate, y'all.
Yeah, but let's have Morgan Freeman and Jack Nicholson trying to tell him which way to go, to try to tell him what's right from wrong, that kind of thing, But then I got to thinking, this would be even funnier with James Earl Jones and Mark Hamill. But anyway,
that might work if I didn't hate Mark Hamill's guts so much.
Well, I don't like him as a person, but you can't deny that the man has got skills, especially with voice acting.
Yeah, he's really good at voice acting psychotic assholes who are a lot like him. I mean,
well, that's why he's the evil voice.
I was wondering, when you brought up Mark Hamill, and I was sitting there going, all right, he needs the Joker for the villain, okay? So, because that's why
just for that, Rosetta, just for that, the director of this film is going to be Tim Burton. Anyway.
Well, I already hated it and hated you, so fuck it.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. All right, so I got this other good idea. This one I did come up with on the throne. All right, so, and stop me if I've already told you this one. Don't stop me if I haven't told you this one.
Stop. I mean.
Okay, so I got this idea. So besides Annabelle, there are also several other haunted dolls in the world. Dolls that, just people transporting them from place to place, have met with untimely demises or close calls, that sort of thing. What I want to do is I want to get a small boat and I want to put them all on it. I want an entire audience of these haunted dolls. We'll tie them to the deck. They'll be sitting there in their little chairs. Everything will be great. And I'm going to ride through the Bermuda Triangle with all of these haunted dolls on this boat.
Like a documentary.
Now, if I get through it alive, see, I figure whatever nasty hoodoos in the dolls will keep, will cancel out whatever good is going on in the triangle. And obviously, I'm willing to stake more than my life on this bet. So, yeah, I was also drunk anyway, but
I'm shocked. I'm shocked when I hear your ideas.
But like I said, this would be great because once you get through it, nobody would come within 20 miles to mess with you. Like, people would be kissing your feet because they're afraid, or they think you're a catalyst for all the evil and bad luck, and that they're hoping to get rid of theirs.
Child of the devil.
Yeah. They call me the devil's whetstone. No, anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, no, I'm in a mood, guys.
Depressing, the stuff that he's saying, or the fact that I'm one of the ones that's always defending him.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in a mood right now, and it's not getting.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not getting better. Like I keep thinking that I'll come out of it, everything will be great, but it's 7 weeks until the Renaissance Fair. And if I have to work even a single weekend after I officially got my weekends off, after 12 fucking years, I'm finally not supposed to have to work weekends. And then we've got, we have two people, we're two men down, and another one that calls in every week because he, lied about getting partial Social Security. And if he works over 32 hours a week, he'll, he has to pay it back. But on top of that, if he, but if he admitted to it, they would move him to another post. And he knows, he knows that they can't really afford to get rid of him right now. So he's just kind of riding this out. And he's one of those people, like when I tell you he is legally, it's like being legally blind or legally deaf, legally disabled. He's legally retarded. And I've seen
that word on monetized channels. It gets you demonetized.
Oh crap! I didn't know we were on your channel. I'm sorry.
I said that at the beginning to let you on.
Oh, sorry. I'm serious. Like I was using it in a clinic. I was using it in the clinical sense. Anyway, the point is, I've seen the brain scans. I've seen the newspaper clippings from the accident he was in. I've met people that knew him before the accident. It's really sad. This man used to be normal, but now he is a pain in the ass. And not, and I try to carry myself with the utmost sensitivity and compassion, but and nobody can call bullshit on that, really. Anyway, but y'all have way more faith in me than I do. But anyway,
I just had my mouth full. I'm trying to get some food in me.
That's fair. Anyway,
pick on my teeth. So.
Okay. All right. So anyway, the point is that he has no idea, that he's not thinking ahead. He thinks he can keep this up indefinitely, calling in once a week, or showing up incredibly late or having an emergency and leaving. But he has no reason not to believe it'll work, because we've had a guy that has called in once or twice a week every day for the last 2 years, and he still hasn't gotten so much as a write-up for it. So,
Well, that's bullshit.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'm going to say something that's going to sound offensive and mean-spirited.
Okay.
I know we're supposed to be kind, compassionate to people with certain issues. Get that. I have a lot of those issues myself. I'm on the spectrum. I have nothing against autistic people. That said, there's one. I don't even like him being in my car. I can't stand to be near him. And it's not because he's autistic. It's because he's an asshole.
Yep. Well, this guy that I'm talking about, it's like seeing a 13-year-old perpetually stuck at that mental age, but in the age of a 62-year-old man, or like in a 62-year-old man's body. And I think to myself constantly, like, would I yell at a 12-year-old for being this stupid? Yes, I would. And then I start, then I, yeah. And that's, you know, and I measure it by that. If a 12-year-old would do it and I would I'd give them a pass because they're young and stupid, then I let it go. But if I'm like, no, I'd yell at them, then I address it. And it's got me by so far.
I had a cousin when I was a kid. She was actually a mustard gas baby from her dad serving.
Ooh.
She passed away when she was 19. She was still mentally 2.
Oh.
And so don't get me wrong. I understand the whole you're not the age you are physically stuff and all that. And I'm empathetic to that. But there are people with those issues who, because they're so coddled for the issues their whole life, become complete and utter assholes who feel entitled to everyone bowing to their will.
Well, all I can say is,
and not her. I'm saying this is.
Yeah.
I've got experience dealing with this shit. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I figured you did. That's why I brought it up. Wow. But the thing is that in his, that thing, Rosetta, don't take this the wrong way. But if other people call me an asshole, I know that they might just be overly sensitive, but there are a handful of people in this world, my mother, my sister, most of them women, that if y'all call me an asshole, then I know I've been a real asshole, you know? And so I run things by, these people, and you are one of them. I run run these things by y'all. And if your reaction isn't, "Oh my God, you asshole," then I'm not doing too bad yet.
And I have had that reaction to a couple of things you've said to me before.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. And it's a
writer too, and she's like, "Post it something."
and it's a case-by-case basis. Like if one of y'all calls me an asshole and I'm like, "Oh God, yeah, I was being an asshole," you know, or if one of y'all calls me an asshole and I'm like, you know, but either way, I I know the gauge is there and I check it with, I mean, like I said, it doesn't necessarily equal out into remorse, but I do at least. I feel it's kind of like the insanity thing. If you can still ask whether you're insane, yeah, which is bullshit, by the way. I know plenty of people who are definitely insane that that are constantly questioning whether they are or not.
I think I am, but I know I am because it's in waves. It's not every moment of the day, you know.
I don't think my mom is insane. I mean, we, the jury, find the defendant.
But what Fatal was saying was, because he has this tendency to always go, "I'm gonna get in trouble. I shouldn't post this. I'm going to hell for laughing at this. Do you think it'd be okay if I share this in your group?" And they're supposed to be a private. I'm like, shut the fuck up and share it. Don't be a pussy.
yeah. See.
Oh
yeah. Just remember, Fatal. If you've got any questions, just ask yourself, what would Bubba do? And
no, don't ever ask that. No.
And I'll tell you right now what Bubba would do. Bubba would get up on that deck, look at those creepy ass dolls, and say, "We going on a voyage, homies." And then I would turn, then I would turn around, sober up, and push that boat off with a stick of dynamite by itself. Anyway, the point remains. No. Also, if
today, man. Oh my God.
Yeah. We going on a voyage, homie.
Oh man, you made me laugh so hard today.
And I've made Rosetta cringe, and so we're doing well.
No, you made me cringing is not easy to do.
Well, if he's laughing, but if the two of them are laughing the same time you're cringing, I'm hitting all the comedy marks that I'm going for.
I don't cringe easy.
I know.
Me neither. I don't cringe easy either, but you made me laugh and cringe at the same time. It was beautiful.
I mean, just think about this, Rosetta. It's like I'm trying to parallel park a semi-truck with a full tractor-trailer rig. It's not wise. It's unnecessary, but it's damn impressive if you can do it.
And it's entertaining to watch.
If you fail, then it's really good for a viral video. I mean,
Absolutely. If you're going to fail as spectacularly as you possibly can.
fail upwards so people can enjoy the fall. I mean,
Well, and if there's no chance of going upwards, there's always the old Daffy Duck approach. I can only do it once.
No, he's doing. I can't do his voice.
Yeah.
seriously, Geek, in all the years we've known each other, with all the ridiculous, crazy, vulgar shit we've said to each other, how many times have I actually cringed?
Well, to be fair, a lot of those were, I wasn't able to actually see because, we were texting, like, it was over tweets or DMs, that sort of thing. But I can probably count, like, it takes both hands, but I can probably, it's less than 10. Yeah, well, okay, that's why I had to add the second hand. But anyway, the point is that I don't.
Well, where's the third hand at?
Okay.
Wait. He's got three hands. What kind of mutant is he? Well,
his name
is Bubba. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I was about to say, Knight, what kind of anime you watching, man?
Tentacle. I mean.
Yeah.
Anime. How much do you factor? Anime, sweetie. How much do you factor to tentacle porn? Just tell me.
75.
The fact that he actually has counts.
So wait a minute. Are we talking like is that in percentage or an exact count of how many times?
He keeps count of how many times he faxed all the different types of anime.
And
different characters.
This is actually very intriguing.
I'm sorry,
Remember, I am one very interesting person. What, Fatal?
You keep times of how many. You keep track of how many times you've been to different genres of hentai.
And different anime characters.
Anime night. Were you pretending that the chocolate syrup was squid ink?
That too.
I told you guys I know stuff about anime. There's
Thank you for that image. Oh
my God. Phil doesn't know what to do. He's contemplating everything.
I don't know what to fucking do.
See, but Fatal, if you're ever having questions or doubts, the best image I can bring up for you is somewhere between Jack Sparrow's entry, up to Port Royal, where the ship is sinking and he's standing there on the sail, or in the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean when Barbossa is swinging on the anchor, right before he sacrifices himself to save them all, that you need somewhere in between those two.
Okay, I have been trying to convince Anime of this for a while. I keep telling him it would be good content for an anime nerd. He needs to do a Fappers review where he talks about each character he faps to, how much and why, and how good the animes connected are.
All right, yes, but what you've got to do, and I will record this for you. We need to do a public service announcement at the end of every video telling viewers not to use lotion, to go actually find lubricant, because they will end up giving themselves one hell of a gnarly rash. Every teenage boy knows that.
We need to do that at the beginning, and also be careful not to use Nair when you fap. So
okay.
Is this from personal experience?
Yes.
I was fixing to say we know that his body is probably hairless from the neck down.
No, nope, I'm not. See, I've got
How
shorter hair.
do we actually have viewers while we're talking about this part?
Yeah.
I like to lose it. But no. Have you read the funny hair removal review from Amazon or whatever? Yeah, I made that mistake before that review even existed.
That's awesome.
Okay, I just have to point out that this is fun because I can say whatever the fuck I want. I can say it, and you guys have to sit there and fucking take it because I'm the one pulling the switches right now. I mean,
Are you sure that switches? Are you sure that switches you're pulling and not dildos that you're pulling?
I don't use dildos. I use
I'd be
vibrators.
surprised if it was both. That'd be amazing.
Boring.
I don't like fake phallics. To me, they're just
yeah. But as far as fake phallics go, have you seen that? Have you seen that ancient Roman one that they found?
That was
that
interesting.
That thing. You are not telling me that's not a 2,000-year-old dildo. Like, come on now. It was still smooth. Like whatever finisher they used back then. That thing was still smooth, and it was barely even petrified.
Damn!
It was probably preserved. It was probably preserved with a lot of juices on it. I'm just saying.
Probably.
But whose juices were they? Were they male, female, the king, the queen?
Were they anal? Were they vaginal? Were they? I mean. There's so many questions.
I know whose juices they were. It was Julius Queefer. that one just kind of came out.
Always be afraid of whatever's coming out of his mouth.
I'm telling you, Brutus at the end of that gangbang.
Or it could be Marcus Anus and Clitoris Patra. Could be them.
That's true too. I like the way you're thinking on this.
To the people watching and lurking, I love you all. You're degenerate bastards just like us.
Also, if you are in public or at church listening to this, I am so sorry.
Get headphones.
We're not
sorry. Yeah, not sorry enough to shape up. I'm going to continue talking like this, but you know, you have been warned.
And your priest or pastor overhears this and they get a hard on. We are not sorry for that either. That's their problem.
No, we'll laugh our asses off. In fact.
And if that does happen, call me.
Fatal, you do not get a jump the
Knight and Anime Knight. Who is their pastor? The Herbert from Family Guy. Damn.
It could be him or Carter Peterson.
Like yeah, it's like Herbert and his Deacon Quagmire.
Actually, I'm surprised Quagmire was not in that scene when they're all in the little circle thing with the hoods. I'm very shocked that Quagmire was not in on that. I am very shocked.
He probably got excommunicated.
Giggity! Ow!
Lord, I'm apologizing for this. Not enough to stop, but I am sorry.
That would be an interesting headcanon. That would be an interesting headcanon. Because I wonder if he fucked somebody's daughter and then they found out, and come to find out he was a member, he tells Carter Peterson or Herbert, hey, Quagmire fucked so-and-so. Well, can we excommunicate him or something? Oh, and by the way, Vince McMahon called. He wants more billions. And out goes Quagmire.
I'm sorry, but you started that, and for some reason, all that pops in my head is like a role play sex game with Boomhauer. Oh, dango, forgive me, Lord. You know, dango, you know, I've sinned. Yeah, dango, yeah.
I love the story behind the Boomhauer character. That was actually pretty funny.
That was awesome. Yeah. Mike Judge is a genius.
I'm wondering what I have done with my life to end up where I am right now. What have I done to my life to deserve this one? Please, somebody fill me in what I did, why I've deserved this, and how I can.
You've been filled. You've been filled in plenty, and that's why. No, I'm joking.
I must have drowned them.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Sorry, I saw your face turn that way, and I thought maybe I might have overstepped a little.
Nope, you didn't. You caught her in her trap.
I must have kicked a butt.
No. You're the one caught in the trap. We've already. Fatal, we all know you're the one.
He is the trap. Get it right.
Was the trap. Was that there's, you know.
No,
he's
too fat to be a sexy chick now. I mean.
Hey, no. I've seen some overweight drag queens that look the part.
I don't want to be a drag.
The one that was on All in the Family would actually qualify for that.
Yeah.
He was actually pretty when he was dressed up.
I don't remember that one.
He was on several episodes. The first episode was when Archie thought it was a woman and rescued and gave mouth-to-mouth resuscitation.
Oh, crap. Yeah, I have seen that. I forgot about that.
That was his reaction was so fucking priceless. It was perfect.
Unfortunately, that's one of those characters, though, that you actually really love that character watching it. It's endearing, it's sweet, it's somebody who's not on the aggressive side of trying to push everyone into their lifestyle, everything. And then at the end of the series, he gets killed.
Well, you know.
Side note, real quick, as I may interject, and if you're a femboy or a trap watching this, call me.
We need to make you like a little
side note to that. Side note to that, his wife has to approve. So make sure you bring your A game.
You're probably going to be doing stuff with both of them, so just be aware. Matt, watch the Gamer Words. They're on my channel too.
Oh my God.
Matt!
Hi, Matt.
And the degeneracy continues.
We're gonna fuck shit up today. Woohoo!
Whoop, whoop. I mean,
Hey, I'm already.
Now we can get Victor in here.
What?
I'm already in the mood to roast Adam Sessler like a pig.
Oh, dude, that's too easy.
No, too easy. We've roasted that man. I don't think there's anything left of him.
We have had so much fun roasting the shit out of everything and going really offensive today, and you haven't even been here, Matt.
Speaking of which, Seth Rogen does not deserve to be director. Whoever gave him director really should be fired.
Everything that man touches turns to shit. Like
he's bad enough as an actor. He's bad enough, but director, that's pushing it way too far.
I've never looked at any of his films.
He turned April O'Neil into a fat, ugly black chick.
Look, listen, everybody. If Fatal doesn't like it, you're seeing something, because Fatal kind of has that slut thing who likes everything. I mean,
you know it's bad when Fatal doesn't like it. You would know. Like, if Fatal does not like it, it's that bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
but the one thing I can say, though, at least Seth Rogen was not in charge of the Mario movie, and he's just the actor in that one. And I'm happy he's not in that position, so he can't say shit. He can't do shit, and I'm happy about that.
Let me put it in terms for people that are easy, for people who are getting in here watching, for it's easy to understand. I have 2 criteria. All right, be likable, be fuckable. That's it. And if you don't even meet one of those, then you've got some problems.
Wait, which one of those am I?
You're both.
Yay!
Hey, but so is everybody else on the stream, okay? So
you're such a slut.
Yeah. I simp for everybody. I said this earlier in the stream, but Mad Matt, if you weren't constantly getting booted off Twitter every 12 seconds, I'd simp for you too. But out of all the people,
whose fault is it you get booted all the time?
Listen, I only said that as a joke. He hasn't been getting kicked off lately, okay?
I know, but I've been giving him shit about it for months.
I've been a good boy. I've been a good boy.
Yes, you have. Now, if you come over here to Young Fatal, I'd be able to give you a reward. Sorry. Sorry.
Fatal, I don't think he wants that reward. He doesn't swing the same way you do.
Yeah, I'm not really come see, come saw, dude.
Well, I was going to give you a chance to cut it by Titan, but I guess not. Shit, I couldn't resist. Okay.
My hubby gave me something big to put in my mouth. One sec.
It's probably the sandwich or the ball gag or something else.
Or a barbecue style chili dog with strawberry syrup on it.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Face the wall, infidel.
Seek therapy.
Face the wall now.
Jesus Christ, it's like putting pineapple on pizza.
It's just ice cream, you fucking pervs. It's just ice cream.
Pineapple on pizza is doable. It is no longer an offense to me. I actually kind of like it, even though I thought it was weird when I first tried it. The thing is it's not my favorite thing on pizza. I'm a meat lover's pizza guy. But
yeah,
anime night.
God, I know you like a nice sausage in your mouth. I mean,
damn right, I want a nice big German juicy sausage in my mouth.
I think we can all agree. I think we can all
what was that, Matt?
agree. If you'll all let me speak, I think we would all agree that we all prefer pineapple on pizza than bugs on pizza.
That's true.
Look, I think most pineapple pizzas are disgusting because they use that sugary crap that's canned and everything. But if you actually take fresh stuff and you actually make it with spices and you do it fire roasted, it actually doesn't taste sweet. It actually does blend to the flavors.
Yeah, I agree with her on that one.
I would prefer it that way because you get more of the flavor out of it. That's what Mod Pizza did. I haven't been there in a while, but
I thought you were going to give us a disgusting take on food again, but okay.
Over between Iowa City and Cedar Rapids, there's actually a vineyard that actually does fire grill pizzas and all kinds of stuff there.
I have yet to go to a vineyard. I would love to go to one, but I don't know any that are open to the public, where you don't need a fucking invitation and you don't need to be connected to a rich asshole.
Then what you need to do is go with me.
Or I could just kidnap Fatal and dress him as a rich woman.
What about me?
You too. You're gonna be both of them. I'm gonna take you both. Be like, yes, this is my rich family right here. This is my rich.
What? You're not gonna just use the collars and claim that these are your subs? I mean,
no, that would be for BDSM night at the club. Only at that club.
He's gonna bring us. He's like, these are my two dummy mommies.
Damn you, Fatal! You beat me to it. That's good though.
You are all
I'm amazed people are still hanging around this stream, despite all the degeneracy. I wouldn't be surprised if Raccoon's among them. I wouldn't be surprised, knowing him. That reminds me, I gotta send him a bottle of
Raccoon is sexy. Raccoon is fucking sexy. Haven't seen a picture of him, but he just emanates sexual sexiness auras. You know what I mean?
My boobs.
Yeah, exactly. They radiate off of him, except for Raccoon, it's his ass.
We're all freaks, let's face it.
Raccoon is very sexy. He just, like I said, he emanates a sexuality aura off of him. Like, you can feel it every time he posts something on Twitter. It's just, like, fucking sexy.
I'm more the Tanuki guy.
Huh?
I'm more the Tanuki guy.
At this point, I'm trying to think of all the times I've tried to feign innocence on streams and how bad it's going to be to try to do that today.
You can't do it today. I mean, don't get me wrong. You almost could do it. Actually, no, scratch that. If Geek Hero keeps going on, you can actually feign innocence perfectly and read all the reviews.
Mm-hmm.
If Geek Hero keeps going the way he's been going, I shit you not, this shit is fucking hilarious. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I swear, just that one fucking statement alone, I don't remember what he said, but my fucking face turned different colors. It was the dwarf and it was the dwarf condom bit.
Okay, that's not.
I'm sorry.
That would make me cringe the first time I heard it.
It was so fucking depraved that I was just
And
like...
Matt, how often do I cringe at bad jokes, Matt? Not really?
Hey,
No.
The joke's bad. Joke's bad. Whoop-de-doo.
Okay, sorry, I had some work stuff to deal with. I heard my name. What's going on?
Nothing. We didn't say
Said you're a
nothing.
degenerate sack of shit today, and we love you for it.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Okay. I can respect that. All right. So speaking of degenerate sacks of shit, you're suddenly you got afraid, like your sphincter started closing up on that one.
Who? Mine or hers or Anime Night?
You were afraid I was about to make an actual fecal matter point, yeah.
No, I'm just worried
No,
what you're
I'm
going to say.
amazed. I'm amazed you didn't say then why is the walls closing so tightly?
Listen, speaking of speaking, as long as you motherfuckers will avoid a specific account, then we're okay. We don't need to sit out here. Because I ran across that fucking account one time, and I'm like, God damn it, Zach. Because I follow the Zach Rabbit. He's pretty cool.
Yeah.
People.
Honestly, half of it.
And I see some weird shit, and I'm just like, oh, really, guys? Come on.
Honestly, half of the people that we followed or that y'all blocked or whatever, hell, in one of the DM groups that I'm in, it's Mr. Anime's DM group. He's one of them got in there, or Silent Joker got in there and shared something, and I was in the middle of like 5 other threads, so I pop in there assuming that I'm supposed to like it or thumbs up it, and then I actually stop and read it, and I realize I just liked some Kick Vic shit, and I'm like, what the hell? And so I got back in there, I'm like, Joker, dude, can you not at least give me a heads up whether I'm supposed to like it or dislike it? But yeah, that was on me. That was on me for not for hitting like before I read it. Luckily, I do read everything that I hit like on. You know, sometimes I hit like a little too fast, but you know that premature inoculation.
I think that's why you do a
man.
lot of things prematurely.
Everything except for the one thing you're expecting.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
Man.
I'm cold
Fat.
today.
No, it is scientifically proven fat guys last longer.
My husband disproves that because he can go for hours.
With a Viagra candle or not?
Nothing needed, thank you.
Wait, a Viagra candle? What are you talking about, Knight? Like, do you like insert the wax rod up your ass and like light it and start pounding?
No, that would not have been me. That would have been an old friend of mine because he was into that with his girlfriend, and every fucking time I stay the night, I hear it. I hear that kabang.
I'm sorry, but I actually there might actually be a market for Viagra enemas, though.
Hey, Bum.
I would not be surprised if there is. I wouldn't be surprised if there's Viagra porn on Pornhub right now.
Yeah. No.
Rule 34. If it, come on.
I was going to say that's just any silver fox porn, but anyway, the point is.
Shit.
Viagra.
Yeah. Hey, $20 is $20. But anyway, the point is that regardless of where you land in this debate, the key is to be the master debater.
Well,
See?
hopefully I'm making my moon landing. You know what I mean?
What was that, Rose? Go ahead.
I said, but see, the student waits while the masturbates.
This isn't fishing.
You better know that quote, otherwise I'm disowning you.
I do know the quote, but I just made an even dumber joke.
Thank you,
I'm just proving. If I make any Mel Brooks quote and people don't know it, they lose points with me. I don't care if it's an obscure or popular Mel Brooks thing.
I didn't realize how many people hate Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah, those people have no souls, no brains, and no taste.
Yeah, like a lot of these people, they're like, oh yeah, his movies were great up to a certain point. It was that Robin Hood one. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? That was freaking hilarious.
No. His worst movie, I would actually say, would be Dracula Dead and Loving It, and I still will watch it. I like it over.
Oh yeah, Dracula Dead and Loving It was freaking hilarious.
But I would say that's his worst movie, and I still like it. So I mean, Matt, you're really choppy today.
I'll tell you though, it should be required viewing. Every boy at the age of 13 and girls no later than 16 should be required to watch Sylvester Stallone's Demolition Man. I'm just saying that movie warned us so much about the future, and people just ignored it, and now we're living it. But
I never could get into it though.
Well, but the point is that while the minds are still young and malleable, we need to instill in them the fear of, of an over-nurturing government. Anyway, the point is that the other thing they should all be required to view is on the day they turn 18, everybody should be required to watch Yellowbeard.
Fuck yes, I have talked about this movie before. Anything where you have Yellowbeard came out the year I was born. Actually, it came out in '83. It is
nice.
The main people.
I didn't know what year it was.
The main people creating it were Cheech and Chong. It had a bunch of the guys from Monty Python involved in it. It also had a bunch of the people from Mel Brooks's movies and studio involved in it, and it has some of the most offensive, in-your-face sexual assault, all kinds of other things you'll ever find.
Not some of the most. It's the most. Like this dials it up to 11 and then plays with it a little bit.
I love them. I have the collector's edition of it actually.
That's awesome.
I swear there's nothing weird and twisted about me. There's nothing weird and twisted about me. What was that, Fatal?
Is it supposed to be funny, or is it supposed to disturb us, or both?
Oh, both. By a lot.
So it's gonna be like Pink Flamingos, but like worse.
Yeah, it's funnier than Pink Flamingos. Pink Flamingos just made me cringe a lot. Not cringe as in I was offended, as in it just was dumb.
Yeah, I can see that. Where's some of the worst acting, but then there's also like not only Pink Flamingos. Like, see, I like this guy on YouTube that I watch. I guess he's called the Reviews. I think, and he does he just does nothing but reviews, just like disturbing movies. And
speaking of which, have any of y'all seen the trailer to Glorious?
No.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons plays a pro.
Oh no! The good part.
He'll be back.
He'll be back. Uh-huh.
No, but I mean, did I lose a little of my fainting innocence when I talked about having the collectors of Yellowbeard?
No, you didn't.
I swear, I'm a good girl.
I'm amazed we have a bunch of people sitting through our entire degeneracy monologues right now. That's impressive.
It hasn't been high numbers, but we've had a few viewers most of the time, and I'm sitting there going, I'm surprised.
don't worry, that number will continue to climb. That number is going to climb really drastically. There he is.
Oh shit! I thought y'all yeeted me because I was talking about demon glory holes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, okay. I guess y'all didn't get that far. Okay, so J.K. Simmons in this movie, Glorious. It's a weird like horror movie, comedy horror movie, where J.K. Simmons plays the voice of a primordial dark god that lives in an interdimensional glory hole in a pit stop bathroom.
Oh my god.
If y'all get a chance, if y'all get a chance to look it up, I don't usually go for horror movies. Really, that one made me laugh so hard that I'm going to have to watch it.
Well, it's certainly got to be better than The Blackening. Like, holy shit.
We're going to hell for this entire panel.
We are not. God is very forgiving, and He
Nick
knows
is leading the way.
And He knows how bad my week has been.
Well, I'm probably wanted in the Italian Food Committee. I probably have like 18 warrants for from the boneless wing community, and probably 103 arrest warrants in the ice cream community.
And don't forget those post-war amputee Ukrainian brides you tried to order on discount.
Yeah.
How did you know about that?
I have my ways.
The brides, as
I
they're
want
trying
games.
to claw out of your basement. The brides, as they're trying to claw out of your basement, told us. They were pleading for help.
Damn it, Fatal! I told you to put the lock on it.
You're fucking basement. What the hell?
I was like, so you trusted Fatal to lock up a bunch of hot women that can't get away?
Well, it was either going to be him or Matt, but Matt was way too busy doing God
I
knows
left him
what.
alone.
What God knows who and what God knows what corner of the universe.
I left him on the wooden horses.
Everybody, I am the most innocent one on this panel. I just have to point that out.
Veritably today, definitely. But you could probably rename this entire stream Titties and Tentacles and get away with it. So, you know.
On Anime's channel, yes. On mine, no.
They wouldn't like tank your channel for that.
No, they took down my fucking stream that I did with Piper because we had boob window in the title.
Oh, wow. Man, they've gotten strict.
And then, well, at least it's not called Femboys and Fuckery.
So that would be your channel. I mean,
Actually, well, I mean, considering what happened the other night, I would not be surprised.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I know a few people that say that they're dream walkers. Like, y'all know what that is?
yes.
Oh, well, I know you do. But yeah, no. Yeah. Okay. The point is that I want to tell y'all this now. I don't know that there are any of y'all I want to see in my dreams.
You don't even want to dream about me?
Oh no. You misunderstand me. I'm afraid of what forms you will take.
Oh.
Like, I'm over here trying to be all serious. I'm looking like, you know, I'm over here looking like Call the Conqueror with a beer gut, you know, and trying to eat raw meat through a straw. But then you guys are like, you know, I mean, here I can see it now. Anime Night is like 6'5" and looks like a Kiss band member.
I could pull that off, actually.
Matt is over here looking like the Tasmanian Devil mixed with the Cheshire Cat. Fatal looks like a femboy with a tentacle for a dick. keeps poking out, keeps poking out from under the dress. He keeps insisting is a kilt. And I mean, Rosetta, you don't want to be a part of that party. I promise. Like, she comes in wearing a fucking lion tamer's outfit. Anyway.
Now there's
the just went away again.
It's like damn it, Rosetta, why do you have a whip? No, stop it.
Get it right. I'm the sub, not the dom. I mean,
no, I said you were dressed as. I said you were dressed as a lion tamer, not a dominatrix.
Yeah, but the whip goes to.
You're not joining. You're not joining in. You're just playing referee at that point.
No. No way in hell that kind of shit would be going on, and I don't join in. Fuck you.
I think Phil froze. His brain is
turned on.
I'm on Twitter right now.
It did freeze for a second. You had your lips were all pursed, and you looked like you were constipated.
That's just his anticipating something from behind face.
Anticipation.
What? Meanwhile, I just keep making necklaces.
That's probably for the best.
I will be.
Ow.
Oh, you okay? Uh-oh.
My stupid ear. I told you it's been acting up today.
Ooh.
It's all these storms going through. Anybody with sinus and allergy problems having this. My head's felt like a fishbowl for 3 freaking days.
No, it's also 4 days in a row. I've had to drive all over the hills and help deal with getting things for people. And
you got the altitude. Yeah.
Because if you're driving around the Black Hills here, you can go anywhere from about 2,500 feet to up to near 1,400.
Nice. Yeah, that's
and it's
a pain in the
constant
ass.
up and down everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy out there. I hate it when that happens. Every time
to get out of my mom's place, we have to go over 2 mountain passes just to get to another town. So I mean, my head's a little disoriented.
Oh, believe me, I had to put up with that for 2 years at the Shadron Job Corps. I had to put up with that for 2 years, so I understand.
Oh my God, you went to Shadron? I am so sorry for you.
Well, at the time,
I am so sorry. That one is shit.
Well, at the time, I actually got in the right moment, but it did turn to complete shit after me and a bunch of others graduated and left. We've been told horror stories after we left. It got gradually worse.
Shadron and Pine Ridge Job Corps are really bad. They've been bad since I was a child. You may have got there at a point where it wasn't as bad, but that's a fluke.
Oh,
or he might have just had a decent caseworker.
I started to see
it's not just the caseworkers. Those Job Corps have a lot of issues.
See, our Job Corps, the Job Corps out of Tulsa just don't fucking do anything. Like they're basically a free hotel for a bunch of stupid, adult teenagers.
Yeah, see, I went to Trapper up in Montana, which is one of the top rated ones, and they're hardcore. They run it like military. You get your ass in gear and you learn shit.
Well, there's one in Tulsa that's like that. There's 4 total, or 5. Sorry, there's 5. But out of those 5, 4 of them are terrible. They go from indifferent to horrible, and then there's one good one. And that one good one is the one that everybody thinks they want to go to until they realize the standard they're being held to, and then they try to get out of it. And it's actually really funny to see. Luckily I never had to deal with any of that, but I've had plenty of friends who have. And there was this one guy I was working with when I first started with my previous company. When we first started out there, the guy had to be home at a certain time, and his shift ended. His shift ended after curfew, which was fine because he had it worked out. They're like, okay, but he had to be home within 30 minutes after his shift. He didn't have his own vehicle, so that anybody who he could possibly hitch a ride with, I will never forget. I got him there 2 minutes late. 2 freaking minutes late, and they they were like yelling at him at the door, and he ended up telling me later that they took away like all of his freaking privileges and shit, like for being 2 minutes late after work. I was like, damn.
See, we didn't have that issue because we weren't allowed to leave campus except for actual vacations without being taken out specifically by staff.
Well, and that was the thing.
And that's standard at most job corps. What you're talking about, that's not normal.
No. So that has to do with the Oklahoma State stuff with it, and they will. It's not normal, but what they'll do, because a lot of them they'll let them, they'll like have overnight work shifts and stuff that Job Corps does not usually allow. The city of Tulsa and the state of Oklahoma has got this worked out with the local Job Corps branches. The problem is that they will make these allowances and then hold them to a standard that's almost ridiculous. It's harder than just meeting the normal standard, and that's why everybody flunks out so much. And that's why the Oklahoma Job Corps has such a back, because the ones in Tulsa, we got the one good one. It's strict as hell. You got the 4 terrible ones, but all the ones in Oklahoma City are terrible. Like that, none of them have a good reputation, and all the ones in the smaller cities, none of them have a good reputation. No, the Ponca City one's okay, but from what I've heard. But anyway, the reason why I know all this is because, well, not only did I grow up on the poor side of town, but also when after I had been working for about 2 years. Now, when I joined the security company, like I had to have a valid driver's license, a vehicle, and and a cell phone, like those, and a high school diploma. Like those were the bare minimum requirements, or you were considered unhireable. If you went too long without a vehicle in your name, back then they would threaten to fire you. Like, if we were short on manpower, they would threaten a little less hard. But I don't know anybody that actually got fired for it. But anyway, suddenly they decided we were so short on manpower, they recruited a bunch of people from the Job Corps work release like programs, and Job Corps basically let my company, whatever hour of the day they needed them out, as long as they could provide transportation and everything. So usually what that meant was that our managers would call us in the middle of the night and tell us, hey, we need you to go to the Job Corps area and go pick somebody up. And you're coming in like 2 hours. We need you to. Then they'd be waking us up an hour early and telling us we need you to go pick them up on your way in. And we did not get paid mileage for that. We did not get anything extra for that, and it was a pain in the ass. And I'll tell you, the Job Corps kids out of Tulsa are freaking incompetent as hell. Like
I have stories. Okay. So when I was in Job Corps, I went through a period where I actually was working in the front desk as the receptionist to the student director.
Oh, okay.
I have stories, things that I saw, things that I learned, like the students that got kicked out of the neighboring Job Corps because they were trying to be sneaky and do it on center and fell out of the tree humping in front of the student director.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, and you're sitting there thinking, you dumb shits. I mean,
y'all should have nicknamed them Spider Monkey.
Oh, we just all aspired to their level of creativity on that. I'm sorry, we aspired to that.
I was going to say, falling out the tree mid hump. There's probably more than one broken stump at that point.
Ow. Oh shit, that's just cold.
That would be an interesting, hey Dad, how did you and Mom meet story?
Well, it's kind of like I have this relative, his mother, who's also my relative, obviously, she got pregnant in high school, and the rest of the men in our family are relative. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, anyway, the rest of the men in our family are relatively tall. Most of us over 6 foot. He is not, and will never be. Now, his father is not a big man, but his father's brother is tall. So there was his little brother's already getting taller than him, and so there was kind of a hope that maybe he might get a little taller. Unfortunately, and I finally told him at the last family gathering, I'm like, man, I'll tell you why you're so small. It's because you were conceived in the back seat of a Geo Metro. And apparently his mother, my cousin, did not find this nearly as funny as me and the rest of the family did.
I don't know why. I mean, look, there was the argument with my sister where she told me that I wasn't, a real woman because I couldn't have kids, which, she's grown up a bit. We're getting along now, and for some reason, she did not take the response of me asking her how getting knocked up at 16 made her one very well.
Yeah, it's funny how people do this stuff, and they think you're bullying them or being, mean or hateful. It's like if you, the old saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Well, if you can't take the heat, don't.
Start
okay,
shit.
I was gonna rhyme that with meat. We're good. I'm done.
If you can't take the heat, don't show your meat. I mean, fatal. This is for you. I mean,
yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
We love you.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's okay. It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
If I can't take the heat, don't show my meat. When was the last time I showed my meat?
I'm just giving you shit. Don't try to make sense out of it.
You know what? I'm just gonna start whatever. I have an NSFW account. I'm gonna have fun with it.
Oh, now he's going to show his meat.
No. That'd be 3 streams. 2 of them I watched, and this one would be one I'm on. If a third person before Monday shows their meat on a live stream, I'm done with the internet, man.
He's not showing it on the stream. That'll kill my channel, and then I'll kill him.
Yeah.
It'll kill my.
If I'm gonna show my meat on a stream, it's gonna be on one of them adult streams, Chatterbait or something.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey, David.
Hi guys, how's it going?
We've gone.
We are absolutely degenerate today.
It is going like the devil's bowels after a block of Romano cheese.
Yeah, pretty much, and somehow I've got the devil's golden dildo in my hands right now, so we're just having fun.
Okay, I don't want to hear about you having phallic things in your hands. Fucking femboy.
If you can't handle the hat trick, don't toggle the joystick. Hey, don't pull a Vic Mañana on here, man.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Settle down, Jeffrey Tubin. Settle down. Settle down, Jeffrey. Settle down, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. There we go. I finally got it.
What level of hell have we sunk into this time?
I believe Dante Alighieri referred to it as the 6th ring. I believe that was the sexual degeneracy ring.
Thank you. I couldn't remember which rings were which.
I want to say it was the 6th. I might be wrong, but I think it was the 6th.
Look it up, you bitch. I mean,
okay, so I'm on my phone. I can't look anything up or it'll boot me out of the stream.
All right, give me a second. I'll look it up. What am I looking up now?
Which level of hell is the sexual degeneracy level?
Yeah, Dante's Inferno, levels of hell, and just read them all off to us. That's content right there.
Sure, if you say so.
It's even appropriate for Sunday.
I think the first one is furries. He's talking about woman wolf.
Furries don't want actual animals; they just want people who look like animals.
David, this isn't woke hell. This is regular hell.
Oh,
Oh, now my friends are going to be so insulted. I've got some very anti-woke friends who are furries.
Yeah, they're not all
Okay,
woke.
the
That's
second
There-
circle of hell is the lust.
Which
yeah,
circle?
violence
The
and
second.
bestiality. The first one
Oh,
is
it's the
violence and
second.
bestiality. Yeah, first is violence and bestiality.
Huh.
Fraud, malice. Yeah, it's different.
Okay, wait. David, read off all 7 and I'll see how many of them we've hit on today.
No, this is the this is the prelude to hell.
No. I want to hear the 7 circles and I want to see how many of them we've actually hit today in our conversation.
And it's 9 circles.
Yeah, there's 9.
Yeah, that's right. Read them and I'll tell you each one if we've actually hit something like that in our conversation.
Okay, there's the prelude to hell. Then there's 9 circles.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 preludes and 9 circles.
Go ahead, just start at the beginning.
Okay, in the prelude, you have the first act. Right. And the first act consists of malice, bestiality, fraud, violence, right?
Yeah, we've hit those topics today.
Then in the second act, the second act is actually an offer of redemption, where you have the Virgin Mary. Then you have the pathway to hell in the third act.
I think we've hit all of those easily enough with our conversation today. So
Yeah.
let's go to the levels now.
Okay, the third
Yeah, the
act is. Hey, hold on. The third act is unrequited love, screams of unrequited love, rebellion, and all sorts of other things, right? Then you actually get to hell.
Alrighty.
Okay, we're in hell. Let's go. I mean,
First
9
section,
circles.
limbo.
Oh shit!
The,
Oh
un-
shit, Sean.
the first limbo. That's the unbaptized
Mm.
and virtuous pagans.
Yep.
Virtuous pagans.
The people that weren't saved but are considered unclean in the eyes of God. Yes.
Yeah. Second, lust.
Oh yeah.
that's my level. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
Third
So
level.
second. All right. Yeah.
let's keep going.
Sure, I'm gonna end up.
Fourth level, greed.
I'm gonna end up.
Wait, I can't hear him. What was the third?
He loves to interrupt, doesn't he? Gluttony, then greed, wrath. Then you get what's called the entry to dis. That's not actually a circle. That's actually it's actually called the Red Mosque, and it's a tower. It's halfway.
Yeah.
There's actually stages of hell, and then outside the circle, there's various destinations, and it actually involves poetry for of all things. And
Well,
fallen
Dante Alighieri was a poet, so
yeah. So we get to so the entrance to this is the 2 circles are separated. The first half is limbo, lust, gluttony, greed, wrath, and then you get the entrance to this. This is basically the Stygian masses guarded by a mosque, and only fallen angels in a mosque who basically guard the entry to make sure that only the worst pass through. And the first one starts with heresy, then violence, then fraud. Then you've got another guardians. Then you've got treachery. And then you actually have in the center actual hell where Satan is with the worst of the worst. So there's 9 circles and many destinations up.
It sounds like almost all of them have been hit on by our topics today.
we have not made it to the worst of the worst.
Not quite yet. We're getting close.
Anime knows the way he's looking at us. Yep, he's ready. He's got the chain gun.
I think I need to bust out the lock. We can just cover them all in one.
Rosetta, I do have a suggestion on how we could get there.
Oh, do tell.
We could reach out to some of your old buddies from War Campaign.
God, no, please don't.
You said, yeah, you said
even
you were
bring
intrigued.
those fucking bastards up, please.
Okay.
I'll have to tell you some of the shit they actually tried to pull on me someday.
Yeah, that's probably not good for a monetized stream. We've already done enough damage.
You think?
Look at that man, no chat face. Isn't he? He's got the chain. He's getting ready to chainsaw for everybody. I think he's definitely going for violence here.
Okay, but is he holding a bear trap, leathered up in baby oil, and got a stick of dynamite sticking out his ass crack?
Nice. He's not Caleb. He's
How the
still
hell did we gain
Doomslayer.
2 viewers through that joke?
Huzzah!
Do you get the Caleb reference, or does even Doomslayer go over your head?
I got it, but also there's another reason why that's funny, and I will not utter it here.
Oh boy. I am feeling more innocent the longer I'm on this stream with you guys, and I'm the one sitting here with a chain around my neck.
It's not a chain; it's an albatross.
Oh no.
Oh. I'm amazed it's not a choker by at this point.
Yeah, I don't do those.
So how many of you are over Marvel?
It went like, what the fuck?
So how many are crying that Ant-Man is now officially a dud?
Well, and that's the thing. As far as Ant-Man goes, the concept of the movie sounded intriguing, but I knew they would screw it up. And the problem is when you take one of the most powerful Avengers villains and relegate him to a single hero, everybody's like, oh, they relegated him to an Ant-Man villain. It would have been the same. It would have been just as bad if they had made him a single like a villain to any single hero, even Captain America or Thor. You cannot make Kang the Conqueror a single villain hero. It just does not work. And especially not a team of tiny ones. I mean, and I love Ant-Man. I always have. The fact that they went with Scott Lang and the way they did Kirk Douglas and everything, I absolutely loved the storyline for the first movie. The second movie was incredible, but I knew this. I mean, we're drawing an end to Phase 4 here. I knew it was going to be shit. And no matter how cool it sounded, no matter how much they tried to drum it up, there was no hope for it at all. And I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Actually, me and 3 other people left like midway through the movie after seeing MODOK, what they did to him. I just got up and left.
I think
they did.
See, I'm the smart one. I tuned out long ago, and I don't give a fuck.
See, but that's another thing. That's another thing. MODOK is another villain that no single hero really tries to take on. And they put 2 Avengers level villains in a I get it. I get it. We've got the whole Ant team there. I understand that. My problem is that these guys are the type of threats that you get entire A-list teams after, and relegating them.
They're supposed to be more powerful than Thanos. Yet here he is, Scott Lang punches him in the face, and it's like,
well, it depends on which point you meet Kang the Conqueror, because his base form is not more powerful than Thanos, but his his ultimate power forms, like any of his big power forms, they are on par or more powerful.
Yeah, but it was a movie made for normies that deliberately did not follow canon. And the thing is, you lose the fans, and then the normies go, what is this? And they start looking up and saying, he's weak. Why is he weak?
I have one little thing to sing to explain my position on everything involving Marvel now. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks to give.
Yeah,
that's it.
I rallied my fucking army, but it's been fucking defeated. Yeah, no, I know. I love that. Crack me up.
But yeah, not even a dollar movie ticket couldn't redeem that one. I just went and went to go see.
Well, I'll tell you, I did not. I watched one episode of She-Hulk to humor a family member. I ain't watching the rest of that. I didn't bother with Kamala Khan. I did not bother with Love and Thunder. I did not bother with.
I am not watching Living Thunder Thighs.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I did not bother with Wakanda Forever. Like that, it's dead to me. I watched the Spider-Man movie because all three of the Spider-Men were in it, and it was more Sony than. Yeah, but Sony's got their own problems. You look at what they're doing to anime and video games right now, and they've got their own woke agenda going just from the other end. So it's getting hard to support anything because no matter what you support, you wanna support good behavior, but then they still take that money and put it into the shit that
It's like this whole fucking argument, debate, protest, whatever the fuck you want to call it, that's been going on with all this stupid stuff with the freaking Harry Potter game. The game's made by a freaking woke company. And a bunch of wokies are getting a bunch of people to buy the game in goals. And I'm sitting there going, this is so kabuki. It's not even fucking funny. It is. It's been absolutely played on both sides to turn on each other so the company can make more money.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Which I'm not. Again, they're making money. I don't begrudge them that. But people thinking they're taking some kind of stand by either playing it or not playing it. That is kind of silly.
Wake up, precious. Wake up, precious. Wow, you've been played. You've been played like a fiddle. You've been bent over. You're being shown the two. You're played.
Playing three-finger roulette here.
Which is why I have a feeling that the Mario movie is probably going to dominate all of April and beyond.
See, and what I'm worried about, the biggest reason I'm worried about that Mario movie, and I've taken so many hits from both sides because of this, but the biggest reason I'm worried about that Mario movie is from the first trailer, all we have seen is Mario being made a fool out of over and over again. Luigi's the one who gets captured by Bowser. The princess seems to be saving the day, and I'm, and of course they can call me sexist. They can, they can complain all they want, about my viewpoint. But the problem is that in every version, and I mean every iteration, from the comics to the manga to the 80s movie that was on, that's subtitled, or the old series in the United States, it does not matter. In every version, even the Bob Hoskins movie, Mario might trip and fall somewhere, but he pops right up and usually gets a pretty good handle on things pretty quick. They're making him basically learn from scratch. And he never had to learn. His learning curve was just that damn good. Mario is a short, fat Italian Superman. Changed my mind. The point is that it's literally named. This whole franchise is named the Super Mario Brothers for a reason, because the two of them are supposed to be the titular characters. They are supposed to be the end all cure all to everything.
But tough men rescuing women is bad. Somehow we're supposed to believe that men should never try to save us. Well, at the same time, we're supposed to blame men for everything because they didn't take care of us. It's ridiculous double standard that makes no sense.
Well, and on top of that, I don't know where they got the notion that tough women don't get captured or kidnapped or whatever. I mean, for the love of God, Princess Zelda's been, captured a dozen times over, and she's always been portrayed as relatively tough. The whole thing just she's far from the only one, but that was the first one. I was comparing Nintendo to Nintendo.
They captured and preyed upon too. It's reality.
Yes, they do.
It's fucking reality.
It is. It absolutely is. Ain't nobody doesn't need to be saved once in a while. The thing is that for a first outing starring Super Mario in a Super Mario Brothers movie, you know, this isn't Princess Peach and the Toadettes. You know, I'm just saying, it's, you know, they do seem to really be leaning on him.
Let's be clear. Princess Peach was never that tough of a woman. She was always a bit whiny and pathetic.
Yeah, well, maybe not whiny, because they didn't really give her that much of a personality. She didn't have enough of a personality to be whiny. She just screamed help, and then you found her.
I found that whiny, but that's me.
Oh, well, yeah, but I just, you know, we never got any scenes of her sitting in her jail cell and, you know, Bowser's camp, like, you know, singing to the stars because, you know, she's been captured, you know. I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, I was kind of trying to make a Disney princess reference there. And
masturbating while you make a joke and it came out weird.
I'm not going to admit to that. But anyway, the point, I mean, but I have to cry because that's all I've got for lubrication right now. The point is that when it's all said and done. Oh man, no, I'll tell you. Sorry, that reminded me of another thing. No, I remember when I was a teenager, I was playing football in high school, and the coach standing around talking, and he's like, where the hell did my damn tissue box go off my desk? Like, coach comes out there yelling. He's like, don't make me start inspecting y'all. Whichever one of y'all's dick is sharp as a tack is gonna have to run laps. Anyway, I have a very interesting background full of terrible dark humor. I just realized that between my family and other adults that you know that were responsible for me with my upbringing, I might have an excuse for why I'm like this.
No.
I'm not going to use it as an excuse. It's just, you know, no,
If you say you might have an excuse, then I might have an excuse.
Well, I mean,
I have an excuse. You guys know what I've been through.
Yes, that's true. That's true, but I don't think a dark sense of humor is something you have to earn. You've earned other.
You want
dark humor?
Yeah.
You want dark humor?
All right, come on.
All right.
Do not get my channel struck.
Hold on a second. David, hold on. Before you start, just remember, we're not on Anime Night's channel. We're on Rosetta's
We're on both.
channel.
All right.
Oh, we're on both. Just try to feel friendly.
A Russian dementia care facility is using Joe Biden as a patient set. You know, the patient sample cards. They're using his image on patient sample cards for dementia symptoms.
Oh dear.
I don't find that.
That's the ultimate trolling.
I find that perfect and accurate.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just for us. We call that Tuesday.
Yeah, but making fun of dementia is dark. You shouldn't make fun of dementia.
Why? I make fun of my Parkinson's and start talking about twitching like a epileptic cat and heat.
If you got Parkinson's, it's different. It's different when somebody with Parkinson's makes fun of their twitching. Yes.
I already got yelled at for using the R word, so you know.
I don't know. My husband made the point that as I get more further in this condition, the few things he can look forward to is that at least I'll shake more during things.
Oh no!
Shaking, baby. Yeah, you really want dark? During sex, flashlights. When have sex with an epileptic.
Like what? I was going to say what? Yeah, I was going to say when Rosetta, when all he's got to do is like skip one of your med doses so he can get a more entertaining ride that night.
Trust me, it doesn't get more entertaining. I live to please. I mean,
Well, you were talking about Parkinson's. So.
I know. I just have to.
Yeah.
I love to be pleasing. I don't know what's wrong with me, but whatever's wrong with me, I'm going to blame Geek for today.
That's fair. That is the most based thing you have said all day, and you've been a wellspring of based behavior today. I accept full responsibility today, and only today.
That's okay. I'll blame you for a long time. I just won't always
That's
tell you.
now her
I mean,
ringtone. You know that, right? That is now her ringtone.
hey, actually, they finally fucking did it. They finally changed a lot of these stupid phones from this era where they were making your own ringtones. The recent update actually re-added that option, so you can make your own ringtones again. I've got plans. Yeah. I've got plans for my phone now that I have that button. I've got plans.
Oh God, she's gonna make up the ringtone.
No. First one I was gonna do is Karinka. And her raging tirade of swear words when she was pissed off in the opening of one of the episodes. So Fatal messaged me, and all of a sudden my phone will start screaming and cussing and stamping at people right in the middle of the store. Fatal's like, I'm going to have to send you more messages.
She'll be like, fuck, shit, 3 messages in a row.
Okay, so I'll tell you though, Rosetta, I just recently discovered a channel, and she's apparently been in all, like, adjacent to all the groups I've been a part of. So I don't know why I just found her not too long ago, but I've heard her go on some rants that rival yours. Like, does anybody know the YouTuber by the name of Saggy Melons?
Yes.
I'll tell you, she was hitting some Rosetta level power levels there for a little bit. Like,
you know what's ironic about that? You know what's ironic about that? You know what's ironic about that is that me and her used to stream together with Piper over on Snowdub's channel.
That makes so much sense.
He gets it from you.
Actually, Snowdub has invited me to be a guest at some point.
I
like Snowdub. It's pretty cool.
In fact, Geek, if you go to my channel, you can find where I interviewed her too. There's
cool.
a clip. I have to find a clip. My best friend Richard, I talk about all the time. There's actually a clip that they made fun of for months from This Week in Bullshit, where she started really nagging on him and making jokes at him and making like weird come-ons to him. And he started laughing so hard he fell out of his chair on air.
Oh wait, is this the Richard that you just pictures to?
And so they were doing song videos using like the bodies hit the floor, and I had Hunky Chunky going in chat for months every time he saw Richard going, "Let the furry hit the floor, let the furry hit the floor."
God.
Yeah, speaking of furry art, did you do that request for me?
Yeah,
not you specifically, but for Richard.
Got it. I got to send him the pictures because I've been a little busy the last few days, but we're going to try to work on it in the next few here soon.
Okay, I was just wondering. So.
But yeah, I've actually got some interesting footage between the three of us because she has a little bit of a thing for those English accents on people.
Really?
So she was kind of hitting on Richard a lot. In fact, he posted a picture in one of the groups of him having had just cut his hair, and she literally responded in the group chat, "Great, now what am I supposed to grab onto while I'm stuffing your head down there?"
Uh-oh.
Sorry, hold on.
So I guess the answer is yes, I know her.
Sorry.
Yeah, my only point was that she was hitting, like, it was very reminiscent of some of your rants. It was it was a sight to behold.
By the way, I will be introducing a puppet pretty soon, so.
Of course you will.
I will do puppet shows, and all you guys watch me can ask myself if somebody here will get made for me a gothic busty chick puppet with kind of a little bit of a red skin tone and maybe a feather.
Yeah. Okay.
And the funny thing is, he is going to be a foul mouth, medieval referencing knight who screams at me because I don't know how to promote my channel for shit, and will just probably sit there with a waifu pillow.
And of course he's gonna be like, "Why must you fail me so often?"
All of a sudden he turns. He's like, "What the hell are you on about, you buggering goon?" Something like that. Yeah.
I can't wait to introduce him. It's gonna be awesome.
Do you know what one of my favorite moments, speaking of puppets, actually is that I've done on my channel? Was actually when I interviewed Snowdub, because I waited for him to try to do his rap, and then I actually started jiggling and screwed up his rap.
That's great.
So then about the time he lost track of everything and he couldn't keep his focus, he sat there and had Jolly turn and start looking sideways at where I was going. Like,
so Snowdub gave me the idea. I watched their Degenerate Puppet Show last night with him, Saggy, Brandon the anime guy, Culture Casino, there was one more. There was a few more. Wazzle and oh god, I forget the green puppet's name already. Oh god damn it, I should know this.
Is it Flora? From Under a Rock or a different one?
Gronk or something. I'll look up.
There's too many of them. I'm having trouble keeping track of them lately.
But and there's also Sasha too. Sasha was hilarious last night. Well, they all were hilarious, and then the Gonzo one, Jolly, he gets pissed off and he gets the manager, and it's the Snowman puppet. I'm like, oh, this just got more interesting. So in a sense, the puppet that I'm going to be introducing is going to be like that. And it's going to be a bit hilarious because I have some skits planned for him, which will be hilarious enough. And he will most likely appear in streams here and there. So be on the lookout for that one.
You could debut him on my channel.
I probably could. I'm
wondering how many subs I lost today with this degeneracy.
The problem is I'm got to find out.
You didn't lose any subs.
Are you sure? Because I've got a lot of old people who follow my animal stuff.
Holy crap! Yeah, you might have lost some subs today.
Yeah, the problem is the ones you gain.
Yeah, I would be way more afraid. I would be way more afraid of anybody that heard my rant today or heard any of my ranting today and was like, "Oh yeah, I'm following." They probably have an 8-inch tentacle shoved clear up to their throat. It's probably like yeah, okay. It's like it's been lost in there for months.
Wow.
Like a Chris Angel trick.
What, the disappearing dick? I mean,
well, no, they shove it up their rectum, and 8 months later, it comes out their throat.
Oh no!
I take responsibility for that. David, come back! I promise I'll be good.
No, you won't.
I'll be better than that. I'll be good as a relative term, but holy crap, I didn't mean to run the man off.
He's probably having internet connection.
He literally cringed and then disappeared, so I felt really bad. I feel like I might have shoved up the tentacle just a little too far.
Fuck's sakes, what's wrong with you today?
Oh.
There he is.
Oh, thank God. David, I thought Anime Night had run you off, man.
Hey!
My wireless glitched. My wireless glitched for some reason.
Mine did that earlier. I hate it when that happens.
Wow, you really just threw Anime under the bus for your behavior.
I didn't catch
I have
any
no-
of that.
I told him, thank God, I thought Anime Night had run you off.
Yeah. So yes, I said something about the tentacle coming out the nose, and that I said, I can imagine Anime Night saying, "Yeah, it's just anime." And I'm going, "No, it's hentai, you normie."
Well, I'm still saying all you'd have to do is, and Rosetta, I mean, we could be business partners on this. We could make a lot of money. You make a line of sex toys, and it's a dildo that has a diaphragm cup in it. It's called the Bloodletter, and it looks like a leech. It's very period.
Period piece. But as a ching, yes. I don't know. There's already a.
Think of everything you've said today and wager the fact that you've actually gotten this banner now.
Just a second, you're in my pocket. I have to see what the banner says.
Bumped it the second time. 1 sec. Come back up. Come on. My computer's lagging a bit.
Oh.
I prefer the term self-gratifier.
Shut up, wanker.
Either way you look at it, we're wank banking.
Yeah.
I'm leaving the banner up for a bit.
That's fair.
You know what's sad is I've got a guy that shows up on my streams a lot when I do the Friday ones who keeps telling me how horrible he is, and I keep trying to tell him you're not that bad, actually.
Yeah, if you have to tell somebody you're horrible, you're pretending.
Oh, don't get me wrong. He makes a lot of ridiculous, horrible jokes. It's just when you compare him to the group I hang out with.
Oh, yes. But, I mean, if somebody knows...
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Yeah.
Heavily.
Oh, you resemble that remark, yes. But no matter how horrible you are at humor, if you have to tell somebody, you're definitely a try-hard.
To be fair, there's a difference between you're telling people because you want them to say, oh, yeah, you're badass and stuff, versus I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me, like Geek's been doing, which is what he usually does.
You know what's wrong with him.
No. I continuously insist that I'm not that bad. There's a difference.
But there isn't such a thing as they're not doing it because they're wanting attention so much as they just they say shit and then go, why the hell?
Oh, I definitely want the attention.
You're a fucking hoe for attention.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm an attention hoe. I always have been. Yeah.
You for attention are the same kind of hoe that Fatal is for, femboys.
Yes, I suckle at the teat of attention dopamine.
Actually, femboys is a cry for attention. Chasing femboys is a it's a whole different story. But yes, femboys are a cry for attention.
No, I was just saying that Fatal has a thing for femboys.
Obviously, they're not crying hard enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so bend them over, hit it harder. I mean,
I was gonna go the other direction on that, like pull them up and make them sit on it.
Baseball bats are not sex toys.
At this point, I am trying really hard not to look like I'm as degenerate as the rest of you.
See, there's also something I'm very good at doing. It's bringing out your degeneracy.
Come on, this little old lady.
I'm a sweet little innocent housewife. Look at the kind of stuff I'm doing.
Look, there's a sweet little old lady wagging her finger saying, birds of a feather! Birds of a feather!
Oh, no. Oh,
Come
no.
together?
probably somebody doing a better reading of Dante's Hell and Circles of Hell and putting up labels on the screen beside our names. Yep, this one's down 9. He's sitting on the edge of this middle.
I have probably broken all those reins right about now.
Nah, I doubt it. There's no violence. Come on, no violence.
Oh no, I was getting
been plenty violent in my life. I mean,
well that, and I was pretty violent earlier. I was telling them all sorts of violent things.
Well, there you go. You've got the.
I'm
label.
going to make some stuff.
Nice.
Ta-da!
See, I've got pride. I definitely broke the pride barrier. I got a new review on my book, and last night I was going on about it on my vlog. So I definitely got the pride part
And
done,
I just
right?
don't care.
See, the thing is, it's quite liberating when you have all pride and no dignity.
You would know.
I've got some dignity,
It opens
Or
so many doors.
It opened so many rectums. I mean,
Yeah,
Wrecked him and damn near killed him. Never mind.
I'm probably the proud pagan at the front desk saying, "Was it warm in here?"
see, I don't know.
Although technically, I don't know.
I'm
Actually,
a
I don't know why
sweet,
people say hell is warm.
innocent housewife who never did anything wrong. I'm innocent, pure, delicate, and loving.
Get your husband on here so we can ask him to verify all that.
No.
Yeah, better yet, put your mom on here.
God, no. She would.
My guess do not represent.
No. You guys would talk for 5 minutes, and my mom would be disavowing my life and trying to get me to quit.
Yeah.
See, I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Rosetta, because she raised you.
Do you know what she said to me when I told her I was going to start streaming?
Huh?
Congratulations. I'll never watch your streams.
I'm not telling you to have her watch. I'm telling you, just pretend you're on like a 5-way phone call. She won't know the difference.
Yes,
Yeah,
she will. She's not a technological idiot like I am.
Oh, okay. Oh, damn. See, I wasn't going to tell you to lie to her. I was just going to be like, tell her you're voice chatting with your friends, and then just have her sit there while we. Yeah. This is seeming like less and less of a good idea. The more I'm talking, I'm going to be quiet now.
You're going to be quiet?
If
It's
that's
a
possible.
miracle. It's a miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle, Timmy.
Really and truly, I got people. I've got a bunch of background noise, so I'm going to mute for a minute.
We need another Timmy. What's going on with you? Got anything new?
Are you talking to me? I can't hear.
I asked if Anime Night had anything new. But
Oh, Anime Night. Yeah. Speak.
yeah, he's muted. He's mute. Struck down.
That's the herpes. He said, know how to treat it.
No, I'm
He's having
good.
an
I'm just enjoying the degeneracy right now. I've got to put this in the channel intro. That's what I'm probably gonna have to do. Is like
yeah.
be
He's rocking
brutal and
backwards and
honest.
forwards. He's rocking
What
backwards
we've
and
learned
forwards.
today,
He's definitely
Anime,
doing a
is
bit
they're
of
worse.
selfie.
What we've learned today, Anime, is that they're worse when I'm hosting.
I'm surprised
Anime
nobody's
Night,
fucking
a
rope bunnies right
selfie
now.
is when you take your picture, not self-gratify on camera.
I'm amazed.
The
I'm
picture of your
amazed by these
face, but
fucking
of
rope bunnies right now.
self-gratification. Yes. Oh, worse. They're the worst.
Anime Night. All you need for an opening is to get put on a poncho and a sombrero. Hold a skull in your hand that like you're about to quote Macbeth, but then turn it under your arm like you're carrying a football and proudly proclaim, candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker and sex won't rot your teeth.
If I had a sombrero, that would have been perfect. Unfortunately, the one we had got destroyed.
So, Portland school teacher.
Nope.
Because we had a mini sombrero, I would have probably gotten away with it because it would still count. and I could still do the thing, but unfortunately, one of the
Look,
dogs
if you-
ripped to pieces.
If you want a good intro, get a nice little blank section of wall, a nice little stand just below the camera line, and take stills of your anime pieces, and then put them on a stream then put them in an editor, and just say 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, 15 seconds, and just have the different figures. There you go. And the last one will be this
I
giant.
could do that. My video editing has gotten a bit better over time, but
I'm innocent.
I'm saving like the
sweet,
bigger. I'm saving
pure.
the bigger projects for when I get the PC. The bigger projects are going to be coming.
Don't
out.
roll your eyes, Fatal.
Rosetta,
I should
nobody
send
believes
you a
that.
Christmas card.
I'm sweet, innocent angel.
I didn't say you weren't. I said nobody believes it.
No. She's an angel. Just she's fallen far.
Actually, Rosetta, there is another anime character I have frapped to about 136 times, and that's Subaru.
Yeah.
Kick your ass.
Yes, it worked.
Mother- no. You do not fat for Lady Subaru. I don't even fat for Lady Subaru.
It's a waifu
Well, you
fight.
better have the endurance to do it 136 times, and then we'll meet there.
Oh, you're not. I don't advise meeting between that mess.
No. You could go find a hotel room.
Oh, actually, I could piss off Victor right now if he was here, but I'm gonna wait until he's here.
Oh, that's okay. I can piss off Victor too. All I have to say is I fucked Apex Clan and then I wore her skin.
Oh, come on. He's the one I had to do that drawing for.
Yeah, and he'll probably say I'd still bang you anyway, Fatal, because you dress like Ace Clan. He would.
Hey, I got the oddest boner right now.
But yeah, that's how many times I wrapped it to Subaru, which reminds me
I forgive you. At least, see, sometimes when you fap to a character, it's you show your love and respect for them, really, in a crazy, weird, weeb degenerate sense.
This is.
But
reminding me
Is
of-
there another way?
Okay. Never mind.
Actually,
So-
do you want? Actually, to Motoko Kusanagi, I about 156 knocked her up, kidnapped her, and had fun for 48 hours and wore her skin at the end of the day.
how the hell are you surviving against Motoko? Come on, she'd kick your ass. Even Armitage would kick your ass. Even Chris would kick your ass.
I could kick his
We're
ass.
talking-
What are you talking about?
Hey,
These are
hey,
people
hey,
watching-
hey! Hold up! Obviously, she wanted it. Duh.
Trust me, there's a lot of pent up sexual frustration within that chick. So, bonus points.
With all of them, yeah, I can see that. One of
So
them.
yes, so Bubba is correct that she did want it. So Bubba is correct on that one.
Yeah, I mean, heck, the Templar's a freak.
Hear that, Rosetta? Somebody said I was correct.
Well, yeah, but it's the degenerate freak who I could kick his butt.
Whatever. I will say this,
It still counts.
The short-haired girl and domestic girlfriend is best girl.
I could go further into Lady Subaru, but I'm afraid I might break your brain, Fatal.
No, listen. You've gone far enough. All right, you're already right at her chest level.
I could go further than
See,
that.
I
right
was
now if
about
I
to make a
want
joke about him not being able to reach that far, but then there you went the other direction.
Listen,
Well,
he's trying to break me, but the only thing I can do is try to match his degeneracy, okay? It's the only thing I can do. I can't back down now.
Well, I suppose probably knocking her up, like after she had the baby, I can knock her up again and come so badly that it will come out of her nostrils and mouth and out her asshole, and probably drag her around for 3 hours.
Hey, what kind of fucking are you watching? You're watching some weird all the way through shit. That's wow. I'm sorry, dude.
Never go full hentai on the first date. Jeez, didn't your mama tell you anything?
Gosh.
Keep in mind, I'm just saying this with brutal honesty. That's
Whatever.
what's so scary about
I
this.
will take the dirty pair girls and just. I'll take the. Listen, I will knock you out. And
I
take
would
the
take
dirty
your mama out
and
just to
really make
slap her
them
for
dirty
that
pair.
one. Anime night, I'd take
I
your
will
mama out just
NPR
to slap
you
her
in
for
front
that
of
one.
fucking dirty pair girls. I swear to God.
I did frap to both of them.
That's okay.
It would be 200 for one of them and 190.
The question is, how come he doesn't have spots worn out on his penis like a Worry Stone at this point?
He's yeah, you know, I should be investing in lubrication. You know, but
The angels you prefer.
I
Jade
should
or Yuri?
What's
But
that?
the thing is, Anime Night's over here, going full hentai. But all I can think is we're waiting on Matt, who's gonna describe some unholy, combination of Jabba the Hutt and Davy Jones in a Jello match.
Oh, what?
With robots involved.
Yeah, but
Sorry, dogs for barking.
Fatal.
What?
Which of the lovely angels do you prefer? Jade or Yuri?
Can't remember which their names are. I haven't seen the show in a while, even though I've got the DVD. The long-haired one.
Somehow this is my fault for bringing up Ant-Man.
I'm just sitting here making dream catchers, looking at that banner every time you guys say something crazy or insane.
Sanus for the win.
Madman, does that answer your question? Who did I say? It was long-haired, but I can't remember. That's Yuri, right?
Yeah, the long-haired, blue-haired girl. Yeah,
Long-haired
Yuri.
person. Okay, making sure. That's what it's
You're not a true simp if you don't know the name.
I never said I was a simp. It's like
Yes, you did. You said you're our simp, bitch.
of Yuri from Dirty Pants.
Our simp. Our simp.
Yes, your guys is simp. That's different.
That still makes you a
Keep
simp.
up.
Actually, I'm more of a degenerate gigolo, basically.
No, you're not.
Honestly, Anime Night, I'm surprised you haven't made one of them SOP accounts. If you know what I'm
Don't
talking
tap
about.
me.
You don't know what that means?
Don't.
All
tap
right,
me.
I'm going to the private chat real quick.
I would not click that link, whatever he puts in there.
I'm
Do not.
putting it in.
I would not click that link.
Yeah,
I survived 2
Guys,
girls, 1 cup, the BME Pain Olympics, 1 man, 1 jar, everything under the sun.
1 man, 1 jar. Really? Are you kidding me? I went through the gauntlet.
Oh my God. 2 girls, 1 cup, and 1 man, 1 jar. What? Yeah, I think I'm gonna bug out, guys. This is just getting a little too. This is just getting a little too. Fucking weird.
A little too personal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're hitting him right where it counts in what he's done. I mean,
Right in the tentacle taint.
Oh yeah. See you guys.
Later, man.
Yeah.
Oh no, poor Matt. His brain fried. He doesn't know what to do.
All right.
Oh,
all right,
you know
Anime
what he's doing. He's gonna go wank one.
But
Anime
to
Night, I
who,
told
though?
you,
To who
I'm
is the
surprised you
question?
haven't made an account for the SOPs yet, but I put exactly what it means in the private chat, so go ahead and look it up. Or not look it up, but like just read it and you'll understand.
I have it minimized just in case it's glowing. Is it glowing? Is there anybody dead yet?
That's
Anybody,
awesome.
has it killed anybody?
Surprise! Like seriously, my NSFW account is like full of those kind of accounts. I'm just like retweet. I am literally degenerate. So.
Yeah, whereas most of the more twisted fetish thoughts I have, I don't share with the public.
This is fucking hilarious. Hero's expression is priceless. Gone now.
So sorry, somebody from work like popped up at the window. I had to like mute everything real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't blame you.
If any of you say this out loud, I will out you out as being pieces of shit that don't respect privacy.
Oh, you mean the private chat if anybody says it out loud? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, I'm surprised you haven't made one of them accounts, and if you have, hopefully I haven't retweeted it already.
Maybe. It depends.
I have. Oh god.
It depends. It depends because.
Am I the only person with only one account?
I have 3 accounts.
There's a reason I put that in private chat.
Yeah, that does not surprise me at all.
I think I only have one Twitter account.
Thanks a lot, geek. Fuck you.
I wasn't shaming you. I was just saying it makes sense.
Well, it's obvious. It's pretty obvious, but I'll leave it.
You strike me as a handcuffs and hand grenades kind of gal.
All right, since we're going private, this doesn't leave private chat.
If they go much further into this, I will get pissy. But yes.
Oh, you got one of those kings too?
No. Not I told you I'm germophobic, for fuck's sakes.
Hey, urine is sterile.
No, it's not. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that's an old myth. But anyway, yeah. It's technically sterile unless if there's that much ammonia in it, unless you've got some sort of disease or something.
I guess Anime Night bugged out, or he lagged out, or something.
Probably lagged. I gotta see.
Dude, fatal. That's we knew that.
No duh, fatal.
Right. I thought you guys didn't.
That's more of a no duh than their reaction to what I said.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised by that.
What I said?
Yeah, you know what? If I have to, I will. If I have to, I'll write a story just for you.
You.
With one of the themes, I wouldn't know where to begin with to write the other theme, but okay. Oh, this ought to be good. I admit to nothing. This ought to be good.
Aside from that, they are ironically at my Comic-Con, at the Comic-Con I'm going to, they have a burlesque one. They have like an event there that's burlesque, and I'm curious about that one.
Oh my!
Oh my!
And then they have a raver one, a masquerade one, the burlesque one. I forget what else they have, but it's very interesting from what I was told. So hopefully, if I can request the time off and go for 3 full days this year, hopefully I can. I might attend one of those events.
You had better.
Fatal, you look like you're having thoughts.
Yeah, Fatal's over there like, okay, where is this and when and at what time? No.
No, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm like, I gotta write this shit down so I can make story.
No, I thought he was looking at what I said in private.
Yeah, that I actually was. I'm sitting there thinking about it, and I'm like, all right.
The only thing that they do have they
My
do
idea
have
is to follow my
they have
story.
the drag queen stuff, but luckily it's more like rounded and everything
See, I don't,
because they have put, hey, look, no kids, adults only.
see, I don't mind drag queens and drag shows as they were as burlesque as adults
Yeah.
only.
Yeah. What consenting adults pay to go do, that's perfectly fine. Or see or do in the comfort of their own homes or whatever. But the whole point is consenting adults in their right mind.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you just exemplified me from everything I do.
That, you know what I mean. That what
In their
might
right mind, why am I
Yeah.
being excluded?
what might be your right mind might not be everybody else's.
How dare you assume I'm in my right mind?
What's up,
I love
fuckers?
you.
How you doing, Richard?
Oh God.
On this day in 2018, Greta Thunberg said
Hi,
we've only got
Richard.
5
Welcome
years
to
to
the
live.
stream.
Hey, furry bastard! There's my furry.
Howdy.
We're having fun, Richard. It's crazy as hell. Did I forget to mute on the other camera? Have you been able to hear all this? That is a question of the day, isn't there?
Oh, God, it must be.
You feel a fucking degenerate. You forgot to mute.
I was talking to him backstage. He's still technically in the other StreamYard, so if I have to mute, he's been hearing everything we've been saying.
That is awesome. I absolutely regret nothing.
I don't regret anything. What you heard is what you got.
No regret, no shame, and no sympathy.
I don't
It's
have
okay,
any
you're not
sympathy.
You're not going to freak him out. Trust me. I know the kind of shit he's saying.
We have no shame. We are complete degenerates in this chat.
Richard, get your ass in here. Go to the kitchen for an hour or so and come join. I haven't streamed much with you in a long time for fun.
Oh, he posted up a couple of
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Damn.
Hell yes.
which hair though? Which hair?
Richard, I'll send you the link. Come on, get in the kitchen and join us. It's been too long since we've actually really bullshitted on a stream. And you don't have that crappy computer that wouldn't run last time you tried.
Join us! Join us! We'll corrupt
One
you.
of us. One of us.
Actually, that movie was a lot darker than the final product. Apparently, there was a scene where the straw man got castrated by them, but they deemed that way too violent, and they destroyed it. From what I heard.
Please, Richard, come on. I want my
Oh my
40 in here.
You people
We
need
don't.
help.
We just need to get together and watch ultra-violent Japanese movies. It's just the thing to do. Like Hard Revenge Mills or Naked Blood or something. It's something gore-based. Oh, that's not good. What the fuck is going on here? There's so much comments popping in.
Richard, I want you to come in here and join the stream. I'm going to nag. You can go to the kitchen. It's late enough.
Oh.
Come on, join the stream. Join the stream.
All right. All right.
Check
So-
backstage in our
Yeah.
chat. Join the stream.
Yeah, it is time.
I see you smirking, Richard. Come on, do it.
Yeah, it's time for us to start chanting dick, 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 dick. Never mind.
Go in the
So,
kitchen.
look,
Grab the
What-
shake
what-
pot,
what-
please.
Eagle, we'll have to get Saggy on here one of these days.
Oh Lord, have
It's
mercy. That woman's
If
got
she
an.
has
Hadn't she been through enough?
It doesn't have to be now. It's a future time.
Now
It
Rosetta
doesn't have to be
deserves it. Rosetta deserves it, but you know.
Hasn't she
I've
been
already
through enough?
interviewed Saggy on my channel.
No, I
It's
was
about-
saying, yeah, I'm just saying she's been through enough. She shouldn't have to put up with us. You deserve it.
How do I deserve it? I'm
sent to
a
your
good
mum.
girl.
she'll,
If you have to
realize
tell, if you have to tell, it can't be true. So not.
Yeah.
I am a good girl. By biblical standards, I was still innocent at my wedding.
Well, there you go.
And that's great. That's great. And you know, the thing is though, is that if he looks on the mind and heart, you ain't as good as you think you are.
Hey, I need to pay a hooker
What's
later.
it talking about? I'm sweet and kind and charitable.
Several things can be true. I didn't say you weren't a good person.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Rosetta, I still need to give you some extra information. By the way, I know I spent all that money, like a proper ship does.
Yeah, I was going to take a few baggies and actually make sure I send you at least about 5-6 types of tea to try.
This. Whoa! Fucking bank, Signature Bank in New York is closed.
Yep.
Shit.
Yep. Nope. And that's not just going to be. That's not just going to be a United States problem. That's about to be a worldwide problem.
No, the world's already half the world's already moving to cut you guys off. So
Yep.
it's gonna be your problem. They're already moving to cut you off.
No,
It's not.
Richard is
What I'm saying
somehow
is, it's not going to help.
read
Is
this
what I'm saying.
last set of comments.
Oh, yeah.
Richard is somehow implying that the one hosting this fuck show is a prisoner of it.
Yes. She's not. She's the warden. She's not the prisoner. She's the warden. She's got her jackboots on. Don't you worry. And a whip.
Just be aware, I'm good, sweet, innocent angel.
And a cross-country pogo stick dildo with that.
What the fuck?
No. She's got the penetrator from what's that game?
Illuminate? Send that to me, please.
No, it's a video game. Well, the president. Aliens kidnap the president, kill all life on Earth, and he's trapped in a video game.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get my friend to join here.
You know what always helps?
Saints Row. I think it's Saints Row, isn't it?
What always helps to get friends to give in to peer pressure.
Lou!
If Boobs would have helped, he would have given in a long time ago with her.
He does give in to things I want all the time. What are you talking about? I mean,
yeah. Anyway, the point is, what you got to do is you've got to insult and insinuate his masculinity for not wanting to join.
I'm not that cruel. You guys talk about it. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. I don't like where that's going, but it's interesting enough.
Okay, so she tells us to talk and we start getting quiet. That makes sense.
Saints
Yeah.
Row 4.
I have the PC ready. I'm probably gonna buy the monitor first, and then the tower, and then I'm debating. I'm debating between keeping the headset or getting like one of the little radio mic looking things. That's the part I'm debating with.
Yeah, Saints Row 4. I'm going to come after you with the Saints Row 4 penetrator if you don't behave, young man. And he says, "Oh, let me misbehave. Let me misbehave more."
I would have to ransack Fatal's wardrobe to do that.
Huh?
Exactly.
Oh
Whoa.
shit!
What'd you
Going
say?
full hentai on the first date. There you go, Fatal. You've found a partner.
What'd you say?
I said, Anime Night is going to go through your wardrobe. I said,
He's gonna go through my wardrobe.
yeah, I said
Okay.
he's gone full hentai on the first date.
Boy, he's gonna go through my wardrobe.
Well, I'm pretty sure he has a maid outfit, an octopus suit, a penguin
A
suit
furry butt plug.
with that too,
That's sexy, yeah.
and a futuristic robot. Actually, a
Wait!
futuristic
Anime.
sex
What did
robot.
Fatal say there? Fatal, what was that?
That's what he
Ah,
All that noise, all that background noise.
no, right?
Sorry.
Irritating.
Yeah, so Eagle, I actually do have a little butt plug with the ears. So.
You told me before on air, so I feel that the need to out it on you constantly.
I don't remember. I thought I told you I had plenty of dildos. I don't remember the butt plugs.
Oh, and everyone, welcome my best friend and my second in charge on my channel, Richard.
Hello.
Hello, Richard.
Rosetta, mute your
Yes?
fucking StreamYard. I'm getting echoes of you.
Oh, boo boo. There, happy baby. Richard, hi. I miss streaming with you.
Okay. Why is everybody muted now that I'm here?
I guess they ran away from the British.
I
My
did
dog-
not come here to
my
talk. I
roommate's
came here
dogs
to
were
listen to
barking.
you fuckers. I don't know why,
And-
but I did.
I was muted. I was muted because y'all complained about my background noise.
I'm not saying anything at the moment because I'm,
Trust me, they
I was
complain
only
about your
muted
foreground
because
noise
the dogs
too.
barking.
Right, so how's everybody doing? Apparently you've been to hell, you survived that. You didn't bring me along.
Yeah, we thought you'd be staring around at the entrance going, what the fuck? This is pretty scenery.
That was in my spare time. Okay?
Guys, I'll be right back. I got work issues.
I didn't
All
realize
right,
Alright.
we'll be here.
I didn't realize it. I was just looking around. I just thought it was cool.
Well, that's because that's the kind of freak that you are. You would find that cool.
Richard, your mic is upwards.
This is not my microphone. The microphone's actually in this.
It won't run the headphone microphone for him well.
Oh, okay.
Haven't you actually noticed half the time mine's up here too? I switch it all the time.
So long as you can hear me, I don't give a shit where my microphone is.
Fair play.
And
Fair play.
Tim, it's nice to see you. And also, I mean, he's
There's
not
no love
wrong. Yes, there is. You love me, damn it.
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
I go
that's
tell
where I am at in the gaming PC area. That's the only debate I have to settle.
So, Fatal, this is Richard, my best friend, the one I want to draw the weird furry avatar for you.
Thanks. Yep. So I'm Fatal. I asked Rosetta to check out my idea for I sent her a picture and I sent her like a couple of like ideas for like the
Style,
like
and I haven't gotten a chance to send those to him yet because I've been hella psycho busy the last few days.
Yeah, I haven't seen what you want, but
I'm me very.
Well, you
like,
could show him a couple of your drawings from recently.
if you want a sample of what I can provide,
that was pretty good.
that was about 5.5 hours because I kept hitting the face.
Yeah, my idea, like seriously, I'm more or less just my little persona thingy that I thought up is more of just like a Femi sheet boy. That's it.
A Femi sheet boy based on him.
Like one of the
Why
pictures
don't
you're
you show
gonna
him
get.
the picture of you as the trap so he gets a picture of how pretty you can be? It'll help
Okay.
with drawing, trust me.
I'm gonna get a lot of shit from the people across the channel.
You already get a lot of shit from the people across this channel.
All right. Well, here's my old trap self, but I don't want that.
No, but he gives him an idea of the feminine features he can give you.
But this is more the one. Like if you just take the mask and just like turn it into like a sheet level.
It hasn't turned on. I still see your camera.
Really? Oh, fuck. All right. Well, that's
what he wants is
Okay.
the inspiration for it. Now the female.
back of when I used to dress like this, which I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, we've already discussed you're too old and fat and ugly now.
Pretty convincing, actually.
Let's look at it closer so you can see the image better.
Yep,
Yes.
there's that. Oh, and here's the Adam Smasher Smashes one, and then there we go. There's me. That was most recent.
He makes a good femboy, doesn't he?
Yeah, actually, he does.
Back in the day.
I told you, Fatal, you may be a funny looking guy, but you make a sexy bitch. I mean, Richard is like,
Oh, David.
Richard here is like, if you took Zod's appearance and you stuck him on an uptight Brit.
I'm just looking and seeing that you've been going for 3.5 hours already. What?
Yes.
I know I've been listening, but I've kind of not been paying attention intentionally. What have you actually been talking about in that time?
Oh, God.
I mean, I heard the whole part about you going to the different layers of hell.
And you approved of that part.
There wasn't enough violence.
No, we're so
They
sorry.
were talking about a tentacle sex toy, but see, Saints Row 4 already did that, although they used it as a weapon where you insert it into the anus and launch somebody.
Well,
And I
that's the
think
violent
it's
part.
actually-
There we go.
And there is a Japanese company who actually makes a tentacle toy, so yeah, can't do that. It's already done.
Yeah, that sounds
Tell me about things, will you, David? I appreciate it.
If it's degenerate and somebody's thought of it, if it's degenerate, no doubt there's a Japanese company who's made it.
Well, send me the link because I might want to check them out. Just for reference.
For scientific experimentation, you got to get a reason that sounds logical. It's not for your sex toy collection. It's for scientific research.
So we're not going to count. We're not going to count the cross country pogo stick dildo as scientific.
No, that's
sex
just you
research.
being a fucking freak, anime. You're the one who counts how many times you fap to each character in anime type.
I don't even
which
do
I
that.
have magically pissed off Fatal with, so that's a success.
Hey, I'm getting
You,
over
you
it
still
now.
have
All
to
right?
do
Everybody
FAPA
comes
reviews for
back to
anime.
anyone.
Wait. Richard, I've been trying to convince Anime he has to do FAPA reviews for anime, where he talks about the animes, breaks them down like a review, but he talks about how FAPA, how many times he has and stuff too.
Fappable, I hate to say this, there used to be a Russian channel called Fappable, and they did it, and they listed all the Fappable animes and all the and scores.
He can do
The
his
Too
own
Late
version
anime.
with his own title. It doesn't have to
There
be the
you go.
same.
You have to go. Yeah, Fappable.
Richard,
I think it
you
was
look like
called.
you're trying to decide if we're actually worse than you are.
You can see it. You see it on his face. He's trying.
He's
Come
praying
on,
to
you
God
British
right now.
freak.
I can see the steam coming out of his brain. Like I could just see it.
Okay, I need to fix something here. I realize it's not balanced. Somebody doesn't have a sub name, so I have to fix that.
Okay. It's a bit generic, isn't it?
Yes, but I'm
Subname.
too tired.
Are you premium? Are you? I'm only second tier customer. You first tier customer. Are you?
I should hope so. I've been coming here
I'm
on and off for
up
about
to
3
about
years.
5'8", Tim. I'm up to about 5'8". That's what we're up to.
No, I mean premium sub to StreamYard. I'm only a regular customer.
You should all be
Pay the
premium
$20.
to me. You should all be paying me for the shit I produce. What the fuck, you lazy bastards? You're supposed to be my simps.
No, I'm just a clinger.
Why is it I have boobs like this and I don't get more simp money? Come on, people. Something's fucked up.
Hey, I send you some money all the time. I mean,
Yes,
At least
Tim,
you
I'm
admit it.
actually, if I actually stand up straight, which is hard for me to do with my back damage, I'm actually just over 5'8".
you're literally about an inch or 2 shorter.
If I slouch like I normally do because of the spine damage, I'm about 5'6". But my actual height, if I'm actually pushed up against a wall, is between 5'8".
I like. Yeah, you had to phrase it that way, being pushed up against the wall.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
about
yeah.
to say the same thing. Right, put the knife in the wall.
I am trying not to slouch because it makes it worse when you straighten up.
I can't help it. I have a hole in my spine from being trampled as a kid.
I
You told me that
popped
story.
a disc in a car accident, so I know the pain.
For some reason, I didn't like the feeling of having a high heel puncture my spine.
Hmm.
Mine was just hitting the roof of my car as I went round and round and round a couple of times, and then spun on the roof.
I think I think of all the things to make me
Look at
cringe, that
these
would've
should
been
give
the
me
worst.
super chats. Come on, look at that. What the fuck?
I'm afraid me, Anime Night, and Beaker are still the super chat. Okay.
Okay, welcome back, freak fuck. I mean,
The answer to your question is because we're all either broke or cheap.
I'm broke
Well-
too. Damn it! I don't have a computer to do my artwork.
Can I be
on.
both? Can I be both?
I can't do it for you. I'm spending your money.
Fuck's
Broke
sakes,
or
Tim.
cheap. Broke or cheap, can I be both?
I was laughing at what Tim said after I did that.
Hmm.
Howdy, Timothy.
It's
What
just
do you buy? Superlube.
brought to you by. Well, I can't say that. Never mind. I'll be good.
Thank God this.
Double barrel jigglies. Brought to you by Superlube.
We need this. We need this thing to be sponsored by Spotted Dick.
Rosetta, when was I last on your channel exactly?
You tried to come on when I had the celebration for getting monetized at the beginning of the year, but it fucked up a bunch, and then you went backstage and got pissed.
Yeah, that sounds about right for me.
Other than that, it's been about 3 or 4 times since you lost your dad a couple of years ago.
All right, DJ, what's up?
Huh?
Sounds like you're crushing a team leader.
I've got some of my very bestest friends all together, and what I'm finding out is you're all fucking degenerates.
You already knew that.
Yeah, why are you saying you're finding it out?
What's this lie about finding out today?
I swear I had no idea you were all so sick and twisted. I'm such an innocent girl.
And not all of us are fucking degenerates. I would be willing to wager that a couple of us are only jerking degenerates.
Crocodile tears.
Yeah, the degeneracy comes in circles.
Do that again and see if you poke yourself in the eye, I'll laugh at you.
Like, Anime Night is obviously a connoisseur of hentai. Congratulations, brother.
Hello. There's a lot of shit you people don't know about me.
I know about your furry butt plug.
Yeah, you know that, but you guys don't know what. You guys haven't seen my NSFW account. You see
Shut
that?
the fuck up a minute. Does it come with a tail or not? That's how you know if you're a furry or not.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it?
Richard, we had this whole discussion on one of the streams a few months ago, and we've talked about it with others. Fatal is bisexual. Before his wife, he was kind of the man-ho in a lot of the more degenerate groups.
Before your wife?
He behaves now for her because he's scared of her.
Yeah, it sounds. Yeah, his favorite activity from his teenage years rhymes with Zulaki. Fatal, you shake your head, but I don't hear you denying anything. And now you're grinning like the Cheshire Cat.
Fatal is the one who told me he's jealous of me because I have better skills in deep throating than he does.
I cannot deep throat. I tried. I can't do it. I choke every time.
See, I told Fatal you and him have enough stuff to talk about the degeneracy. It'd be fun to watch you two meet.
I promise that zipper was for my DVD case.
Nobody said a word, but now we're gonna disbelieve you.
What did we say before about telling? If you tell, it's a lie. It has to be show. Don't tell.
Show and tell, baby. Show and tell, baby. Spank, spank, spank.
It's like in a courtroom. Never volunteer information.
Literally, it's a DVD case. But while I got you
I didn't even
here,
hear it until the comment.
okay. Still, I found this little portable DVD player for $1 or $5. Anyway, it was only $5. It works great. I love this freaking the sound system on this thing. Like everything just. I figured, for a couple bucks I could roll the dice. I got it from an old woman at the flea market that was selling a bunch of random crap, and yeah, I'm very proud of this thing. Best $5 I've ever spent.
I know the feeling of having metal on my arms.
You like having metal on your arms?
Mm-hmm.
Right that thing.
I'm also technically a rope bunny.
What'd you say?
Rope bunny.
Yeah. Ropes are only okay if the wooden horse is involved.
I didn't hear the last part of that.
Ropes are only okay if the wooden horse is involved.
Weird.
You gotta have the wooden horse, and then you have to have the ankle weight. Just saying.
Also,
No. There's other ways to use ropes creatively.
never make your safe word harder or faster.
Actually, the weirdest safety word I heard
Is
was
more.
no. The weirdest safety word I heard was "fuck my windows softly."
Guys,
Yeah,
I gotta go.
yeah.
I'm gonna back out for a few minutes.
That's
My wife sent me a
what's
message.
why
Very
you're sitting on a
heartbreaking.
donut.
All right, help
No,
me get
why
back
you're
to the
sitting on
Fatal.
a donut, everybody.
Yeah, my wife just sent me a heartbreaking message, and
Hope everything's okay, man.
Oh,
well, no, it's just the background. Me and my wife we both met at our workplace a while back. We used to work for a nursing home, and so we used to take care of the residents. Well, when we got together and we had our kid, we would parade our child around to the
hey,
we parade our child
Andrew.
around to all the residents and stuff. And well, one of them who's been really good to us over the years, apparently she passed away recently. Or, you know,
Oh,
Oh,
and she sent me the funeral.
Okay, Fatal,
So,
take care of what you need to take care of, and send your wife my love so she knows we're behind her. Okay.
okay, no. Bye, guys.
yep.
I'll be back.
Shout out
I'll
to
be back.
Shout
All
out to
right.
mention anybody who hasn't subbed. Please do. We need the subs.
Fatal has a very sweet wife. Actually, I like her a lot. I've talked to her before, so yeah, send support, and we'll do what we can to be there for them.
Yeah, she's the quote unquote official member of the table as well, because I have seen her multiple times and she has interjected a few times. Very funny, very straight to the point. So please send all the support that we can get to Fatal in this time.
Meantime, this is me beating.
Oh, okay. So big news. The old lady said it doesn't hold a charge, but I just pulled the charge cord out and it's still on. This is kick ass, man. Best $5 I've spent in a long time.
There's so many inappropriate jokes about buying old used dildos and vibrators, and I'm trying so hard to be good. And
That doesn't sound like a good way to spend $5.
it sounds like something somebody dumb would do. So maybe you
No,
should
it's a good-
suggest it to all those people trolling you.
I was fixing to say, I guess it's a good thing I'm not dumb then, huh?
Richard,
Hmm.
having fun?
It's entertaining.
Don't mind me, just hijacking chat.
But,
You're doing what to the chat?
Okay, Menzoom.
Hijacking, not jacking. Hijacking.
He's
Totally.
jacking
hijacking.
in the chat. He's jacking in the chat.
I'm sorry. I thought you said hard jacking. I'm like, what the hell?
No.
What the chat do to you?
Hijacking? No. I'm too old for that.
Well, I do have the I do have the monitor picked out. I finally decided which one to get. The tower I've decided, though.
That's funny, man, because we did
my
that
problem-
joke earlier with somebody else. I did that one earlier.
I'm debating though if I should just stick with the headset or do like the radio microphone with the little.
Do the earbuds and the microphone. Earbuds and microphone.
Wasn't it handy, Anime, that you had me here to pick up when you ran out of hours?
Yes, it was, and I'm glad that this worked. Google is such a bitch.
Oh my god, that was such a pain
Back
to
and
add
forth,
you to my
back and
account.
forth. It took us like
Google,
20
fuck
fucking
Google.
minutes to get it all set up.
Because we kept doing everything it said, and then it kept not doing it anyways. It took like multiple attempts to get to actually add his fucking YouTube to my StreamYard so we could do this. Fuck Google. Fuck them hard. Fuck them anally and repeatedly.
Yeah, I forget what it was called, but that one before StreamYard, like the one that everybody used to go in. I miss that one.
Hangouts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I miss that one.
Well, the
The
thing is, it wasn't
thing is,
StreamYard though. It was they
some of
kept getting shut down and not connected to Google.
The problem is that Google licensed out the YouTube interface and realized they weren't making any money because everybody just could use StreamYard for free. So they cut it off just to make money.
Yeah.
Actually, I hate to break it to you, I was there when all that happened. StreamYard was created when they announced they were ending Hangouts. Is a response to it.
No. I'm not talking about StreamYard. The people who create, I'm talking about before StreamYard.
crap.
There was a whole bunch of licensed programs that to interface with YouTube, but they weren't making money because of Hangouts. StreamYard, it doesn't matter when StreamYard was created. There were other companies.
Well, you said StreamYards. That's why I commented.
Yeah, I said
May have been unintentional.
Before StreamYard. Before StreamYard entered the scene, there were a whole bunch of other companies.
It's weird.
Oddly enough, it was StreamYard who made it. Who made all those other companies die. It wasn't Hangouts. They still had plenty of users, though. I mean, one of them does this stupid cartoon thing. You've ever seen it? You know, you get animated characters.
I'm not sure right now.
Well, I'm just looking at the thing. Feminist bankers crash the economy. They're looking at all the banks that are closed, and there's an awful lot of women in them and regulators. Women in charge.
I hate to make it's not even a women in charge issue. I hate to break it to you. Statistically, women aren't as good with math, and we tend to spend money like drunken sailors on leave.
It's still not a problem if they were spending it in the right places, but they kept trying to stay with fringe groups and side niches. And the problem with that is when you're handling big money, there's too much risk, not enough reward, even if you are successful. And eventually, this was going to happen.
Oh, it was
the
a
point
bubble
I was getting at.
This is going to be known as the crypto bubble.
The point I was getting at.
Too many cryptos, and there's no value. It produces nothing.
The point I was getting at here when Geek popped in and interrupted it was that I was pointing out that there are issues. Does that mean that all women can't run things? No, but let's be fucking honest for once, people.
They put people in charge because of their gender, not their merit.
Let me finish my point. Hell, I'll mute you. I don't like being interrupted when I'm actually trying to make a point.
I know how to counter.
And it's gone now.
I know how to counter that in future. I'm the moderator. Shut the fuck up.
The reason I get pissy is the same reason why I've told people before. Let me finish my thoughts. I have memory issues. So it's not just the crap I've been put through. I can't remember a point to finish it if people keep interrupting. I can't just let it happen. I can't remember things if it is. And then I get stressed and pissy, and then I feel bad for snapping.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, you don't ever feel bad when you snap at people. I mean, except for me.
No, I don't.
You feel bad if you snap at me.
Well, yeah.
I didn't mean to yell. That just hit me in the wrong spot.
See, here's the thing. You all went to hell, right? You went to hell, you had fun, you had a good time. Now you come back. Now you got to deal with me.
See, we brought part of hell with us. I mean, I wasn't trying to yell.
Yes, you were. You were just trying to do it in a friendly way.
I killed it. I killed all the fun.
No, you
No, you didn't. I'm trying. No, I'm just trying to close this gate down. Like I've got work stuff going on. I promise you didn't kill anything.
No, you didn't kill nothing. Your point is very, very valid.
Well, the thing is, I didn't make my point. Now I can't remember what I was trying to say.
You were talking about the difference
It's not
between.
gonna come back that way.
Okay, all right.
It's a nice gesture and a loving thought, but my head doesn't do that. When it's gone, it's gone.
The brain's made of cheese and the hamsters are having fun.
Fuck you. Really?
I just imagined like a cheese-scented blow-up doll, and all the hamsters are like on the wheel together.
Yeah, I thought hamsters only got wind from cheese. I thought they didn't like cheese, although they'll eat anything left out eventually.
A rodent is a rodent.
I would not be surprised.
Rodents actually don't like cheese. No, rodents don't like cheese. That's a misnomer.
Yeah, rodents will eat anything though. They'll eat cheese. They'll eat peanut butter. They'll eat anything.
They'll eat it if they get desperate enough, but it often will make them die.
Yeah.
The whole mouse loving cheese thing is absolutely a misnomer. Sorry. I killed your fantasies.
You mean Tom and Jerry lied to me?
Yeah, and mice don't have fucking dynamite in their holes either.
Oh man!
What?
Am I the only one that? Am I the only one with dynamite in my holes?
I think so.
Dynamite in your holes? Wait a minute. What kind of fetish?
What kind of toy have you got there?
Okay, we need to hear more about this fetish.
Actually,
it's not a fetish. I just watch Penguins of Madagascar too much.
Oh, I thought maybe somebody.
I'm amazed it's not a Ripper. I'm amazed it's not a TNT box with Ripperoo's head on it.
That was still a really good boss battle.
Wow, Tim. Wow.
And because of that, joke,
I'm not putting that on
everybody in the crash community question my fetish.
Yeah, you all are gonna have to check the chat to see what Tim said.
I'm not putting that one up.
Well, it depends. I mean, if it's the light one, then that would be the TNT. If it was the big one, it would be the Nitro Crate. So basically, in that retrospect,
I'm not saying it's not funny. It's just disgusting.
Timothy, the problem is, man, is that dynamite is not small, and so that's not explosive diarrhea. That is a high impact, heavy impaction.
Actually,
sounds like a fun time. I mean,
I'm thinking more of like the gunpowder explosive in that regard. Good work.
Well, depends. It sounds more like a dynamite in the rear end. It sounds more like a control device, you know. Instead of I don't want you to wear this collar because people will know. So I'm just gonna.
This just goes. This just goes to show Rosetta. It does not matter who the guys are, how old or young they are. When you hang out with guys, eventually you come to realize that a man's asshole is just another word for chemistry set.
I am so glad I'm a woman. I just have to say that. I'm sure you guys are all glad I'm a woman too, aren't you?
Believe me, if I had a ring on right now that I just push a button and I could switch to a female in real time, that would be amazing right now.
I mean, you gotta have somebody around to be jiggly and perverse, right?
Rosetta, that chair's not bouncy enough. You need to get a bouncier chair.
Oh, come on. That's not bouncy enough.
Hey,
nope.
Anime Night, you know how the simp thing works. You've got to send her the bouncier chair. That's how, you know. That's how all the little ethots do it.
Yeah, you guys gotta pay me to be a degenerate. For fuck's sakes, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I'm gonna mute again. I gotta go back outside and all the background noise and all that crap.
Oh shit! I've only just realised this is an actual official live stream, episode 27.
Yeah. We've been out. Well, we've been talking like this where everybody can hear us. Just nobody's here to hear us.
Simulcasted for
By the way, this
on 2 channels for almost 4 hours. Yes.
Yeah, answering the age-old question.
I hope I made things interesting.
Yeah. But answering the age-old question: if a tree falls down in the forest, who's going to shave it down and turn it into wooden dildos?
Fuck it. Let's have a little fun.
Yeah, be us.
That would be the beavers doing it or the woodpeckers. Could be both.
The beavers need something to do.
Actually, I would love to see that competition. I would love to see that competition right now.
The woodpeckers make the hole, the beavers make the toy.
And then the woodchucks chuck it.
How much wood?
That would be like the most interesting contest. You have the woodchucks, the woodpeckers, and the beavers.
All I'm
That would be
hearing
the
is
most
wood, then beaver. Let's put it that way.
Yep. We know where Anime's night's going. Get a chainsaw out.
I would not be surprised if that was on Pornhub or any other hentai site. I would not be surprised.
Much.
No, Goku doing it with his hands.
I was just thinking, I've got a chainsaw and an axe behind me. I don't have a beaver though. I should probably get one at some point.
Actually, there is actually chainsaw sex, so have fun.
I'm going to sit here and just pretend I don't know what the fuck any of you were talking about.
Keyword pretend.
Shut the fuck up, Richard.
I thought the keyword was fuck.
Richard?
Oh,
you
no.
hang out with me how much?
Tim, no. That's all the other times. I'm actually feeling pretty mellow right now.
Yeah, he's actually mellow enough he actually came on the stream without arguing, bitching, or whining. This is a good day. We wobble. Richard.
Uh-huh.
Mwah. You can't get mad at me. I'm beautiful.
Beauty does not stay a man's rage.
That is actually true. Rosetta's experienced that.
Yeah, but using it correctly can calm his rage.
That's fair, but
that only works half the time, though. You've seen that.
Well, and that's the thing, you know, when you're just ogling and it's you know, and the pair doesn't belong to you, it doesn't really work. You know, in fact, it can even go the other way and cause more frustration.
Yes, that's very true.
Bunch of men going, we just want to fuck the boobs and grab her by the crotch and right.
I wouldn't be so blunt about it. I've got a whole lot, you know, dirtier things to say if we were going to go that direction.
Look, I still remember the stream I yeeted because at that point I was still very shy publicly and I was new to streaming and I'm in there streaming and talking to the guys and my husband walks in and he smiles from ear to ear. And this is what everyone saw on the stream. They saw
that's
him lean over against me, smile, his hand go like this, And about time his arm got like this, you saw me jump, followed by him going, "What? I'm just doing what Trump said," and grabbing you by the.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, for fuck, what would you be saying at that point?
Well,
Everybody
yeah.
gets pissed off what Trump said, but try to remember, Clinton actually got a blowjob and people congratulate him for it. So, you know.
I'm not going into the politics. I'm not going into the politics. It was a fucking joke.
All right.
Fucking hell.
What I missed?
What's happening?
Fatal, what are you petting?
Yeah, Fatal, what are you stabbing?
Food?
Oh,
But,
Well, that's not very interesting.
very,
Welcome to
very
the freak
warm
show.
Welcome to the freak
Sounds like it's been a good time so far.
You missed earlier when we were talking about the penetrator from St. Rose 4.
Oh yeah, it's a good.
That was
fun.
good times. That was good times. Launching. That was good times.
Welcome
That
to
or
the
that or the minigun.
Oh, the minigun go for her.
Minigun go brr.
Did you see the 12.7 millimeter? It's got a nice thud to it though. I mean, look, the impact per bullet. Now if
Product
you just
placement.
combine the two, yeah, product placement.
I made my channel logo and put it on my cup.
You know, people could say things if you're drinking from a cup.
Well, hey, we're at the men's room. That's the channel logo.
And then I
like
hear the zipper. That was perfect timing for that one.
That wasn't me.
I do like the green. It's a nice color combination.
I appreciate
timing
it.
is everything.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that figure of unzipping or zipping up a DVD case, as you like to call it.
I was going to say, once the zipper comes down, she shouldn't be saying anything.
I'm still not convinced it was the DVD case.
I even showed you the DVD case.
Yeah,
There's
I
I'm
that.
just
still
didn't
not,
have that on hand.
Well, after the fact.
Of course, she's going to stand up when the zipper comes down. She's speechless. She's going to drink it.
But it's like House of a Thousand Zippers in here anyway.
Or was that a woman going, "Yeah, baby"? Okay, that was the zipper.
I'm like going through and unzipping and rezipping every zipper on both of my backpacks here.
Sure, your backpacks.
Backpack.
Yeah, you probably have
Fuck.
Good times. Good times to have.
Yeah, I got this dope soundboard with a whole bunch of different sounds.
Come on, man. I'm kind of retarded.
Don't use that word.
I will eat your ass.
Good for you.
Please, would you be careful with that
So
stupid
did-
word? I don't have a problem with it, but YouTube does, and they flag channels for it.
Oh yeah, well, that's true. I use it all the time. I haven't got flagged
I
yet.
was supposed to say
Yes,
though,
but are you monetized?
Oh no, that's true.
yeah,
I
no,
am, and it's
she
simulcast
worked very,
online right now.
yeah, she worked very, very, very hard to get monetized. I remember that stream because she
And
almost
so-
kicked
and
me
now-
off that night.
And now all of you are working very, very hard.
It's a good thing I don't have my my Joe Biden clip
Oh yes. Yeah, don't play that one. That will
where he
definitely
was
get her in
trying to
trouble.
say the not C flag and ended up saying not C.
Yeah, anyway, and then you say it anyways.
I didn't say that. I said not C.
according to
Not
you know what you look. I haven't been on YouTube in about 3 years, and I already know that YouTube's going to
2 years.
Yeah,
Yeah, YouTube is funny.
YouTube-
but
YouTube is not funny. YouTube is soulless. It belongs in hell.
Thank you.
It should be YouTube should be chained up and on fire.
The problem is that the audience won't leave to other channels. I mean, other venues. The
Sorry,
audience
I won't.
leave.
I'm not learning a new place. It's too much work, and I had trouble enough learning this for years. I can't. It's hard for me with my issues, with my learning issues. I can't just pick up a new thing. I know that pisses some people off. And they go, "Well, we need to leave together." It's like, you leave, and I'll follow if you actually succeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to succeed before they come, and it's like, huh?
Phrasing. You have to succeed before they arrive. Oh shit!
Music. Music.
Kill.
Don't tempt me. I will.
You just said the KILL word, like that
Yeah,
didn't look good on monetization.
Okay. I apologize for that. My coworker was in this vehicle last, and he's deaf.
Right.
It's not the volume, it's music in general that YouTube will freak out over.
Yeah, no, it was he had the radio up to like 25, but he's 78 years old, so you know.
It's still a good song, though.
No
Well, I mean,
forgiveness.
spring chicken.
No quarter for either of you.
That's fair, but again, I didn't do that one on purpose, so you know.
Well, either way, good taste.
It wouldn't have been that song if I had done that on purpose.
I know.
Hey,
No, it would have been "Get Low" by Little John and the Yin Yang Twins.
Fatal. Restart, because I didn't hear the beginning and you kind of broke up there for a moment.
What?
Restart what
Exactly,
you were
that's
saying.
what we
I didn't hear
said.
the beginning
What?
of what you said, and then you're breaking up a little for a moment. So restart what you were starting to say.
Oh yeah, I was like, well, he's got a good taste in music. It's funny how all of us knew what song it was just based on 2 seconds of a guitar solo.
Yeah, that wasn't better. What the
Yeah,
crap? is
I don't know what he says.
What the hell?
Anytime he talks, I can't hear nothing. Except
Yeah, you're kind of fishbowling, man.
How the hell is this song?
He's
Did you
been
guys
clear
remember
most of the day, and now it's like underwater getting a blow kind of sounds.
Getting a blowjob, yeah.
David, my nation, shush.
If I understood
Hi.
right, he was making a comment about YouTube freaking out over about 2 seconds of music.
Yes, they will. They have.
Fair, Fatal. Somebody was
Don't
able to
forget-
listen to you. Apparently, he's used to that underwater.
Don't forget,
You've got to keep him.
actually make money allegedly selling.
You've got to
music,
keep it. You've got to keep in mind. I'm used to Irish Welsh and Cornish.
Oh God, you're used to nobody who can speak right. I mean, I'm gonna
That-
keep making weird
That
shit.
was well fun. I like that.
Is anybody interested in The Last of Us?
Rose is in charge of this episode.
I'm really not interested. Like, I'm not wanting to watch it. It's like a chore. But
Don't care. This is my general answer to every question people have about. Did you hear about or are you interested in? No, fuck no. I don't give a shit.
I mean, let's be honest. The Last of Us. I assume you're talking about the show.
yeah,
It's basically trying to bank off the Mandalorian bunch or the Mandalorian fans.
I mean it is. Well, I mean, like the game was great. I don't know if you played the first one. It was pretty good, but the second one sucked.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the show.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit here and tell you that I am part of the absolute belief that Naughty Dog needs to fucking choke. In Minecraft, YouTube, don't get pissy.
Some people like choking.
The first game. Good.
Fuck Naughty Dog.
Yeah, he actually admitted he was trolling, and now he's talking about not having the actress come back for a second season. And now she's saying, "Oh, I'm happy not to come back for a second season because it gives somebody else a chance." And it's like, God, you don't want to
Oh,
make
boy.
money. You're in the wrong. Yeah, giving somebody else a chance. I mean,
Hollywood
Just-
is not a charity business.
no.
No, they need charity the way they're fucking everything up. Let's get it straight.
Well, the
I
thing
know
is, Disney,
more fucks to give.
Disney,
I know
26
more fucks
billion in
to
revenue,
give.
4 billion of that in profit. So and
What is
most
that?
of that came from merch.
No, Hollywood is not a charity. If they pick you, it's because they want to use you.
Yes, people have, and if you're and if
Wait,
every actress comes on-
wait. I have a point to that. What Richard said. You treat being in Hollywood like you would treat being in a BDSM club. Anybody who picks you has every intention to fuck you over.
Yes, every time you hear an actress saying how she's grateful for the opportunity,
Or fuck you under.
But when an actress comes on and says they're giving somebody else a chance, that means they're ditching this shit show.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
And then there's whatever the hell happened with Batwoman.
that was not.
I've forgotten about that, and I didn't want to be reminded. Thank you. What?
You're welcome. No, anyway.
Somebody said that they released the results of the test screening, and it was just basically they were so disappointed in her performance. They just could not believe that Batwoman, she was too small, too petite, that she could take out all these big men in one big battle and stuff like that. And instead of just saying, right, we'll just tone it down, we'll do a bit of editing, they just threw it in the can. I mean, they had a hissy fit. That's why they threw it out. They didn't want to go back and fix those few scenes. They didn't want to take them out. They'd rather burn it in the can than fix those few scenes where she's beating up all these men. They didn't want to take that out.
Well, we're hearing now though that the movie wasn't anywhere near as finished as what they made it sound like during that test screening.
No, the test screening had no CGI. That's one of the things they did admit to. But it's still 100 million down the toilet.
But that was Batgirl. I was mentioning the CW show Batwoman.
Oh,
you said when an actress steps aside to give another one a chance. I was making a joke about the first one leaving.
Sorry. Yes, Ruby Rose. Yes, she stepped aside. Sorry, man. I thought you meant the movie. That was a. They could have fixed that. They just
Honestly,
didn't want to. They had a hissy fit. They had a hissy fit because they got criticism.
After Legends of Tomorrow, so stupid. The first season was so stupid. I couldn't watch it anymore, so I just stopped watching all the CW shows altogether. Heck, I didn't even watch the final season of Arrow. I stopped. It was done. I got so stupid and retarded. Sorry, my bad. So stupid and ridiculous.
So you might be able to get off. You might be able to get away with saying that word that one time because you were so muffled. You sure probably didn't hear you.
This is our fourth time.
Something wrong with your mind.
Well, I also did apologize. I caught myself.
All right.
But no,
these spade issues.
Like all the CW.
Roboting.
Beep boop. Boopity boop boop boop.
I just lost interest in watching it.
I get where you're going with the CW. It doesn't seem to want to make a profit. All the shows seem to run in together. They have the same people. What they do is they have just one big pool of people, and they just keep shuffling them around to different shows. And I think that's the problem. They don't know what show they're working on anymore. They just waking up, seeing a script in front of them,
Well-
and it's just all tunnel vision.
Well, it's like let's face it. Look at the MCU. None of those movies are that wasn't Ant-Man 3. That was MCU number 25 or 27, something like that. The point is that CW had the same problem with their shows. They became the they're all the Unis show. They're not. There's no real differentiation anymore, and you know that killed them, and so they tank everything. Even the parts that were still good, like Stargirl, was still pretty good because they let Jeff Johns, who wrote that iteration of the comic book, keep control of the show, and they did a damn good job with that show. But then they decided there at the end to tie it in with the rest of the CW stuff, and so I mean that they poisoned what little they did have left. It's and killed it. So I don't know. That you can't fix stupid.
This is actually
What really bothered me,
too few writers. No variety.
Well,
They
with
just
all
have
of the
same.
with all of the CW shows that were out at the time, you have they tried bringing back Constantine, and it was just like, no, that ain't gonna work. And then they tried bringing back they tried they did a lot of don't get me wrong, the crossover episodes where everybody just kind of comes together from all the shows and stuff. That was cool. That was great. I liked it. It made me want to watch all the episodes again. Run through all of the episodes and do all the shows and stuff. I liked how the Flash and the Arrow and then Supergirl. For the crossovers, but then I tried going back and watching all of Supergirl. I'm like, this shit's boring. And then it didn't have the same kind of gritty finesse that Arrow had, and I really loved Arrow. It was one of my favorite shows.
But that's the thing. But if you remember, Supergirl was originally made for CBS, like the main CBS channel. That's why it had such a different tone, and that was the thing. The very first time they did that crossover, it was worth seeing the crossover because the Flash ended up in an episode of her series. But then the second time they did the crossover, I watched that entire episode for nothing because they replayed that scene when they went over to whatever CW show that it happened in too. So it was ridiculous because I couldn't get past episode 1. And I'm telling you, the writing in Supergirl was so bad, even at the start. The moment her adopted sister and the general were talking, and the general's like, she can't do this. And her sister's like, why? Because she's a girl. I'm like, yep, this is crap. And so it's just, I had no faith. The only 2 episodes of Supergirl I saw were the first one and the episode with the Flash, or 3, because I also saw that one that I watched for no damn reason. So
CW is one of those problems where they have too few writers, so every show has at least 1 or 2 from another show. And
you've got to actually turn a profit so you can pay writers, and they don't. They chain they chain like 5 of them to the wall, and
the thing is, they pay the executives too much. That's why they can't pay the writers.
Well, and that's definitely fair. That's definitely a fair point. But the other problem is you were talking about them shuffling the actors around and stuff. Basically, they're shuffling them around until their contracts are up. They don't know what to do with them in this show, so they're going to shoehorn them into that show. And once their contracts are up, none of them are renewing anymore. If they're not a front and center star of the show, none of them are really renewing. That dude that was playing Kid Flash, he is coming back for the final finale. Like, he got out after they stuck him in Legends of Tomorrow for a season. Like, he got out and he left.
Time out. I need to interrupt you guys a minute. I need to get the ear checked. You don't have to end the channel because the stream right now, because Richard's here. He's got admins. He can turn the stream off when you guys are done bullshitting. Just don't use those words at YouTube flags, please. I'd like to keep my channel.
Yeah, apparently Steve fucked Rosetta so hard she now needs to go to the hospital.
That is not what happened, you fucking degenerate.
Carrot stuck
I've
in the
got
ear
the power
right.
now.
Carrot in the ear. No worries.
I'm scared because between here and the hospital, there's no signal for a while, so I can't keep track of him and make sure he behaves.
Oh wait, you really are going to the hospital?
Yes.
Oh damn.
I wasn't actually kidding on that part because I got my cystic issues.
I thought ear fucking was just from Family Guy.
No, I didn't say ear fucking. I said my ear is infected. For fuck's sake.
I know what you said.
He wants to trigger you.
No, if I wanted to trigger her, I would just say the name of that director she hates.
You already did that this stream, and I told you to go to hell.
I know.
Which one are you on about?
We're in hell.
The one who all the little faux goths worship.
Oh dear.
You're gonna have to send me that in a private message. I can't think which one that is.
TB.
TB.
I will be out for a while.
Oh,
Richard knows which words are not allowed on YouTube. Don't allow them. Other than that, play nice, folks, and don't scare my audience too much.
Don't say anything I wouldn't say.
Or should
you still have an audience?
Wait. Should I just kill this on my channel and just leave it running on Animes now?
Yes, so we can say the R word.
Hey, Anime Night, or oh, there he is. Okay,
who can control the stream?
Me and now Richard.
Okay, but like, does he have like StreamYard capabilities?
Yeah, he's the second in charge. He's the one who has full admins on my account. So
okay, all right, cool.
I am removing my channel for now. Good night to everybody there.
As long as somebody can control it.
No, yeah, I'm the backup.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Roberta.
So now that mine's off, it's just running on Anime.
I'm kind of retarded.
Okay.
I had to say, kill Anime's channel. It's not my fault.
I'll keep in touch with you.
I worked really hard to get to 171 subs.
But as long as you guys can keep going and Richard can keep helping, he'll help you out with the admins for a while so you can keep going.
I'm the person people turn to when things go to shit. Then I fuck them up even worse.
That explains why I spent so much time with you. Anyways, bye guys.
Bye. Good news, Anime. You still got 171.
The other good news is that we turned to him something about planning shit. Sorry, everybody started to cut out, and I only heard like bits and pieces.
Well, Dave was just telling me that my channel's still at 171, so that's a good thing.
Oh, we ain't scared off your audience either? Damn.
No, actually, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if I gained like 5 more subs at the end of all this. I would not be surprised.
We still need to invite Soul. We gotta get Soul in here.
Okay. How positive do you want your audience to be? Because I could always share the front end link, the audience link. I could always share that with all the SJWs that are attacking me on Twitter.
Nah.
I was gonna say you get downvoted to hell, and they would probably put gamer words all through your chat, but you would get views.
No, because then I can't break out my memes.
Unfortunately, my mentality is pretty shot right now. I don't have the energy to deal with the little bird eggs today.
That's fair.
Yeah, if I did, if things were different and my mental health was a bit better, I would probably spout everything, but
I don't think I'm really in the mood to deal with the pain of if you know what I mean.
The fact that I'm able to stream currently is a miracle.
Yeah. Going to auxiliary power.
Oh, hi, Coleman Domingo. Welcome to the stream.
All right.
That's amazing. We almost have a full house.
Yeah, if I mute periodically, it's because semi trucks are coming up.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
okay.
we had a neighbour
Like
So
right
that's
now.
lawn, but he's gone away now by the looks of it.
Tractor trailers, big rigs.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my area doesn't have any semi trucks currently, so they'll probably be showing up in about an hour or two. They usually get here and they'll spend the night and then they'll hit the scale in the morning. So
I would not be surprised if both your shack and Geek Heroes shack was like on opposite sides of that building. I would not be surprised.
They're
That'd be
not,
awesome.
though. That would be awesome, but they're not.
yeah, I mean I'm in Illinois, or scratch that. I'm in Missouri. He's in
Oklahoma. Yeah.
But I'm on
Actually,
the
we're getting
Missouri
smashed
Illinois
by
border. If I look out over the river, I can see into Illinois. So.
All right, guys, I'm jumping off. The Last of Us is coming on, and I gotta do work.
Of course, buddy. Thank you for
Alright.
taking the time to come on.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to y'all later.
That
Yeah.
See ya.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's gonna be on the podcasting dead tonight, from my understanding. I know it's a problem.
Yes,
Oh.
podcasting dead. They're doing the Last of Us reviews, and
I feel bad
he's
for
going
the
to
people.
watch the show. Yes. Yes,
Or
we
he's
all
saying-
feel bad for him, but somebody's got to watch it so we don't have to.
Well, here's the thing: I'm not watching it, and I'm still pissed off at everybody who hate watched Velma, and I'm still pissed off at everybody who hate watched Cowboy Bebop. So Cowboy Bebop was a success of being taken off, being killed after the first season. The thing is I'm still pissed off at half the people that hate watched it. I never touched it because I sit on a very simple principle: is if I think it's gonna fucking suck, I ain't gonna go anywhere near it. Unless you can show me evidence to the contrary. So, for all the people who hate watch Velma, fuck you.
It's amazing how many did, though. All just to give it 1 star. I mean, what was it? Why did they do it? Just so that their review won't get taken down, I suppose?
It's not that the thing is when you try to review bomb something, you have to actually, I get it. But the problem is that's not how this works. And it's the same thing when it comes to video games. You can review bomb shit all you want, but they don't give a shit about reviews. They care about the fucking sales.
Yeah.
And
That's why you watch on bootleg sites.
Exactly. Thank you. Pirate that fucking shit.
YouTube, we condone piracy.
No. I've got sites. I don't have to download anything. I don't have to log in. I just go in. I watch whatever they've posted. It's completely streamed, and then I walk away. I'm not the one downloading shit.
I ain't doing shit. That's my defense.
With half the crap that's actually out there these days, isn't even worth fucking downloading. Fucking God, no, it's not worth downloading. In fact, it's not even worth sitting through the fucking buffering, like the buffering of the streaming sites. Half the time, I'm just like, fuck it, I'm gonna watch it. If I want to review, I'll review the. I'll watch the videos of the brave souls that fucking did it. So.
It's actually pretty hysterical that because the place site, I mean, my current gig right now, only a few people have watched the Ant-Man one. About only, on opening day, there was a lot of people, and then within, I want to say 3 to 4 days later, there's only been a few. And there was a massive 3-row fill of Cocaine Bear. That should tell you something.
I actually want to watch
That was
Cocaine Bear.
actually a good movie. It had its moments. I'm not saying it's a great movie, but
Okay, what was that one movie about black people getting It's supposed to be like the Black Truth. It's a comedy.
Oh,
They're dealing with a serial killer. Like, I saw the trailer and I'm like, this is actually pretty funny. I might actually check this out.
That's a good one.
See, the thing is, Ant-Man was better produced and better marketed, but it's not a better movie.
What I don't get is you have Guardians of the Galaxy, which is as much as I hate James Gunn and his fucking man-child bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
He did do a good job with those characters. I will admit that he did do a good job, but I will keep the praise to that level right there. Is he a silicone asshole? Yes, he is. But I feel like they're ending the good ones and pushing out the bullshit ones further, which is sad. Because it's like, oh, we gotta stick to the original thing. Don't pay attention to this. Quick, kill the thing.
The thing is, James Gunn accidentally told the truth about Hollywood. He actually said they don't care how talented you are; they care how compliant you are.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing about James Gunn and this whole thing going on. You know, my biggest problem with him taking over is that his tone. It worked for that Suicide Squad movie. It worked for Guardians of the Galaxy, that version of Guardians of the Galaxy. But I don't want that tone to be the entire fucking universe. Like, you know, the Superman cannot be in that tone. Batman sure as hell can't be in that tone. You know, Wonder Woman sure as hell can't be in that tone.
Thor Ragnarok didn't work in that tone.
The thing is, particularly with he's trying. I don't think he's trying to do anything other than say, "I'm a yes man." That this is not actually his product. He's just putting his name on it, so somebody somewhere can go, "If shit happens, it's James Gunn's fault."
And he's being paid very handsomely to take that blame.
Well, to take it, yes, and he does like to bend over and take it.
I'll be back in just a second. I need to check something.
Oh, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. Yeah. So basically, I would love to see. I mean, as much as I love Guardians and everything, I feel like that's like one of their side projects that did work. Because everything else, it was like hit and miss. I mean, Doctor Strange was good as well. I actually enjoyed that.
It has its moments. Come on, you got to admit that there's fundamental problems with that story. There are many.
There is. I'm not glossing over the obvious. I mean, there is some issues I really wish they touched upon. The Black Panther. Here's my take on this. The guy who played Black Panther, he did a great job. Not crapping on him or anything. He did a great job with what he could do with the character. My problem is I'm pissed off that they went ahead with Wakanda Forever after he passed.
I think they should have went through with it. They should have did. He told them. Chadwick Boseman begged them to recast him.
They said yes. His final interviews, man. He said it all. Yeah, he said He said he'd be looking down on set. He didn't want it to end. He did not want it to end.
But that's the thing. That their original plan. Letitia Wright wasn't supposed to take over until a third or fourth movie, and that hell, she was the Black Panther for like 5 issues in the comic book, and she was a stand-in even then. So I mean but now, they've taken a very, very stupid direction with the MCU. We've no end to bitching of it, but the problem now is that there is nothing. I say this a lot. This has become my catchphrase with everything, whether it's Star Wars, Doctor Who, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings. The things they do right make everything else look that much worse. You know,
Because
every time,
they could do better. Every time they do a good movie, they could do better.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Everybody praises Werewolf by Night, and it was a great movie. That was a really good, that was a really good release. It did, followed the comics as well as Phase 1 MCU, so not real close to the comics, but it did a damn good job. It was entertaining. They had surprises without going so far off the reservation that it crashed and burned, which tells me everything I need to know, because everybody's like, well, because they keep bringing up, well, Werewolf by Night was good. Yes, it was good. And that makes things worse, not better, because that means these motherfuckers could be giving real fans what they want at any time. They know. And they know they could make more fucking money at it. But that's not what the game is about right now.
No, the game has always been about pushing ESG.
Yep.
And rewriting and rewriting entertainment so that certain people never have a job again.
Yep.
They are stuck in a vicious revenge cycle. They cannot forgive. They cannot forget. They don't care if it was your great-great-grandfather or who wronged their great-great-great or whatever. Plus, it's also a distraction. They want to distract from their own crimes by appearing to be virtuous.
I don't even think it's as deep as all that. I think at the end of the day, by debasing masculinity, by debasing, completely doing away with what's considered the strong, independent man, and that's, make no mistake, of all shapes, sizes, and colors, that is exactly what's going on in all of media right now. By doing away with that, they are doing away with any competition. They are doing away with anybody. It's about power. And you win the hearts and minds of people through entertainment. I hate hearing those words. Oh, it's just a movie. Oh, it's just a TV show. Oh, it's just a comic book.
Exactly.
No,
George
it is.
Well said. All art is propaganda.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I don't agree with that necessarily either, but there are levels to that. It can be political without being propaganda. It can show a reflection of society without being propaganda, without trying to push a narrative. It can show the narrative without pushing one way or another.
His article, however, was about how to use entertainment as propaganda. All art. It should have been titled "All Art Can Be Propaganda," but his actual quote is "All art is propaganda." Even though it was talking about the potential for propaganda. I used the proper quote, even though I know it's wrong. He was talking about potential, and when it comes to potential for propaganda, don't forget, at the time he wrote it was right at the peak of World War II.
Yeah,
Yeah. So...
Well, and that's the thing. A lot of these, like go to comic books for a minute. They keep trying to bring up, well, comic books were always political. Yes, but the actual propaganda comic books, Captain America punching a certain dictator in the face. Superman slapping a certain ethnicity in the face. Which it was their nationality that he was slapping, not their ethnicity. But that's not the point. The point is that very front and center, very blatantly, those were propaganda. They did not they didn't try to veil it at all. Everyone knew they were picking up a propaganda book, that this book was going to be a wartime propaganda piece. Now they put all their propaganda in it, and if you say anything, they deny it, call you a bigot. Well, if you're offended by it, you must be the target that it's going after. But I thought you said that it wasn't propaganda. And so and they rinse, lather, and repeat. The circle continues, and that's just the way it goes. There's thinly veiled propaganda that they deny constantly. And all of it is to push this narrative. And that's the thing. All these guys, you've got gay guys that are like, that are thinking, well, I'm not traditionally masculine, so this doesn't affect me. Yes, it freaking does. You know,
Because they'll
hell,
come for you next.
well, and Alexander, they've already started. But that's the thing. Alexander the Great was queer as a $3 bill, but he was one of the toughest guys to ever walk the earth. You know, the thing is that they think that they're safe because they're not the target. You know, they're not the target right now.
Target, yes.
Anything, yeah. And next, and I mean this, after they dismantle the gay man, they will come for the butch lesbian woman. That will happen. That will happen because they will not share power.
Yes, they want everything to be homogenous to the point where they'll race mix everybody until everybody's black with an afro. They will not stop until they have destroyed everything.
What cracks me up is that these motherfuckers they're all about uniqueness and all that other fucking bullshit. But they're really
they keep telling you how they're about diversity, but
it's literally all the fucking same. They want everybody to be the fucking same. Yep. Like down to the last fucking robot. I swear it is.
Yes, they want you to consume every movie they produce. They want you to have no diversity of thought, no diversity of what is it? In your entertainment, they want you to be a total consumer.
Yes, they are trying. They are trying to build.
They better stop acting like fucking cunts and start putting shit out that's actually entertaining. Otherwise, fuck off. I ain't watching it.
Entertainment is costing them money. They want to reduce the cost. They want to tone down. They want to, because they want to oversaturate us. The only CGI they really want to do is oversaturated colors.
Yeah,
keep the dopamine hit going.
But yes, they want silent, subservient consumers. That's what they're after.
Yeah, and they realize. Yeah, don't forget when they make a movie and half of the budget goes CGI, that's money out of their pocket going to the public. They don't want that. They still want to make $26 billion, but they don't want $4 billion profit. They want $20 billion profits. That's why they want to cut. They talk about cutting costs. Yeah, cutting quality, but they don't care. They'll charge us premium rates for garbage.
Well, that's the thing. Just for proof of what you're saying, the thing is that if you look at the three big cartoon channels from when me and Anime Night and Fatal were kids, the three big cartoon channels were the Disney Channel, Cartoon Network, and Nickelodeon, and we still had Saturday morning cartoons. We were the, it wasn't our kids, it was our little brothers and sisters that saw the our younger siblings that saw the end of that. But the thing is that we are the last generation that knows what it's like to come home the school in the afternoon and turn on network programmed cartoons, real cartoons, not cheap CGI, not reruns, not some weird sitcom / soap opera made for kids. Real, honest to God, drawn by hand and animated cartoons. And they've done away with that because of the cost, and you would think that it would be cheaper. Especially in the long run, you would think it would be cheaper to maintain a regular 2D cartoon than it is to do CGI, but they have made it artificially harder, not just harder, but more expensive to
competition.
Yeah. And that's Don Bluth. After he left, he's been trying to get his new studio up and running. I'm afraid he'll die before he ever makes it happen.
Because you talked about the rebooted Sky Blue. I forget what their name is. Over at just outside of Burbank, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hanna-Barbera studio. They're trying to reboot cartoons.
Well, and it's Don Bluth, the famous cartoon guy. Him. What's left of the old Hanna-Barbera company? What's left of it's like an amalgamation of like 6 old classic.
They're. Yeah. Oh, sorry to interrupt. I'm just saying they're finding that Disney and others Disney and Warner Brothers took over all these animation studios, and they're finding all their old buddies still out of work after 20 years, and they're just banding together.
Well, and that's thing.
There's no work out there.
Well, and that's the thing. People talk about they talk about comic book artists all the time. Guys, that literally were co-creators, if not sole creators. Like Steve Ditko, for instance, that man is the sole creator, both the writer and the artist of Doctor Strange, and he didn't see any of that money. He did not see a single red cent from that movie, and that's the thing,
Disney has basically bought both the California government and the federal government when it comes to copyright law. And you try and talk to the general public about these issues, and they don't want to know. They don't want to care. They don't care because it doesn't affect them.
Well, and that's the thing. Everybody keeps talking about public domain, and they keep wanting to talk about Winnie the Pooh, for instance. The original version without the red shirt, the non-Disney copyrighted one, like the one that is now in the full circulation as public domain. The problem is that you see, because they keep talking about in 2024, Mickey Mouse, the original Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse, will go into the public domain. That will never happen. That will never happen, and I will tell you one example as to why it will never happen. It will never happen because about 15 years ago, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, the original icon before Walt's first big star before Mickey, he was about to enter the public domain, and they came out with an entire video game that has never been touched again. Mickey's Epic Adventure or whatever, guest starring Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. They literally took out all those copyrights all over again as he was back in the day, and then buried him again. Nobody's seen or heard anything from that franchise ever again. It was literally I was just going to say, Steamboat Willie Adventures. That will renew. That's probably going to be released just in the month before the copyright expires. Yep.
Because
they will never let that happen.
Sitting on Disney shelf for 15 years.
And I think we got some Steamboat Willie and Kingdom Hearts too.
It was actually originally developed by LucasArts. They took it over, and it's never been released. And I bet you they will release it.
Yep.
It's an old game, but they will release it finally.
Yeah. Well, there was an entire level in Kingdom Hearts 2 where they did the whole Steamboat Willie thing. I mean, they were literally
Disney Adventures. They actually had it in Disney Adventures on their interactive site. It's a combination between platforming and vine swinging. It's a very simple kids game, but all it has to be is something published.
Yep, something published at all, and that's the thing. Like for instance, everybody keeps talking about it's we got like 14 years, I think, before the original Superman logo, or Superman in general, the very first appearance Superman enters public domain. And even if that happens,
yeah,
he looks so different from now that would be the only reason, is because they wouldn't care. But they are not, and I mean this, they are not going to let somebody.
Not get to that Superman. The original creators of the Superman story plagiarized Ubermensch, and they got away with it because the original creator was a Nazi.
Yeah, there are a lot of
it is plagiarism.
Yeah,
the original story is plagiarism, but they get away with it because the original creator was a Nazi.
Yeah, but the thing is that plagiarism is that's a strong word in that case. Because I mean, there are a lot of similarities. I've seen what you're talking about. You can read everything online, But the thing is that their original their original Superman story they kind of took an amalgamation of that and merged it
That was
with
the
his
rewrite
story.
to avoid. Yes, that was the rewrite mandated in the settlement in court in 1932.
Yeah, no,
At Republic in
yeah.
1934, they were sued for plagiarism, and the judge threw it out initially, but then they called them back in and had them rewrite the story anyway.
Well, even biblically speaking, there's nothing new under the sun. I wouldn't call it outright plagiarism either.
No, but they are talking about the original story, not the subsequent stories. The subsequent stories were original, and they redrew the character.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, when it was originally made, it was outright, hey, let's use a photocopier.
It's not because and Bubba, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's not because that they're ignorant and they just don't want to.
No, they don't like.
But the sad reality is, the reality is in front of them. They just don't want to look at it because it's right there and it's the truth. And then they just throw the ignorant blind shields.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen in 20 years? It's going to happen to them, and they're going to be the loudest screen to screen.
Yeah. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Wait,
what's up?
Wait,
I saw you in.
I got to it as quickly as I could for anime. Why the fuck did you call me Brandon?
I had to say Richard.
What the fuck?
I meant to say Richard. My bad. I was typing so fast.
Richard, Brandon, they sound awful close.
I was actually thinking, who the hell's Brandon?
No, that
was
me fast typing. I meant to put Richard.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, I'll put Brandon. I'm like, what the fuck?
You also spelled body with a Y.
Let's go, Brandon.
BYDDY. Anyway, here's my take on Hollywood, and I usually pay close attention how fake they are. Right?
Yeah.
They're the first type of people that say that black stories should be written by black people. But that Woman Queen, I use that as an example because it's a damn good one. It was written by and directed by two white women.
Yep.
And then, of course, how they glossed over all the atrocities that tribe committed. It was
not just under the Woman King, but for the 100 and something years prior to that.
The Woman King is a prime example of white people twisting history for their own ends.
Yeah.
No, white liberals.
Yeah, very, very, very specifically, and I mean, and that's the thing. I say this a lot too, just like with the other thing. I say this a lot too. The liberals, the regular, sane, classic liberals from 15, 20 years ago, they're all considered alt-right now.
Yeah,
yeah. A lot of people, even Bill Maher, waking up and finding hate mail for stuff.
Well, and that's the thing. You talk like some of their heroes that they bring up all the time. JFK would never get elected today, by their side. He would be a Republican now. And that's what I'm saying. Like this, it is absolutely ridiculous. The moment you say no, enough is enough. It's like what's his name? The guy. Yeah, the guy that played Geordi from Star Trek and did the Reading Rainbow. Yeah. Anyway, Burton. Lamar Burton. Lamar Burton. Okay, the thing is, like when he says we don't have a cancel culture, we have a consequence culture. Let his daughter say one stupid thing and let him try to defend her, or the other way around. Let him decide. No, this is as far as I go, and his daughter tries to defend him and gets thrown into it. Look what happened with Paula Deen and her son. That's the thing. He will learn real fast.
Yeah. When his character's cancelled because it should have been played by a blind guy.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though? So I guess Antifa threatened a bar because two patrons were playing that Harry Potter game.
Yeah.
And it doesn't dawn on these people that was it J.K. Rowling? She has
Yeah.
nothing to do with the product.
Yeah. Well, they're talking about because she gets royalties from it. She gets royalties from every ticket sold at the Universal Park. Every time you see a Harry Potter Monopoly, every time you see anything with that HP symbol with the lightning bolt at the bottom, she is getting at least a fifth of a cent off of it. But the thing is that she's already a freaking billionaire. She's she is so far removed from the foot level of all of this now. Hell, they wouldn't even take her advice with the movies, like with the prequel series that they tried to do. The Fantastic Beasts. They kicked her out, but she still got paid.
They kicked her out because of the script she submitted.
The deal is, they have to ask her about the characters that they're in the books. But if it's anything else, and it can be the same universe, it just can't be the characters that she created.
Yep, and that contract right there is precisely why it took Disney so damn long to wrestle Star Wars away from George Lucas, because they made sure that he did not get any of that. He doesn't. They finally got it. If it does not have something to do, the reason why they killed off all the characters from the original trilogy and all that is because. Yeah, so they could completely cut him away, and he's because that's the way it is. Even when they have full control, it's not enough. This is getting ridiculous. Nobody's going to do Harry Potter better than the creator. Nobody's going to do Star Wars better than the creator. I truly believe that.
Well, their thinking is since TNG did better than the original Star Trek, that they'll have their TNG moment with everything else.
Yeah, that seems to be working out so well for him.
Yeah, Discovery. They had to finally cancel Discovery because they finally had to admit that they had.
Did they actually do that?
Is it finally dead after all of these fucking years?
But they had a minimum production contract, and as soon as they met it, that was it. They said this is the last season. As soon as they got over their minimum production content.
Now I heard the show Picard is actually getting better.
Okay, but this is the final season of that.
Yeah.
No, that's fun.
Because they know actually what happened with Picard is when they announced that this is it, you can do whatever you want. That this is the last season, you can do whatever you want. It's not going to be renewed.
Well, and that's the thing.
That's what they're actually doing their best work because they're putting out their resumes.
Yeah, but that's not the end of it either. The thing is that these creators, the ones that are in charge of it right now, the ones that have had to answer to to that I forget his name, but the dickhead that's been fucking Star Trek for a decade now. The point is that these people that work directly under him, they wanted to release this season during season 1. Like, this was supposed to be the story that it was supposed to start off with. This show would be on season 12 in another couple of years from now. They would probably be cranking out 2 seasons a year just to keep up, because people would be watching it. But they cannot allow, because of the narrative I was talking about earlier, they cannot allow Picard, the big, predominant male protagonist. They cannot allow him to call the shots and to be the boss man. That's the biggest problem with all this crap, is that they know what fans want. They know, and I'll take it a step further. I will take it a step further. Every female, trans, black, Eastern Indian, every one of these people wanted to see Luke Skywalker and Jean-Luc Picard the way they always were. There is not a single fan of any minority, of any diversity, that did not want to see Luke Skywalker and Jean-Luc Picard the way they had always been portrayed. And because they would not give us that, they can't even keep their own target audience. My fiance has an aunt who is an old lesbian woman. This old gal is their target audience, and she can't stand the She-Hulk series. She has literally she has been reading comic books and collecting comic books since she was a kid, and she's now in her she's in her mid-50s, and she forget getting her there. They could not keep her there. Like, she was already there.
Yeah, part of it is the millennial hatred of the boomer. But the millennial is just a reflection of the boomer. Come on. They're one and the same. They're just...
The person who's been fucking over Star Trek for the past decade, is that Les Moonves you're thinking of?
No, the other one, the big executive producer. I can't remember.
Oh, you mean the actual producer? Because Les has been trying to get Star Trek canceled for forever, and he actually come out publicly and said it. If he had his way, it would be in a vault somewhere. He hates it with a vengeance. He's kept Star Trek off the air so often. He's cancelled some very good shows. If you've seen all the lost pilots. Even that show with George Takei back when he was a young man and he wasn't woke. That was actually a very good pilot. That could have been TNG before TNG.
What pilot would that be? Because I've never heard of that.
It's in what's it called? Trying to think.
You think hang on, executive producer, you thinking of Alex Kurtzman?
Yeah, he's the one. He's producer and writer, isn't he? Of Picard. Oh, he's muted.
The one time we need him to talk, he fucks off.
Sorry, I'm at work. Anyway, sorry, I was checking in a trailer. But anyway, so what's going on? What I missed?
We asked you if it was Les Moonves or
Alex Kurtzman.
Damn it, I can't remember the name. He's their boss. Like, I know both of those names, but this is the guy that's been the showrunner for Discovery, and
that'd be Kurtzman then.
Kurtzman, that's the one. Kurtzman. Damn. Yeah. But yeah, no, and that's the thing. These people have been answering to that dickhead for a little over a decade now.
Angel Barrett is actually given some credit as a consultant on Discovery. So, but it is Alex Kurtzman who is the CBS. It's Brian Fuller and Alex Kurtzman who are the co-producer directors, with Major Barrett as the silent partner, who's not so silent.
Well, they're all to blame. It's not going to ever. It's not going to ever be just one guy. There's going to be a party of them, But see, that's the thing, though. Yeah, people like that, like take old Kathleen Kennedy for instance. Say what you will about her politics, she is a terrible human being, and but the woman was damn good at being a producer in the traditional sense of a producer. A producer's job is to make sure the creators have everything they need to make the damn product, whether it's a movie, whether it's a television show, music, whatever. And she was really fucking masterful at that. She was great at that, but she fucked it up the day she decided she needed to be in the creating room. And that, and of course that grab for power, because that woman's name, she's listed, even on the early ones when she was just giving blowjobs and getting coffee, her name is on almost every fucking major movie in the late 80s. Clear, yeah.
Steven Spielberg said, what's her qualifications? She could get coffee and get on her knees. That's and then what's he do? He fires her the next day, and But
is
that
good?
Yeah. No, she wasn't that good.
Yeah.
She's good at taking credit for other people's work.
Well, but again, she wasn't really taking credit for other people's work when all she got was a name in the credits. I'm talking about back in the day. I ain't talking about now. But what I'm saying is,
yes. When she was a younger woman with ambition, she was actually doing the hard work.
That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. She somewhere along the line, she decided that it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to be a part of all these masterpieces. She wanted to be in control. And whenever you inorganically take control, usually that ends badly. We have,
she did appear once in Indiana Jones. If you want to know what she looked like as a younger woman, she wasn't a beauty queen then, and I think that was one of her driving ambitions that in Hollywood. That I think that's where I think you start to see people's personalities coming through even today. Where she's always got to be front and center. Speaking. I think that's what you're looking for, the ambition she has.
Well, and she's far from the only one guilty of this. The whole list of people that we only knew as names in the credits that suddenly decided they wanted to be front and center, and none of them were good at anything that that they weren't good enough for that.
They had the ambition, but they didn't have the product. And unfortunately, a lot of creatives don't have enough and don't have the ambition. You look how many people in Hollywood take their scripts to Alex Kurtzman to get his name on top just to get past those gatekeepers.
Yep.
And that's a big problem that I'm glad. In a way, I'm glad Hollywood is collapsing.
Well, and that's the thing that I was talking about with this. I was talking about this with somebody the other day. Hollywood might collapse, but the art of the movie will never go away. There will always be something to take its place. It might not look as flashy and good as what we are used to, but the last 5 years hasn't looked flashy and good as what we're used. 4 years. So 2019 kind of ended it, but.
But some of the best movies of all time come from studios that no longer exist.
Well, I'll tell you, if you look at the sets in Hook, for instance, go back to, and they had such a good, people they had to actually put effort into casting, because you got to think, you got Robin Williams playing an aged Peter Pan, and who the hell can play opposite of Robin Williams? They had to pick somebody, and it was Dustin Hoffman, and nobody can pretend otherwise. Nobody could have played Captain Hook opposite of Robin Williams, Peter Pan, better than Dustin Hoffman. Their chemistry was perfect for that. And that entire thing, like right down to the set pieces, there you could build Renaissance fairs to this day wish they could get Hook's Neverland. And that's the thing. They don't have that anymore. They don't put that kind of work and effort into anything anymore.
Well, I'll tell you something else. What Hollywood doesn't do anymore, they don't take chances on things that may or may not pan out.
Nope. Everything's nostalgia bait.
Yep, it has to be a surefire thing. And I realized this when I was watching a show on YouTube called Creature Features. There's a show where and they're playing a movie called Damnation Alley. And it was shot in the same location as the original Star Wars.
Nice.
But they had this running thing where they would try to say, "Oh well, our movie's going to outsell you at the box office," and it was like a running. They're trying to compete for the box office, and you never heard of the movie, and they never made a sequel to it. But there's a studio that took a chance on it, though.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the best child-friendly, lighthearted science fiction movies of all time, definitely always going to be in a top 50 list no matter what, is The Last Starfighter, and that movie would never be made today. It has nothing to do with
Years. Yeah. They tried for the last 15 years, but people walk away from the project. They say they'll get somebody in and they'll try to alter the story, and the rest will push back. And then the money men will walk away again, because the money men are the ones who are pushing ESG, not the artist. The artists want to make art, not make.
Enemy Mine is another one.
Really, but it's mush. Not really propaganda, even. It's mush.
Enemy Mine is another one that they'll probably never make another one of.
Oh, unless they do a black lead and the white man's the colonizer.
I have a feeling the problem will never go away unless the investors wake up and realize.
No,
hey,
the investors have to. No, the investors won't wake up. But they're a bunch of old boomers. You've only got to wait 20 more years.
Yeah. Well, probably what it'll be is people really not just say, but really stop paying for it.
You know what's scary? Some of the best movies, these people have funded and created some of the best movies of all time. Now they make rubbish on purpose. They had ambition to get on top, like Kathleen Kennedy, but once they got on top and made all the money, they turn around and want to thrust their ESG on everybody, and it's not, and they're losing, they're losing a fortune. Although the problem is, as companies are collapsing in the US, their share values are rising, but their product sales aren't. You look at Disney. If Disney's worth an absolute fortune, but if you look at but that's on turnover, not on profit.
Kind of reminds me of WCW's final days.
Oh yeah, it's interesting to see that.
Except WCW was a lot more open. Like you could just tell. Like you could just tell.
Sorry about that. My brother-in-law called.
Look it up.
The problem with when the Wrestling Federation collapsed, there was somebody with enough money to buy it up.
Well, now WWE's competition is AEW, which is interesting to see that they have an actual competitor.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Yeah, and as far as that goes, you're talking about investors and stuff. My my point with the Last Starfighter, that movies or even with the wrestling and stuff, the problem is that you can't get investors to really do much of anything anymore because, like you said, they will not take a risk. If they don't think they can steal an old audience or resurrect it, they will not take any kind of risk. They are losing anyway. And normal people would think, well, if I'm going to die, I might as well take this last ditch attempt, to make things, better. But I don't understand that they have like this slow drip IV, and they would rather milk it for the next 20 years than try to take a chance and maybe bounce back in the next 10 years.
I have a theory why.
Yeah.
Because they think that we're stupid.
Yeah, they do have a low opinion of us.
There are plenty of them proving that right, though.
Yeah, but also what they're doing is they're thinking, oh, the majority of the audience are boomers. They're going to die, so we just might as well pander to the millennials. The problem with the millennials is they are actually smaller than Gen Y and Z, and they're going to be around. And the way the millennials are killing themselves off, hit with overdoses, they're not going to be around much.
But that's the thing. As far as Gen X and Gen Y go, because Gen Y is definitely, that's my generation, and they are definitely, like, we are definitely the culprit here to a lot of this bullshit. But the thing is that the majority of us that actually hold down jobs and do the right thing and get and get paid and all that, we're the ones, we believe the same as the Gen Xers, and they still won't freaking pander to us. And they'd rather push their narrative. It's absolutely ridiculous.
The problem is Gen X and Gen Y has put up with the millennials for 20 years, and the millennials just think they can just keep getting away with it.
I was lucky to be born at the tail end of Gen X. The whole, because I was born in 1979, so I'm lucky to be,
Yeah, well, but that's the thing though. As far as Gen X and Gen Y go, yeah, most of Gen X, despite not really wanting to, most of Gen X believes the same as as the baby boomers, their parents, and then Gen Y comes along, and we're split. That we're not. It's not a half and half. There's about a third of us doing the right thing, going out, contributing to society, and it's not even entirely the fault of the other 2/3. Like they're about half of them were put in very stupid situations. They just didn't have the grit to get out of it. And
there's also a lot of them who go along to get along. They're very pragmatic. They don't want to rock the boat because they don't want to be excluded. They don't want to lose their job. They are just the silent majority who won't speak up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be back in just a second. Don't do anything stupid.
All right. So anyway,
yes, I have to tell you, don't do anything stupid.
Yeah. All right. So it's time. It's time to light my junk on fire. Anyway, yeah. Jackass. Jackass Amateur Hour. Anyway, well, but I mean, look at Jackass, for instance. They had to do that reunion movie as a theatrical release movie and then release it on streaming services because there was nobody going to put them on television anymore. Because despite
too old and unappealing.
but it doesn't matter. The point remains is that there are still plenty of monster drinking booby grabbing jackasses out there that there are still plenty of them out there that would love to see a new Jackass series. They could have done a mini series on MTV. It could have lasted 8 hour-long episodes or whatever, but they won't do that shit anymore. They will not, because that's still, as stupid and self-destructive as it is, it's still masculinity, and they cannot abide that. They cannot let that happen.
Yeah. No, because the thing is, they use Jackass and many other things like that to launch YouTube, and once they got the audience, they ditched them.
Well, it's like G4 TV. I mean, jokes aside, as stupid as it was for them to come back at all, but anyway, as stupid as it was for them to come back at all, they could have made it work. Hell, most of us on this panel right here could have made it. I mean, we would have survived. Like that's the thing. But they set out to light themselves on fire. They set out to commit seppuku right there in the middle of the gaming audience. They did it.
I think they actually generally thought they were garnering the attention and pandering to their audience that they believe
What it was that there are so many YouTube shows that already cover the stuff they cover. They're paying themselves too much, and then they were also insulting their audience at the same time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They didn't realize that. They did not realize that until they were already locked in contract and had no choice but to launch. I'm saying that when they realized that, you can tell. Like, you can go back and watch the early streams from the reboot, and you can tell when they decided, this ain't gonna work. Let's drive it into the ditch.
Let's see. By the time they got that show developed and set and cast, etc. Rogers was out. They had a new CEO. They had a new producer. They had a new writer. They had. They've gone through. What's her name? Had who they originally going to bring on had gotten married, pregnant, and given birth. They had such a long development time that most of the original people involved were gone. So by the time they got to the actual live broadcast, they had to do their loudest to get as much attention as possible. They are thriving. They thrive on negative attention. People like, and that's one thing they didn't do is look at the people they had and didn't realize that particularly Frosk thrives on negative
Yeah.
attention.
Well, and that's the thing. When she, like, I honest to God thought she was younger than me. Like, she is literally the same age I am. And so when she, well, yeah, but they do all that stuff to themselves between the tattoos and and everything else and the drugs. My God. The point is that I honest to God thought she was just, you know, yeah, I thought she was like 23, 24, you know, and then when I find out, when I find out she's the same age as me, she's not lying when she says she grew up with G4 TV. What she is lying about is that she liked it. The thing is,
No, I
is
think
that
she liked the girl, you know.
well, yeah, the same ones. Yeah, and I brought this up too. When she says that they weren't there to be easy on the eyes for you, what she meant was that they were there to be easy on the eyes for her. But anyway, the point is though, is that she, you know, she was the perfect scapegoat for them because they were going to crash and burn anyway. But the thing is that the thing is that they saw her. That I believe her when she said that she was backed. I also believe Adam Sessler when he says that half of them didn't know. This was the right hand purposefully kept the left hand in the dark. And they did this. It was all, like I said, they decided to drive in the ditch on purpose.
Yeah. I think Sessler and Frost.
I got blocked by Sessler.
I think Frost and Sessler worked together. The way they kept looking at each other, they had a thing going.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. You know, I'm gonna be openly candid here. I've said this a handful of times, and this is, you know, hopefully this is the last time I really feel like I need to say it. But the thing is that when I was a kid, Adam Sessler was awesome. Like the young me, like 12, 13-year-old me, thought that he was awesome. He wasn't a looker. He wasn't, you know, he wasn't filthy stinking rich. Yeah, he had more money than any of us, but he wasn't filthy stinking rich. He was grumpy. He was surly. He wasn't very funny. But for some reason, he had some measure of success, and he got that success from people like us. He got that success because people like us saw somebody like him succeed and thought, well, if that stiff jackass can do it, we can do it, you know? And too many people actually, you know, showed that it was possible. Too many people that were better at his job than he could ever be. Like you said, all the YouTube channels, everything else, they proved it. And it burns him. He looks like a man sitting. It looks like he's got a hot coal shoved up his rectum every time he gets on a live stream now. And
he's upset because his plan with Frost didn't work. They were going to launch their own reboot.
Was he only good back in the day because the co-host he had next to him was pretty?
Absolutely.
I mean, because I remember what was her name? Something Morgan or Morgan Webb?
Yeah, Morgan Webb.
She was hot back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's still hot now, but she wouldn't come back and work with him. She did that weird holiday thing because they paid her a lot of money.
Yeah, she got out.
Yeah,
she looked so uncomfortable next to him.
Yeah, she actually found many ways to get out of her contract.
Apparently, she hates him too.
Oh, and it's not just her. They all fucking hate him. There is not a single. I'm talking about the old school co-stars.
Oh,
they all cannot stand him. And and not saying any of them were innocent, but the thing is that he literally. Like he sucked the air out of a room. You could see, hell, half of the time he did his fucking reviews over a television screen. He wouldn't even be there in person. They got tired of him. You know, even the ones, you know, my age that looked up to him, you know, that thought he was great. Working with him was obviously very, very different.
Yeah,
and yeah.
When you look at why the show originally ended, they knew YouTube was going to kill them because they could do it cheaper and easier.
Yep.
They could actually show and plus they could do more on YouTube back then. I mean, look at the YouTube reviews today.
Yeah.
They're nothing like they used to be. In YouTube in the day, you could play the entire game. You didn't have to worry about the music or anything. Like YouTube is such a dick about everything that I'm surprised Twitch didn't crush them. But then, the wokesters got into Twitch. But TikTok, the wokesters are pushing the government to ban TikTok. I mean, TikTok isn't going to crush everything, but it is going to crush a lot of the smaller channels.
Well, and that's the biggest thing about that's the biggest thing about all this. If NBC, who owned G4 or who still owns the copyright to them and all that, the trademarks, if they had been smart back in the day, but they own NBC. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is that when they, back in the day when all of this happened and they shut down the last time, they should have jumped in early on that. They should have bought a few early successful channels and and worked it from there, stayed the fuck out of it except for advertising, told them not to do anything that would embarrass them, and keep going, because then they would have already been embedded into all this. But they, you can't jump ship, miss the next boat, and then try to hop on a decade later. It does not work like that.
No,
it will never.
I actually think they were content controlled. They couldn't cross-platform. I think YouTube tried to keep the actual companies out for decades, and it was Google who started bringing in the big corporations when they took over.
Well, that was always going to happen.
Corporations out, yeah. They kept the corporations out. It wasn't their choice.
Fair, but I didn't really. They'll tell us one thing, but then you'll find out that somebody's getting paid by somebody somewhere else who's this one's mother-in-law at this company. So I mean, they're all still incestuous. When it comes to money,
absolutely. There's a club, and we're not in it.
Yeah. Well, and the worst part is that the price of getting in it is horrifying, and the price of staying in it is worse. And it's not even about the money. It's about the power, and you have to be willing to be compliant. That right back to what we were talking about in the beginning of this. It's about how compliant you are, and the problem is a real creator, someone who actually, people wonder why George Lucas would just walk away. He didn't even keep the money. He sold. Everybody knows that Star Wars was worth about 3 times what he accepted on it at base value. That's not even counting everything else. And that's Star Wars alone. That's not all of LucasArts, Lucasfilm, whatever. The thing is that he walked away and donated that money, and then turned around, worked on his sound production company and everything, went back to being the richest. By 2018, he was the richest celebrity in America again, and without Star Wars. I mean, that's the fact remains that if you're in the music industry right now, anybody who's anybody records at Skywalker Ranch now. He is one of the major players in the music industry, and nobody even realizes it. The thing is that he's not firsthand creating anything anymore, because he doesn't have to, and he doesn't want to enter that game again. He's too, in his eyes, he's too old. He's done, playing this, and I'm not even.
Yeah, hold on. As his wife said, he'll go on a 3-hour rant about how evil they are, and I think we could do better. But he knows. But in the day, he was quite happy to stomp people. That's one of the reasons why nobody has sympathy for him, because in his day, he was quite happy to gatekeep. He was quite happy to stomp people.
I was going to say he
hobnob with Spielberg and that until they cut him out.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, we saw how fast he threw out Kasdan and Marcia both, You know, like he threw them across the lawn as fast as he could.
He tried to keep their names out of the production team.
Well, and I mean, I never said he was innocent. Look at David Prowse.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying.
No, I know. I'm just. I'm not shilling for him.
Remind people that he's not an innocent player.
No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not defending him. I'm talking about his business savvy at the moment. And the thing is that still to this day. Now, I clash with a lot of people on this. I do not think. I think people are overstating how much those other directors, quote, saved Star Wars. I think Star Wars would have been the hit it was regardless. He was too well connected at the time.
Already a hit. It was kept alive by other people, but it was a hit.
Yeah, but okay. And so you get what I'm saying, and that's all I mean is that his creativity was never his strongest suit. His business savvy was. And he knows when he's good at playing that casino, and he knows when to jump out. The old Charlie Daniels song, know when to hold him, know when to fold him.
Yeah, but he learned that lesson when his wife walked away, because until then he was notorious for taking credit for other people's work and quite jealous and quite petty. He had a hissy fit because his wife got the Oscar and he didn't. He had a hissy fit, but it was her editing.
I get that. I get that. Now, I'm not. See, his biggest problem was not being able to accept her accomplishment as his accomplishment. That's the biggest problem. I mean that different from him taking credit. I'm saying that a good coach knows when their players do well, they're doing well. But because his name was not on the award, he did. He freaked out, and that's the thing that seems to be the biggest issue with a lot of them. Whether they be in the forefront or behind the scenes or so on and so forth, they're all playing a game of Highlander. They all want to be the only one.
And one of the reasons I believe at the time he actually didn't even get nominated for Best Director is because he didn't play ball with the other directors. He was just as petty and just as arrogant and just as spiteful with the others in private as he was in as he was with his quote unquote underlings, and they did not like that. They did not want to be treated. He didn't treat them like royalty. So they stiffed him. It was pettiness on both sides.
Well, and that's bound. Yeah, that's bound to be the case. But like I said, the worst part about it is that all of their gatekeeping and everything, because this is a double-edged sword, because all of their gatekeeping and trying to shut him out, they didn't shut shit. He's still considered one of the greatest directors of all time, and they couldn't stop that. The problem with him, the problem with him is it's not enough.
No, but the thing is, he could have been bigger than Spielberg. He could have been more famous. He could have had. It could have been him doing Jurassic Park, because Spielberg didn't create Jurassic Park. That was Michael Crichton, and he actually allegedly went to Lucas first, and Lucas passed.
Well, and I've heard a dozen different reasons. Nobody but George Lucas himself knows which one's actually true. But regardless,
that Spielberg beat him in the bidding war for the rights too.
Yeah, that's fair.
There is that we don't know which story is going to be true, because they're both as arrogant and both deceitful as each other.
Well, you don't. That's the problem, though. No, you don't get great in any industry without having a few skeletons in your closet, without making a few bad decisions, along the way. So I won't. I won't necessarily call them, treacherous or deceitful, but I will definitely call them spiteful, and they are cutthroat. They are, these guys became titans in the industry for a reason.
But then also they have made some very bad moves. I mean, Spielberg stepped on a landmine when he accepted the deal with Oprah to do Red Tails in return for funding for other projects, because that ended up biting him on the ass and losing money, which ended his run and cost him so dearly that he had to sell Star Wars for, like you said, far less than it's worth.
Yeah.
And had to accept terms that nobody else would at the time. But we don't know exactly how much money he lost.
And that's the thing. In the end, though, he didn't really lose anything. He got back on top, just not in the field that he ever foresaw it being in. But the thing is, and that's the thing, every major movie still goes through Skywalker Sound, which is not owned by Disney. That's him. Every major movie company goes through Skywalker Sound. Every record label goes through Skywalker Ranch to record their stuff. I mean, that's just the way it is. He's on top of the world still. He's just not in the spot that he thought he'd be.
No, because he thought THX would be accepted. No, they found a way around that, because Sony and Dolby got together and said, "No, we'll keep our monopoly." Although there's still,
like I said, there's not a movie that's come out yet.
There's still a lot of THX.
I'm just saying there's not
still a lot of Dolby.
Yeah, I get that, but there is not a major motion picture that from all of the big ones in the past decade that doesn't have doesn't have Skywalker Sound in the credits.
Well, yeah, but a lot of them don't use THX equipment on. That's what I'm saying. There's still a lot of things that Lucas thought would happen but didn't, because he never took into account the competition would catch up. He bet badly on Laserdiscs.
I wonder if Lucas, in my headcanon, hypothetically speaking here, let's hypothetically speak here. I have a feeling Lucas might make some comeback. Look at the state Star Wars is in right now. And keep in mind, this is hypothetical. We're on hypothetical terms.
Hypothetically, if he would have come back, he would have to create an entirely new IP. And I don't think, hypothetically, if he was to make a comeback as a director and a writer and producer all in one, he would have to make a completely new IP, possibly so far removed from Star Wars that people couldn't. He'd have to really put in the effort, which I don't think he's got the steam. But if he did, it would have to definitely be something so far removed from Star Wars.
But could he buy it back though if he had the chance?
No. Disney's made $20 billion profit off it, so
even if he could, he probably wouldn't want to.
Even if he could afford, Disney would.
Well, and that's the thing. Well, it's tainted now.
Yeah, but it's still.
But that's the thing. It's not just about the money. They would not sell it to him, even if it wasn't for sale. Yeah. They would not sell it to him. Like that is still the case there.
Remember, the reason why they bought it was spite. Because it was doing better than them. They had the money, but not the kudos.
Yeah.
They bought it for the kudos. They bought it to say, look at this shiny thing we own. They're like a collector.
Speaking of shiny things.
Yep, I'm here. Hey, everyone. So you were talking about Star Wars, right?
No, we're talking about a lot of things, but we're mainly talking about George Lucas himself.
Lucas, Lucas shouldn't have sold his franchise to Disney, because this is why Star Wars became Toy Wars in the first place.
Rosetta is demanding that people acknowledge that.
Somebody more cunning than him.
Hi, Rose. Hope you're doing okay.
Yeah. Don't eat out of the vending machine. Anyway,
When you play the
but
game of Thrones,
now
you don't
that's the biggest problem. I speculated back when he sold. They did not give him a choice. People don't understand. The same people that we would call like the Illuminati, whatever they really go by, doesn't matter. The powers that be, again, they're trying to kill masculinity so that they can get rid of any fighting spirit that anything that might stand in their way. When they actually kick, like all of this is a part of the big conspiracy. It is.
Yeah.
And I'll put my tinfoil hat on, and I'll be laughed at for my trouble, but it's true. And almost everything every conspiracy theory I've backed for the last 20 years has come to fruition, has been proven to be real. Because I don't back the out there shit. I don't back all the weird.
No, the out there shit, I don't get it.
And
either,
I'm just saying.
About Hollywood and money, there's a big anti-male conspiracy there. That's absolute.
But there was I keep coming back. I mean, I've read articles about it. I've seen people mention it in passing, people that worked in the industry and stuff, and all of them talk about this they all talk about this meeting that took place in it was in like 1987, 88. But they did. They listed everything. Yeah, but that's the whole point. They listed every major franchise across the board: fantasy, sci-fi, cop shows, everything. And they made that. They decided back then that they were going to kill the masculinity in all of it. Like that was their deal.
And speaking of masculinity, let's say this: Jason David Frank is one of them.
They leverage the white liberal against the white male in general, and then they started leveraging black power against against all the white people in general. Then it just goes down the list until there's nothing left, until everything's burnt to the ground, and then they'll say a miracle society will rise up from the ashes.
Yeah. The moment they start saying we're in a utopia, we've lost. Like it's over.
Yeah, but we've really seen they're called 15-minute cities. We've really seen their plans to end ownership.
Yep.
That's what it's really all about: ending ownership.
Hang on.
Except for people.
I'm stepping in as moderator. Evie wants to speak. Shut the fuck up.
So as much as I say before masculinity, we know about like how Hasbro is being so sneaky, trying to do things against the Power Rangers franchise when they bought it. And here's the thing: Jason David Frank was a sign of masculinity, but the thing is, there is a conspiracy. Either like Jason David Frank got assassinated because it might be Hasbro ninjas went after him and used the suicide as a cover up. To be honest.
Oh, I definitely don't believe he killed himself. I think he disappeared. That he was exited.
He didn't self-exit. He started a project the day before.
Mm.
He didn't. You don't suddenly go from hero to zero. He started a new project. He parted with reasonable terms with his ex. He got screwed, but he still. He found a backer. He had everything going for him.
And here's the actual thing, because do you think Hasbro was stealing ideas from Jason David Frank from his original projects like Legends of the White Dragon and all this other stuff we know?
But here's the thing that I think when it comes to conspiracies and big corporations, they always have a hands-off approach. They never. It's like the king. He'll say, "Who will get rid of this troublesome priest?" They won't say outright what they want to happen.
Yeah.
If they got him to bend over and go away quietly, they would have accepted that.
Yep.
They don't ever ask the methods or the reasoning. They just move on as if it never happened, as if they never said who will get rid of this troublesome priest.
And that's the thing. Going down the line, like right down to the lowest steps of it. Take take Big Mañana for take Big Mañana for instance. Bear in mind the man is 60 years old.
Yeah.
And all of the other all of the Funimation people that are prominent there now are approaching, like they're all in their early to mid 50s. But the thing is that if you look at that there's a handful of others, they started to get to a certain age and they started getting pushed out. He did not go. He didn't leave quietly, and y'all see what happened to him. And the thing is that, and make no mistake, it's about age until it's not. The ones, the guys that are still there, the people that are getting older but are still in the hot seat there, they're trying to claim that studio for themselves, and they're succeeding so far. And
I've heard about this happening with was it Sky Blue? All the younger crowd, they'd get together and they'd single out individuals and bully them until they left. And by the time everybody left, the company was hollow. Nobody wanted to deal with them anymore because they are horrid. Millennials are absolute horrid people when they get together in groups.
Yeah, well, and that's very true. And that's the thing when it when it comes down to it. Yeah, well, when it comes down to it, look at Linda Young for a minute. She still signs stuff. OG Frieza, but the thing is that if you talk to a handful of these voice actors, they're still going to conventions and stuff, but they're getting less and less work because she's 70 years old now, and when I tell you that woman. When I saw her at that convention last year, she can go from Frieza to Aurelia in 0.2, not take a drink, not take a breath. That woman is every bit as good as she ever has been. Yeah. And they can't have that. Because if you look at everybody that's at Funimation right now, what do they all have in common? They each have maybe 2, maybe 3 voices that they can do, and that they can do well. And they're swelling their ranks with younger, even less talented people. And eventually, but this is
the less talent, because the less talented will cling together to each other, and that's what Hollywood wants. They want the compliance of them, and they want a mob that they can control. So
if you look at voice talent like Linda Young and Vic Mañana, both of them, who in the hell would just off the road, what normie would think that Broly is the same voice as Edward Elric? And that's that. But it's that's not the point. The point is that the more talent they have, the higher, the better their range is. That the more they're a target to be ousted. Because they can't have these superstars in there because it makes
the millennials are jealous of everything. They literally see the mob as their identity. They have no identity beyond being part of a union or being part of they're
commune.
Mean girls. Yeah. They're mean girls.
Yeah,
I've had the opportunity to meet Linda Ballantyne and Kathy Griffin at Comic-Con last year. They are magnificent women, and I am so sad that they're getting less and less roles. So, Bubba, you are correct in that. And I've spoken with both of them, and they understand the name of the game and everything.
Yeah, they tried to play politics to keep their jobs, and it didn't work.
And the funny thing is, they could do the voice so well. I mean, Kathy and Linda, they can go from different characters to like seamless, like you can't even
Same
tell.
With Katie Seagal. She's amazing as the voice actress. But the thing is, they thought being feminist would protect them. But sorry, after they destroy the patriarchy, feminism is next.
Yeah, and that's
this is why I say feminism now is becoming Satanism now.
Well,
Satanism is the new collective. That's the end goal. Satanism is the new collective.
And this is why I say it's all had to do with Satan had to do his plan because they used feminism as a way to control the women.
Yep.
And here's the thing: it's all about they want to try to do is they want to take the women first, then they got to go after the children. Then guess what? They got to go after the animals
Yeah, they
next.
get women to sacrifice the children to basically destroy their attachment to society and to turn them into collectivism is all ultimately about slavery.
Yep.
That's
Well, make no mistake, we are all, in a sense, we are all slaves to this system. Like
Which is why they're destroying
Yeah.
science, because science will set us free. Science
Yeah.
will give us
Yeah.
starships. That's why they're destroying science. So they don't want starships. They want
Well, and the worst part is the worst part is that the playbook has been laid out in front of us. Look at well, yeah, but look at Star Wars, for instance. When Emperor Palpatine wanted to shut down, when he wanted to keep his power, he set, like, after the fall of the Jedi, he set the entire galaxy into an intergalactic dark age, veritably. That's the whole thing. There wasn't, nobody but the Empire was allowed to make advances, and they did it at their own slow ass bureaucratic pace. And that's we're in that system already.
Yeah. But see, I'm not going to say Lucas was. It's like Lucas is an insider, so I'm
Oh
saying
yeah,
it's
no,
like,
I'm saying no. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Then that's what I'm saying. They are putting this playbook in front of us, hiding it in plain sight. That's what I'm saying. We're agreeing with each other.
The psychology of doing that, it's going to take a little bit. Back already in the 1880s, they thought keeping a secret, right? They thought keeping euthanasia and abortion and all these things a secret was their little way of controlling society. But then H.G. Wells came along and actually flipped it on a lid and said, no, mass acceptance will be through entertainment. You make it mass acceptance and you will have greater control.
Entertainment is how you win the hearts and minds of the people.
Yeah.
It was H.G. Wells. He said, allow me to write these books and I will deliver you greater power.
Yeah. Yep.
But you have to sacrifice the empire. He said, you want power, you have to sacrifice the empire.
It's the way it works.
Because
Look at
the
the
empire
final.
Because the empire gave people something to look up to. It gave people hope. It gave them a system.
Yep.
It gave the common man a way to rise the ranks, whether you be Indian, African, or British. The empire wasn't actually as racist as people made out to be.
Yeah.
You have to rewrite history and destroy it in order to go forward, to destroy the empire, to create a bigger one.
If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can imagine.
Exactly. So they deliberately struck down the British Empire to create what they thought was going to be a bigger globalist empire.
Yep. And they're still working on it. That's the thing. People are trying to fight a system that's been, like, they've been working on it. Like you said, H.G. Wells, that was the 1800s. This, by the time anybody understood what was going on, it's too damn late.
Yep, that's true.
People were warned, and the thing is, the warnings themselves, like Orwell said, his worry is the warnings would become the handbook. And in his final warning, he said, only you can stop it. You can't pray to God, you can't will it away, you can't bury your head in the sand, only you can stop it. And it was 3 simple things he asked for. To retain free speech, right?
Yep.
As an absolute. It doesn't matter what you said.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how offensive you said it. Doesn't matter what you called somebody. It had to be a free speech. Had to be absolute.
Yep.
Even if you yelled fire in a theater, then people will hate and be free to hate on you. Just know he was against burning flags and all this. So free speech is an absolute. Government could not arbitrate morality in any form.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's true. And here's the thing, I'm gonna say one thing for sure.
All
that,
elections, and he said also, I think he said the decentralization of power was another absolute. No monopoly, no government ministries of great importance. You know, they all had to be broken up, and Yeah.
Well, and look at every major country in the world right now. All of us, every one of us, have one thing in common. We have two parties that have control. It's really one party, and they're all one party. But the thing is that anybody that was paying attention here in the States, for instance, in 2012, they changed the laws where anybody from any third party candidate, it is impossible for a third party candidate to get on the ballot in all 50 states. Not improbable. It is absolutely impossible. Even the most successful.
Even the Republicans and Democrats don't have 100% candidates in every field.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Well, yes, but the two of them have the only paths to victory. There is a very, very slim chance of a third party, ever making it in. But it's like Odysseus shooting through the axe heads. It will never happen.
And here's the thing I gotta say: it has to do with the corporate empire now, because they control the both parties. Think about it, like these banksters.
Yeah,
they want to keep doing this, and guess what's happening now with the Silicon Valley Bank? Well, this is a sign that the banksters are now they're gonna be falling down.
No, it's a game of sacrifice.
He's right about that. They're just getting rid of dead wood to consolidate power.
Yep.
They use SVB as a money laundering scheme of government money back to them, and then watched it collapse, like they did with, and I think Bank of America and Morgan, JP Morgan, and a few others.
Loomis Fargo and all them, yeah.
They're going to sacrifice one of the big ones, and then shut down all lending and watch the society burn, and then they'll spread their tentacles and buy up as much as possible.
I was going to say, look, this has all happened before in recent history. In recent history, we call it the Great Depression. You guys have other names for it, but in the 1920s to the freaking early to the late 40s, it affected every first world country, and that money everybody wonders, where did that money go? Where it didn't go to the third world countries. They were worse off because they rely on us. But this is literally just them rinsing, leathering, and repeating the last major play. We are heading for a Great Depression again, because that is what they want us to do. And they are, like you said, it is the ultimate money laundering, and they are literally creating the money.
Yeah, and here's the actual thing. They're putting the money. They try to take our money, put them in their pockets. So that's the thing. That's the only plan. And this is why it's better to plan a backup in case, like, get some physical gold, get some crypto, whatever you can.
That physical gold won't. That gold. Crypto is worthless, but physical gold is worthless. People think the thing is but in a real crisis, you can have a solid, a block of solid gold, and a loaf of bread is going to be more valuable. That's what that's what people don't understand is they're telling people to buy gold. That's just a distraction.
Is what's gonna save you.
But here's the thing, because we don't know when people are gonna be using bartering, because the thing is they want to put down a freaking the CBDC, their own cryptocurrency to track people's purchases and control them, which it's really stupid. And in a way, it's kind of wrong, because think about it. If you're gonna try to say, let's say if you're gonna buy an adult-rated DVD and they see your records and say, they won't let you buy it, or they'll take your money away for having adult DVDs.
Well, and that's the thing. You look at it right now, because you're talking about bartering. Think about this for a moment. Say you have a farmer that needs say he's got a surplus of hogs. He's got pigs. And he needs to get rid of more than usual. And so say he goes to the butcher and says, all right, if you slaughter all these hogs, you can as payment, you can keep a full third of them. The government will flip their lids at him. The audits alone that would happen on that, because an actual monetary
that's why there's certain laws where
money has to be exchanged.
Yeah, that's right. Money has to be exchanged in order to make taxation payments.
Yeah, they
You
will.
exchange goods,
They can't tax
impose,
bartering.
fees. Yeah, they impose fees which have to be paid in cash.
Yep.
That's how they control. It's the regulatory noose, I believe it was called, in the 1930s.
And as I realized about with marriage, I think for itself it's like a contract between two business partners or
Yeah,
something.
marriage
to do
was
with
a
resources.
contract. That's right. And yet people break it all the time. But
Yep.
yes, it's a contract that should actually. And unfortunately, it's become a very unfair contract because lawyers found out that you can exploit women's vanity and greed in order
Well,
to.
but see,
extract,
and you talking about lawyers and exploitation and everything. Here in Oklahoma, my mom has been a nurse for a very long time, and she has two friends that are nurses, and all three of these women are getting up there in age. My mom and her two friends. One of them has a law degree. And she went back to nursing. She maintained her license and went back to nursing because she made more money as a nurse, because it's like breaking into show business, trying to break into law right now.
Yeah, a lot of people make a lot of money, but it's spread very thin, and the partners at the top take the 90%.
Yeah, and then the other one gave up her nursing degree because in the state of Oklahoma you cannot own a bar and you can't own an establishment that serves alcohol and maintain any sort of medical license whatsoever. So she gave up her nursing degree and owns a bar. And the thing is that it doesn't matter which way you slice it. There's no reason the government should be 10 tentacles deep up somebody's ass because they may, like, for instance, in the state of Oklahoma with my license, there are certain things that I can't do. Certain things, like, for instance, Oklahoma has medical marijuana. I cannot maintain I can't keep my security license and keep a medical marijuana license. You can technically, but it's useless. The fact if I had one,
the reason is because it's like an intoxicant. Yet they don't.
It's considered a Schedule I drug, which which is a narcotic. But that's not the point. The point is that the state controls who gets both of these licenses, and you can have one or the other. And I know several people that have both, and they get by. But the thing is, like, for instance, a nursing license or a doctor's license, you cannot be a practicing nurse or doctor and have a medical marijuana license. You can technically, on paper, have a security license, but you're barred from working at 4 or 3/4 of all of the job sites that you would ever work at because of the rules of the state. So
most of the rules of the state are results of law. I think somebody said out of the last 50 years, this is, I think, going back actually in 2018 or 2018, 2019, when they were talking about overregulation in the United States. They're saying most of these laws, most of these regulations come out of committees that have studied lawsuits and, how does the state avoid lawsuits?
By making it impossible to sue them.
Aren't sensible because somebody sues the let's take medical marijuana. Somebody sues the security guard at a bouncer at a bar, right?
Yep.
And they say, he was intoxicated. No, he passed the breathalyzer. But he's a marijuana smoker. He was intoxicated. He made a bad decision. I question his judgment, and boom, the judge can no longer say that the security guards have impeccable character and he must be believed, and therefore his opinion is no longer given weight in the court. So now the state has to restore that weight in the court Otherwise, police officers can't go into court and swear they
Be
observed
right back,
the crime.
guys.
Yep.
It's very, very driven by litigation, not by sense and sensibility or any merit to the case. It's just, hey, somebody sued. How do we restore the state's power?
Yep.
Regulation. That's all it's about, the restoration of state's power. But we now have so many regulations. I remember in university, the law library, the computer science library was one floor. The law library is its own building. You know, there's just too many laws, too many regulations.
Well, look at the tax codes in every major country, and half of the and half of the minor countries on this planet, their tax codes to make any kind of money, I guarantee you, and I mean this 100%, and it's like this by design. There is absolutely nobody, not a single human being, in complete 100% compliance to the U.S. tax code or to the British tax code or to the French tax code, the Canadian tax code. And the reason for that is because it's all about the state's power, and it's all about what they can finally catch you on. That's why Nick Rekieta talked about this once. He said that that all lawyers should be required to play Magic the Gathering or games like that, because it's not the rules that matter. It's convincing your opponent that your interpretation of the rules is the correct interpretation. And
America is very proud of its adversarial system, but the rest of the world looks at it and says it's a popularity contest. It's not a legal system.
That is exactly what it is. And now and love it or hate it, that is exactly what it is. And it's because I mean look and again not touching, because we're talking about the political system, not the politics themselves. But the thing is that if you take our for instance, our current leader and our previous leader, it did not matter what one could have told the truth every flipping day, 100%, and they would have hated him. The other can lie 100% of the time. Now, neither of them were telling the truth 100% of the time, and neither of them are lying 100% of the time. But it does not matter.
No, it's all about my team, not about the truth.
Yeah, and that's
And it's the same with the same, politics, law, sports, and entertainment. All have the same problem.
Well, it's like everybody talking about the Super Bowl, and they kept talking, or the World Cup, or any of that. Like if you look at it, there anytime there's money involved, like especially big mass amounts of money, do people really think that the lottery is random? Do they really think at this point that the best teams are the best team is the team that's there?
Sorry, you mentioned the lottery. Considering the fact how many people who've played the lottery and won multiple times, it's very scary. There's one guy who's won 9 times. There's one guy who rigged it and won 28 times before they caught on.
Yeah.
And he was a lottery employee.
Well, and the worst part about that is that he's been swept under the rug. He's still alive, and he's walking around as a free man, a free rich man today.
Yeah, because he was able to come to a deal.
And it is. It's not what you know, it's who you know.
That's right. It's another thing. You can go to court as a drug dealer and put down a case, so to speak, for pleading guilty but. Have you ever heard of this? The guilty but?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm guilty, but I'm going to plead down the charges, and I'm going to pay this huge fine, but you can't send me to jail. Or
that happens all the time. And
they can't afford the case. Either they take the 20 million or he burns it fighting them.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that the Yeah, the major, like we're talking about the biggest companies, whether it be major security companies, whether it be any of them, people don't understand. Walmart alone had enough lawsuits last year that if they were to distribute them evenly, they would have at no less than 13 lawsuits every minute for all of last year.
Yeah, but they can
pull that. Yeah,
they can afford it, so they rather pay out the $40,000 or $50,000 payouts or whatever.
Well, and say they can't afford it. They can afford to litigate a lot longer. Yeah, they can afford to litigate a lot longer than the person who's right in suing them. And that's the thing. That's why most attorneys will tell you, if they offer you a deal, take it. If they offer to settle, take it.
Knows that if they go past a certain amount, they know they're going to recover it, and they know that Walmart can write off more than they can.
Yep.
This is what I was saying before. About Disney and acquiring IPs. Disney can afford to burn something like $1 million a day in legal fees, where Lucas couldn't even afford at the time over the lawsuit over. He couldn't afford to have a lawsuit over Red Tails and whether or not he deliberately made a bad product.
Well, and that's the thing. Even take into consideration now. No matter why he sold it, say today, say they were going to sell it. Say, just hypothetically, say they were going to sell Star Wars. Say they were going to sell, and I mean all of LucasArts, like say Lucasfilm. Say. That's what I'm saying. They would put it up for auction, and he would never get the invite. They would never sell it back to him, even if he had the money and he were willing to take it back. There is no way in hell they would ever let him get his hands on it again.
Disney would look at it and say, "It's made us $20 million. We're not selling it for that. We're not selling it for a cent less."
Well, but like I said, but that's what I'm saying. Even if he say they wanted to sell it at a profit, say say they wanted to sell it, he sold it for $4 billion. Say they want to sell it.
Rather than exclude, my point is, rather than exclude him directly by name and risk a lawsuit, or they will exclude him by value.
They will.
Such a price that he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
I've got a slight update from Rosetta.
Okay.
Her ear isn't infected. She's having a problem with the muscles in her jaw.
Well, I mean that's bad. Yeah. The ear infection is worse in this case.
It's probably more annoying than an ear infection, but the infection has longer lasting implications, including loss of hearing. So
well, I mean, take that video game, the video game YouTuber RGT. He had what he thought was an ear infection. He went there and found out that he's having a slow burn heart attack. So that's the thing. I mean, you never know. It's the human body is weird, and especially with all the chemicals that we get pumped with, and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the big stuff. I'm talking about the daily stuff we intake, our food, our water, everything. We are all walking petri dishes.
Yeah, the sulfur in the atmosphere, something like 10% of our body's bacteria.
Yep.
And never mind the fungus that's growing on our skin. Never mind that. There is but like I said before, one of the biggest actual conspiracies is the one that most people miss, and why they want us afraid of UFOs is because they don't want humanity to go to space. That's what is so desperate to kill Elon Musk. They don't want humanity to go beyond the orbit. Now,
once we get out into space, we can't be controlled anymore.
Exactly.
Yep.
And here's the other thing: it's not just only that, because we all know how the whole wokeness going on, this activism, they just prevented us from having flying cars and all this stuff.
Yeah.
For those years.
Yeah, they've had what was it? They showed off a car at the VW, and somebody looked at it and said, "Why does it say 1974 on the registration?"
Oh yeah. Well, okay, and that's the thing. Take for
They
instance,
made a mistake.
yeah,
They wheeled out the original prototype of the flying car.
yeah.
1974.
Yeah, well, because that's what I was going to say. No, we have made unprecedented strides in communication. Our daily, like we can, we can talk to people across the world right now. We are talking to you, and you are on the at least two of you are on the other end of the freaking planet right now, and we're able to talk to each other simultaneously as if we were in the same room. The thing is that when it comes to transportation, we are regressing technologically.
Yeah.
Yes, they've reduced airline speed. They actually when was it? They made changes to the Transportation Act. I can't actually remember where. First was Clinton, then Obama. I'm not sure if it was Trump or just after Trump when they made the last change, just so they can make sure no Concorde takes off anywhere within the United States sphere, because they do not want.
I don't know when exactly it was signed, but it was that there was no innocent party there. That was being negotiated the whole time. Yeah.
Noise levels, shortening the runways, aircraft maintenance regulations, all these things just to shut down hyperspeed airlines.
Yep.
Because the Russian airlines was getting ready to put a new it's a version of the of the Tupolev 122.
Yep.
Modified as a civilian airliner, and they were getting ready to put it in production, but then it got shut down because half the client state adopted US regulations, and it's like, oh well, so be it.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Right now, they're talking about the they're talking about those massive air tubes, kind of like when you go to the bank and you stick the little canister up and it sucks it through the tube with the high powered air hose.
Yeah.
Thing is, they're talking about these these trains, and they're talking about building one across the Pacific Ocean.
Years old. They have one under Paris.
Oh, they do, but we're talking about one that can span continents at the the bullet trains, that can span continents, and that they're talking about building a bigger one than they've ever admitted. Now, we all know, everybody here, I don't have to tell anybody here that if they're showing us this now, they've had it for at least 50 years.
Yeah.
But the thing is that
what's your computer core? Because the latest computer core commercially available now is an i56.
Yeah.
When I went to university, they had 128 cores in the supercomputers. So
yep.
I know all about the technological stranglehold, and often, like I said, rather than exclude you by your name or your race, whatever, they exclude you by money, and just let natural prejudice in every other field take over.
Well, and that's the thing, that there is exactly why currency, they won't let us barter with each other. Any major thing, that they're not going to get on to somebody. If they could enforce it, they would.
Regulated has a fee, and that fee must be capped.
That's the thing. If you want to buy or sell anything in any major country right now, and most of the minor countries, if you're going to sell something to the public, you're going to pay the taxes and the fees and all of that. And like I said, they will not let us barter with each other. They don't pay no attention if you got a little you got a little garden in your backyard, but I mean, some places do that too. So
that they only pay attention. They only not pay attention to that little garden you have is because that used to be the Liberals. What was it called? When Liberals had like a core tenant, right? That
Yeah.
these little city gardens, and so they can't attack that city
Not
gardens
yet.
yet. They can regulate them.
They do. They regulate them to hell.
Yeah, but as the city gardeners get older, they will be squeezed out. They'll start
Well-
going out simply because these Democrat governors and Democrat mayors need money and desperately.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. People have no idea right now what it means to be an independent farmer in any major country right now. People have no idea. They tax that. They tax that.
In Europe are rioted yesterday.
Yeah, no, I did know that. I did know that, and I was gonna bring that up, but that's the whole point. You know, anybody looking at all of the food mills that were burned down in the last year, they see all these train derailments. Now, none of this is an accident. There is not a single one of these that is an accident. They are killing our supply chains. They are, these banks closing down, them consolidating everything. They are. Just like the last one, they are engineering the next Great Depression. That is what they are doing right now.
Because the last Great Depression brought about the Russian Revolution. So they want another one. They've tried it. How many times have they tried it? And how many times have they tried it? I mean, what was it? LBJ tried to engineer a depression so that he could pour billions of dollars into the Vietnam War. He couldn't do it without a depression because he wanted to get rid of the useless eaters. Endlessly grind them down in the Vietnam War. Which
the real useless eaters are the ones who are trying to get rid of us.
No, the useless eaters are the ones who are trying to get rid of us. But in their mind, we're the useless eaters because we're old, we're outdated. We're not modern. Especially mostly the retirees, but they want to get rid of everybody else. That's why they hate babies. No, we don't want school programs. We want elderly programs.
It's like yes, he has his faults. Yes, he's got his issues. But when Elon Musk has said the quiet part out loud that we don't have an overpopulation. We don't have an overpopulation problem. We have a lot of people alive right now, but we have more elderly than we have young right now. That is not that's not good for any species.
No, look at China. They said the quiet part out loud, and they're not
Japan is literally offering men. It was just Asian men. For the last 10 years, they were accepting Asian men from all over their continent to so that the babies would look like them. Now they're still dying out, like they're still getting to that rate. They're wanting any men to come over.
Yeah,
they said the other day that I forget where it was. I think it was Korea. They said the other day, we have tried everything. But women are adamant that we have to die off. They refuse point blank. Over 50% of women refuse point blank to have children. They would rather die off. They would rather Koreans die off as a species than give up their jobs.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, what are you missing out on? What is so valuable, that you think this job,
that's what I'm talking about.
Liberating jobs of enslavement.
Well, see, but even beyond that, I have a cousin who's a teacher, and she when her kids got to a certain age and everything, she doesn't teach anymore. She stays with her kids. And she parties just as much as she did before. And I don't mean going to the club and partying with a bunch of trying to get the attention from single men. I'm talking about they have more fun as a family than that's thing. People keep thinking that they equate, because the media has made us feel this way. They equate parenthood with the end of life. They equate with the end of a social life. People don't understand that Parenthood is often the beginning of a social life.
Absolutely, I found parenting groups.
And here's the other thing.
Didn't like it at all.
And here's the other thing: these black pillars or the incels are the reason that they keep trying to brainwash young men to believe all this stuff. And
they're nihilists. Yes, they wanted. But here's the thing: the nihilists are brainwashed to get rid of us, so that they can have their great society. They want the meek to inherit the earth. They don't want. They don't want different races. They don't want Asians. They don't want Africans. They want humanity as one big melting pot to put it all in and squish it around and squeeze out this god-awful plain paste.
This might be dipping into the whole religion thing, but last time we had a society like that, it was called the Tower of Babel.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I saw the meme. Did you see the meme the other day? It went viral on Twitter. The last time we saw a crisis like this, it was the Tower of Babel. They talked about the Great Reset.
Well, okay, so I heard this, and this was really freaking awesome. But and I can't. It was in a. I was scrolling through the YouTube Shorts because I was sitting at work, Anyway, I was scrolling through the YouTube Shorts, and this guy was explaining it. He was talking. He was talking about and I've seen his channel before. He talks about scientifically, how certain things from the Bible came to pass. So even if you don't believe it as a faith-based, you can still
wasn't he a History Channel professor or something?
But
Bible.
Yeah, but anyway, he was explaining. Yeah, but he was explaining the Tower of Babel, and all these people with this common tongue, they build up to a certain point. Well, they start hitting that altitude, and they start, it starts wreaking havoc on their brains. Your mind gets scrambled. You're not getting the right oxygen to your head, and it can cause permanent, not even damage. It can rewire you.
It's called behavioral. Okay, a psychologist recreated the Tower of Babel with mice. Did you know that? Experiment 25. And they discovered the behavioral sync. And actually, what happens is the more they become the same, the closer you get to utopia, or the closer you are to extinction.
Yep.
Utopia is the final stage of humanity, and unfortunately, these people. There are some. I don't know if you call them Zionists or whatever. Think that utopia will bring about a new species, a new revival. I don't know what it is, why they seem obsessed with it. It doesn't make sense either from a religious standpoint or a philosophical.
Exactly. It does not make sense from any secular or religious.
No, from a secular or religious, or say from a purely scientific standpoint.
Yeah, or philosophical. You're right. It does not make sense.
Why would you create a religion purposely to destroy humanity, unless you are actually descendants of non-humans or operating for non? The only thing that makes sense is they know about non-humans.
Yeah.
That they are working for non-humans.
Yeah.
But why would non-humans want our planet when there are literally thousands of underpopulated planets?
Well, and that's the thing. Almost any religion has an answer for that. But even outside that, say you believe. Say you believe we're the only thing out here. There is nothing else. Say you believe the full evolutionary track, that everything just, we're one big happy accident. Even if you believe that the most boring, rigid, against the wall atheism,
fundamentalist atheist.
Exactly. But say you believe that, and only that. Even by that, especially by that standard, this does not make any sense.
Yes, by an atheist standard, nihilism wouldn't make sense because atheism is supposed to be
that's the whole point.
Evolution.
Yeah, they're trying to push us forward, and yet they seem to want to,
scientists who go even way back to the 5 million year old bones, they can't find different DNA. There's no evolution. They can't find evolution. They can't find it. They've
Well,
literally gone through.
yeah.
They cannot find how this started. They can find different stages.
Yeah, they can find situational evolution, but not situational evolution. Like certain people developing over hundreds of years developing different traits, but they can't. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. What we consider the Neanderthal very well was just a different type of human being that was alive at the time, the same time, concurrently.
They may have been, but they're situational. If you took away the warmer temperatures, the higher diet, the higher intake, the higher concentration of nutrients, the higher requirement for exercise, the higher workload they had to put up with, basically Neanderthal and the look at the guys in Sweden who lived the Viking lifestyle. Look at them; they would be no different from the Neanderthal. And in fact, the Neanderthal was smarter than us. So if anything, there's de-evolution.
I've been saying that for years.
Yeah. But even from an atheist standpoint, you're right. Nihilism
I'm just saying we're
yeah, unless there's something we are missing in the atheist creed. But if you took the atheist fundamental creed, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
But that's the thing. We're devolving by the generation as we speak.
Okay, I need to step in for just a second before you all continue. Okay, Rosetta's going to be back in maybe about half an hour, give or take. That's what she told me. Here's what I'm going to do. I can't stay in this stream live for that length of time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go backstage. If anybody needs bringing in, I'll bring them in that way. I still have all the power while I'm backstage. I just won't be visible here. Just letting you all know.
I understand.
Understood.
Now have fun. Don't kill each other.
Eliminate the R word, even though we want to.
Don't kill each other. Have fun.
I have a feeling because Fatal and Yuki brought it to my attention. Now look, we can all make fun of like the different, like the swapping, the gender swapping and all that fun shit. We can always poke fun at that, get angry at that. My issue is I feel like they're literally dismantling the LGBT community.
No, right now they're trying to elevate it to destroy femininity. They'll destroy it after they've destroyed femininity. Like I said, they're trying to destroy everything until there's nothing but base individuals who have no personality, completely programmable, completely base. LGBT is like right now the first wave, like the first wave feminists, how they try. But see, the thing is, and I actually did a on my BitChute a video on. It seems to be the better women do, the worse they feel, the worse they emotionally, and that's one of the theories I'm thinking of right now. Is that the people who've come up with all these theories that for the last 2,000 years they've been failing, but they've got so much wealth and they've got so much power because they've basically got their fingers in every pie, right? Something fails, they just draw money off another branch, right? Hollywood fails, bankers come in and throw lots of money at them, but then a bank fails, but the whole system doesn't collapse. But what I think is, right now, LGBT, it might be the aim, might be the end goal. We don't know because they can't completely reduce us to the point where we are absolutely blank nothings. There has to be something there, right? Otherwise, we won't function. And I don't think they want. There has to be something they do want. You know what I mean? Even though they are attacking everything.
Well, they do want a slave class. They do want, you know,
Yeah.
the more they push the LGBT thing, the less interbreeding there is. But they're still promoting breeding in the areas that they want it in, and so as it moves forward, there will if things continue like they are, I would guarantee you in another 200 years, it wouldn't even take that long. 100 years.
No, three generations. They thought it would take 3 generations, but it's taking longer. But you're right; they've only got 3 more generations because boomers are gone.
Yeah, but the point is that when, you know, in another 3 generations, we'll throw that number out there, the ruling class and the working class will physically look entirely different.
Yeah, because most of the working class will be soy boys. They'll be weak, small,
but in just big enough numbers to get the job done.
Low. They'll be smart enough to pull the lever, dumb enough to unable to build their own. But there does seem to be right now a distinct class standing out as a non-attacked class that's always immune from criticism. And we cannot mention their name on YouTube. But there's a growing class in Hollywood, however, and I think we're seeing that now. They're moving from Hollywood to Arizona. We're seeing them moving out of New York to Arizona. There's a growing class of people, I would say, call them successful red-pilled, right? They've achieved success, but as the higher they get up the ladder, they can actually see they've gotten through one set of gatekeepers and they can see the end goal. And clearly they're not telling us, but they're getting the heck out of heck. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I think that they're telling us that our survival is to get out of the cities, to get out, that let them collapse.
Yeah.
And we've seen this. Look at Rome. Rome was collapsed by 3 things: high taxes, high debt, and high levels of multiculturalism.
Back. So what I missed so far, because my little sister's been in the back for so long, which I had to, lose her, what I mean.
Well, we're talking about the end goal where we have H.G. Wells' time machine, where we have the Moloch and the Eli.
Yes, true. But here's the thing about this,
soy's the product.
Yep. So the only thing is, as I said before, about the, their end goal, trying to destroy humanity like that in their own selfish way.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: we know the pandemic was a test to try to make people fall for it and take the needle.
It was a compliance test.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, if you also look at Aldous Huxley, the creator of the author of Brave New World, he did an interview at a summit right before he passed. If you listen to that entire interview, he's spelling it out for you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's spelling it out.
Hell, look at
his book wasn't. He's saying his book is a prediction. Guess where he gave that speech? Stanford.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, look at JFK. He was assassinated after saying that he was going to expose the shadow government.
Yeah.
But I mean, looking at this, talking about
3 reasons. There were 3 reasons why he had.
Yeah.
Well, I basically take the Warren Commission. They all had a motive.
Well, yeah, but the point is, the point is though, talking about them hiding it in plain sight, what got us down this rabbit hole to begin with, is, I mean, look at the Captain America Winter Soldier movie when Arnim Zola's algorithm was literally pinpoint. They have got us programmed so hard. Yeah,
hold on. You know what that movie did, don't you? Reignited Russophobia.
Yeah.
They were testing things in the MCU to see how it would resonate in society.
Yeah.
And that movie was one of them, to see whether or not they could reignite Russophobia. And boy, did it burn fast and rapid. After
Yes,
that,
it did.
Well,
But that's the whole point. They have got us so programmed. They can predict everything we do before we do it.
Well, that was the point of studying psychology, was to find the formula, so to speak, to control masses. They know they can't do it on an individual level yet, but they know that they can control masses of people in high concentration.
And here's the thing: it's all left over from what's going on with Hitler and the Nazis, and pass it
That
on
was a
to the.
social engineering experiment. Hitler wasn't Hitler. Hitler was a guy they picked.
Yeah, well,
that wasn't his real name. There were so many lies, so many bullshit, and so much money involved. They're never going to back down. They'll never tell the truth about that little mess. But there's a book out, and I'm trying to find it, and it basically it's called Before the War, and it tells how the various powers lined up for war, and that they decided that Germany was going to be it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Looking at well, you know, in the private chat, what you put there, and that's the thing. Even going back to that, it's bear in mind that particular the funding for that particular aforementioned experiment was set forth
from the same people who were allegedly the victims.
Well, no. I do believe that the poor of them were.
The poor, that's right. The poor were sacrificed so that the rich may have a leverage.
Yes. Yeah, no, they did sacrifice their own people. It did happen.
Yeah,
and it's still happening.
I'm just saying those who allegedly were the victims, because they survived. They weren't the victims. They just happened to have something in common with the poor they left behind.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
One might argue that's why they targeted them, because they felt like they were the only ones that would have known and been able to call it out.
Yes.
And here's the thing I'm going to say. There's the jabs that people saying, oh, here's the thing. There's a possibility chance there's most of them are placebos. There, some of them could be basically, let's say, they're the actual deaf ones because they want to try to kill people off or sterilize them, like not to have more kids or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
The thing that kicked off before World War II is that a certain bank got a certain group of people in Germany and Poland to buy lots of gold because money would be worthless. And what did they do during the war? Round up all the gold. Did they not?
Nope.
Yeah, they did, and now, that's what I'm saying. They're literally setting up for a big transfer again.
Yes, it was a bank robbery. The rich took all the money off the people, and then they sacrificed their own and threw them under the bus because they didn't want those people to turn around and say, "You owe us. You owe us. We gave you all this money. We invested in you." Nepotism is a double-edged sword.
Well, I mean, look at the Templars and the Catholic Church, and of course, the King of France at the fall of the Templars. They literally had to go after the Templars because they had more financial power than the Catholic Church, and so they teamed up. And it wasn't just King Louis; it was the other one, or Philip. It was Philip that time.
And they had the Greek Bible. They knew the Latin Bible was a lie.
Yeah.
They had the Greek Bible.
But that's
I'm not saying the Greek. I'm not going to go into the Greek Orthodox Church versus the Latin Church. But I'm just going to say that at that time, the Greek Orthodox Bible was written by and came from the Church of Bartholomew, which was founded by John the brother, not John the Baptist, John the brother. We'll leave it at that, and that it's never been seen since.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. They've got it locked up in there, but that's not the point. The point is that it was still about wealth and power. That's literally every time you see. And where did the Templars come from? They came up during the Crusades.
Yeah, remember they told you in the Book of Eli. Yeah. This book, not the Bible, this book is the inspiration. They insinuated it was the Bible, but it wasn't the Holy Bible. It was the absolute. It was straight. It was the teachings of Jesus, straight from the horse's mouth to Saint Thomas, who was one of the three scribes. It was Thomas, Saul, or Paul, whichever you want to pronounce. I think Paul was the only Jew in the mob. The rest of them were either Cypriot, Greek, or Syrian.
Yeah.
But there were only three scribes. There was Thomas, Peter, and Paul. They were the only scribes. That means they were the only ones who could read and write. I think what we may have is actually Judas wasn't the betrayer, but they just made him out to be the betrayer because Peter doesn't want, because it was really Peter. He was the one who betrayed Christ and ran off to Rome.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I've seen all sorts of. I've heard a lot of that. This is what. This is what guys like us do. Yeah, this is what guys like us do. Though we research all this stuff and we go down these rabbit holes and we find all this because
alternatives and possibilities.
But almost yeah.
And don't forget, there's books hidden from the Bible that we never have read, like the Book of Q and all this stuff.
Well, we know that Enoch was actually written before the Bible, so
yeah,
it was written by Enoch in the time of Enoch, and
yeah,
it was already 2,000 years old when it was ready. Only a few copies left. One of them being the Library of Alexander, which the Catholic Church helped arrange Caesar to destroy, telling him that it was full of gold. And then full of books.
Well, and people looking at Julius Caesar, I know I made a few raunchy jokes about him earlier, but the point is, looking at Julius Caesar, and because that era, that's the whole point. That era of Rome was still powerful. After his death, that was the beginning of the end. It took him quite a while after that. But the point is that
Caesar's dead.
Because they manipulated him into taking power. They manipulated him into not giving it back, and then they killed him for not giving it back.
Yeah.
Yes. Another thing they did was they manipulated him into spending lots of gold on foreign weapons when Rome didn't need it. But that was the debt, the bankers. They buying debts, buying slaves, and they got Rome to buy slaves, weapons, and pepper of all things, and olive oil, paying all in gold. But there was no trade in return.
Yeah, well, and that's
bled of all its gold.
That's the thing. Even then there were, because historians, because it's sparse, but it has been mentioned that even then there were people amongst him that started to disappear or be publicly disgraced or lose power if they would speak out against this. There was one that even went as far, I have no idea what his name is, but he was one of the Republic there, one of the advisors or whatever. There was one that was written to have went as far as to say, why not buy a small amount of these weapons and employ our own blacksmiths, our own weapon makers to recreate them if they're so good. But it was all a giant money laundering scheme, and Caesar was drunk on power, and he listened to the people that would inevitably kill him.
That's true.
Exactly. It's so scary, like how things have turned, and I have a strong, and I agree with the Peter. I have a feeling Peter had a lot more to gain than Judas, because Judas was just a scapegoat. The evidence is there.
Well, but going back to back to Julius Caesar. So his adopted son, biological nephew, Octavius. People don't understand why it was, because this man was in a lot of respects a better leader than Julius Caesar, but he had the opposite problem as Caesar. Caesar trusted too many people. Octavius trusted no one. He couldn't make alliances. He did. It drove him mad. He became paranoid. Every move he made was made from a point of paranoia. And they did that to him. That they knew that he was the next in line. They knew that he would have to fight for it. And so, I mean, the people that controlled him used very similar tactics to drive him in the exact opposite direction of his uncle. And that's.
I was going to say, you said something before about the Augustus.
Yeah, Augustus. Yes.
Yes. He was the one who ultimately destroyed Rome, because he was the one who destroyed the steam engine, which would have driven Rome 100 years of superpower status. They would have had cars. They would have had cars.
Yeah,
literally. But he said no, and he killed the man. He killed them all. He signed Rome's death warrant.
Well, and but that's the whole point. He did that out of fear, out of paranoia, because the people that controlled Julius to his
freedom. They have cars. No, freedom. No, they can't. They have to be on their property 24/7 unless we tell them to.
And here's the thing: is with this old woke culture, they just want to get people out of jobs, and they want to make them poor and all this stuff. That's their plan.
Yes, they want to make jobs special. They want to elevate those with union jobs to have more money, and the rest of us to be mindless consumers.
Yeah,
but
and here's the thing for me: like how my old job, they replaced me with a drag queen after they got threats from a woke group, like say Kick Vic.
That's what they do. That's what it is. It's a organized crime.
Yeah, it is an organized crime. And here's the thing: what it relates to all these people just doing this cancel culture stuff and all this stuff. It has to relate to, like, people keep saying, "Oh, the Jews." No, it's not. It's the Khazarian mafia who's using the Jewish religion as a shield to prevent.
Actually, it's not one. It's 9 families. It's a collective.
That's true.
They actually hate each other. They fight amongst themselves as much as
well, and that's the whole point. In almost every religion, once that fighting stops, once a true leader is crowned, then the big shit kicks off every time. And I believe that's how the end days start. Is eventually a leader will be crowned.
Yeah. Frank Herbert tried to tell us in June about selective breeding to create a charismatic leader to unite.
Yep. Well, and if you look at it, all the different factions that are run by the family, and of course, we have like 20 some odd families of these rich billionaire family. Because hear me out real quick, because but take for instance, because people talk about Bezos and Musk and all of them. People don't understand that being one of the top 10 richest singular people in the world is nothing compared to these families' wealth. Because if you take any one of these families' accumulated wealth versus this one person, and they will dwarf them every damn time. But then you take that a step further. The 20 some odd families that we know the names of, the Rockefellers, the LaFortunes, you go down the line,
there's only one of the top. The Roosevelts. 9?
Well, I'm just saying the ones that we know the names of.
What I mean is after that, their fortunes are actually less. After the Roosevelts, those fortunes are actually less than Bezos. That was my point. The Roosevelts are the only ones above Bezos, and the other 9. There's only 9 above that in the group wealth. There's only 9 trillionaire funds.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is that the proxy families, the ones we're allowed to know the names of, that's what they are. They're proxies. They're related to the families, but they're not the main vein of the families. And
they're the names that go on the shareholder list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so then you take that a step further, and you follow. People, I don't think people understand there is only one corporation. There is already only one government, not on paper, not yet. But people don't understand that it's a push and pull of power within, amongst these families.
Within one organization. Yes.
Yeah, but people don't understand. All of our major media outlets, there are only like 5 companies that own all of our media. Everything that we're talking and using right now, there are only like 5 companies that own it all. And they don't really compete with each other so much as they push and pull from each other like a monopoly. But the thing is that they are still competing on a social level against each other, and they are, and it's all.
If you do look into it, they do have slightly viewpoints. But let's say, and also when you come to the Roosevelts, they are heavily divided. They have feet in both camps, but they are heavily divided in infighting.
Yeah. But you do though.
You do have a lot of infighting there too.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. Well, yes, but where does that infighting usually come from? It comes from the interbreeding of the other families. Usually, if say your last name is Rockefeller, but you're but you're on your mother's side, you're related to one of the other big families. That's going to cause a power struggle.
Yeah. But
and
look what Going Woke did for the Vanderbilts. They don't exist anymore.
I guarantee you they still exist. They just that name doesn't.
What I mean is that I'm talking about those who do exist. Right, are not public. They don't have power or prestige in the public eye. So therefore, whatever power they have is whatever they're holding on to in private. They're not part of the public struggle.
So then again, moving the piece around, you see each of them, take the entertainment industry, specifically movies and television, and music and music. They are trying to build an icon, somebody who they're trying to build.
Kanye West, when he said, "No, you're not going to get 20% on my merch."
Yeah. Well, okay. So they're trying, but what I'm saying is, whether you call them the Antichrist, whether you call them whatever you call this individual, they're all there's the cult that there's the ancient cult that claims to have the heir to the throne of David. They're the ones breeding. They're the ones breeding a charismatic leader. You've got the ones trying to conjure a charismatic leader, the ones that are the ones that are trying to put together the right key spirits.
Nature versus nurture. One thinks they can breed it, and the other one thinks they can create it.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. Once these factions, once the leader finally steps forward, and it may have already happened. I feel like we would know if it happened because suddenly there wouldn't be any conflict. Everything would start falling into place. We would all be in camps, and this shit would be over. But when this starts to when the actual leader emerges, at best they're still using the chaos.
What people don't realize is that there's 3 camps they want. There's the work camp. There's the military camp.
Yeah.
And then of course there's the sex slavery camp. They're not all. They actually try to create stratas in society. That's what CRT is about.
Yep.
Getting this, and that's why they elevated J.K. Rowling, because she created a system whereby people started aligning themselves automatically to houses.
Yeah.
Once you start classifying yourselves into those groups, they poured more money into her.
That's true.
She would be a nobody if people didn't start classifying themselves by houses. She wasn't even. Look, this. I know it's a wild conspiracy. I've spoken to people, in forums, and they swear blind. And I actually went back and looked. She didn't know Voldemort. She didn't know his motives. She didn't even. Every book came out within an exact time period for the movie. So how do you write a movie and the movie script in the time that most people can't even write one book, you know. They didn't use that fast, but
Well,
you know, people swear it was all ghostwritten, that she was just chosen, and she left her husband to get that credibility with the feminists. But also, she was with Amnesty International London.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing.
Yeah, money laundering. That's
yeah.
the money
It is, but and that's the thing. So take it at face value for a minute. So without the digging, just take it at face value. What is, say she wrote it, say Lucas did all the Star Wars stuff. Why, you tell me the two, and we can argue that. I mean, as great as Lord of the Rings is, but there it is too. Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and Star Wars, the three biggest, individual IPs right now in the world, and they have been for 20 years reigning. 20 years reigning.
Let me interrupt you a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
I've only got a few minutes here to try and talk to you guys here. I'm coming back. I've got an injury through my ear into my jaw here. Mom's having dental issues flare, and I might have to be taking her to the emergency room in a few minutes when we get back to the house. So
crap. Okay, all right, but are you okay?
I'll be okay. It hurts like hell.
Oh,
and
God.
you can actually see in the camera here. This side's not swollen, and this side is.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So do they? Is it dental or is it?
No, it's muscle and jawbone issues.
Oh God.
We were saying before that it's better to have the pain than the infection.
Yeah.
Pain with that love, pain can't get enough.
So let's continue about the situation with all the
So
transgender
just
going
wanted
on.
to let you guys kind of know what's going on.
Thank you.
So you kind of have a clue. And 7 hours, you're going strong. Let's see how long you can last tonight.
You probably till I get off work at midnight.
I don't know. I'll probably have to quit now.
That was Geek's system that went out, not mine, right?
Did I go out?
Yeah.
Oh well, my signal is always spotty out here anyway.
I'm in the middle of the mountains. I understand that.
Yep. Well, I'm right next to the river and a power plant, so you know. But yeah, no. Back on the back on the topic. All I was saying was that those three IPs, the most famous IPs in modern history, and all three of them have
MCU individual.
Well, yes, but I'm not even talking about that. And then you turn around and tie Godzilla in with it, and the reason, and this is important because
Godzilla's
people,
one of the longest lasting.
That's what I mean. And then the other two are then you take Doctor Who and Star Trek, and when you put those six together, they all tell a story. The three, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, and Star Wars, their main villains are all they're all stand-ins for that proverbial, or for that particular party in that particular era of Germany. Then you take Godzilla, who is the representation of the of what we're told ended that proverbial war, and then you take you take Star Trek, which is supposed to be the ultimate utopia of the future, and they've ripped that apart, which is also a part of the narrative. But then you take Doctor Who, the time traveling and moving about, and that sort of thing. All of this ties together. The reason why I say Lord of the
Rings is about destroying the one ring, the one thing that binds us all. We destroy that, and we are free.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. So a little while back, I got really unpopular online. This was before I got on. Yeah, well, this is before I got on Twitter back in 2019. This was in 2018. But this is in 2018 or no, I guess it would have been early 2019, but it was before I got on Twitter. I had gotten really unpopular on Facebook because
imagine that.
Well, I was talking about conspiracy stuff there, but I was saying, take the Bible for instance. I grew up. I was raised Protestant Christian, but the thing is, if you take a Revelation and the way that it's written out, it says that in the end days when the tribulation that people will curse God rather than praise Him, that they'll make it seem evil, and
on purpose. That's
what I'm saying though. If you look at Thanos and Apocalypse in 2019, both of them are stand-ins for God. Both of them were brought in, specifically to be that all-powerful being that we are being being conditioned to fear and hate. And they're telling us, I'll usher in a utopia, that I know the right way for humanity, and that and we're being programmed through our entertainment to hate and that's the whole point of this. That's literally the and like I said,
I'm trying to see why it's been 7 hours. Geek is on a roll today, isn't he, for ranting?
Okay, so let me explain what happened with that. I got very little sleep the last couple days. I've worked way too much, and I have had a lot of caffeine. I'll sleep when I get off work tonight, but I don't. Yeah.
What is sleep? I want to know what sleep is. I've barely slept in weeks.
Okay. Sleep is those little moments where you lose consciousness in between ranting.
Okay, is this that weird thing you're supposed to do in the bed when you're not having sex?
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. I'm on track now. I get what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a thing that some women do during sex.
Oh my God.
Yeah. What? Only if the man's not doing it right. Damn.
You said some women do it during sex.
Mm-hmm. But anyway,
get your hands away from there and keep them on the wheel.
Mm. My hands are on the wheel.
My husband, he's driving right now.
Oh, so am I. So I mean, all right. Yeah, but in any event, see, I thought you were making a silly joke about, anyway, not the point. Tell him we all said hi if he can't hear us, but
he can hear you.
Okay, so anyway, the point is that yes, I can take any one of these movies at face value. I can watch them, enjoy them as entertainment, but I also see the dark, sinister theme behind them and how they're programming, several generations at once. They're programming, great grandparents, grandparents, parents, children, and grandchildren all at the same time. They're getting away with it because they've literally set it up. Yeah, these
no conversation you can have. You'll get the conspiracy theorists.
And that's exactly what happened. So when I was a kid, my mom watched everything, read everything or at least skimmed it, if nothing else, or talked to another parent that she trusted, a church member, whatever. That there was they networked this sort of thing. If
that's why feminism in the 60s attacked the unity of women in the collective.
Well, and
that's why they created. No offense, but why did they go after the church for certain activities, but no one else? When for every priest, there's 20,000 school teachers. That's a proven statistic.
It is a proven statistic, but the point is that they control people a whole lot better. Used to, religion was the control. Used to, they could use religion to control everybody. Now, abolishing religion is how they control everybody. They changed the game. And
they changed the game because religion was getting out of their control.
Yeah, well, because too many people, the whole conception of the country I'm sitting in right now was based off of people tired of being controlled through religion. Now, they showed up and they made a very controlling society of their own based on their own version of the religion. But the point is, that's just how humans do. But the point is that almost every major conflict in history has been about power, money, and usually religion is a major catalyst to it.
Yeah.
And because it's what they use.
I would say it's 4 things. You got in the corner. Obviously, the number one is the worship of gold.
Well, yes. I said
other
money, yeah.
The control of land.
Yeah.
The control of the people. But then
money.
You've got the well, you pretty much all 3 lead to perception, control of perception.
It is. Yes, they want to control our thoughts, and they are doing that now.
Yeah.
I still, I've seen theories out. I've seen theories. Yeah, I've seen theories out there now. Like, for instance, do I believe the hardcore conspiracy theories about 5G? No, I don't. But I do know this. I do know. I believe it to an extent.
I believe that it is to enable remote control, not direct remote. I do believe it's to enable the technologies of control.
Yeah. Bear in mind, we have weapons that can make people think their skin is burning. You hit it and it triggers and through ocular. But see, people don't understand this. Our brains are the most sophisticated computers on the planet. Our brains are literally radio signals. Our brains are literally machines. They are they're biological machines, but nonetheless, they're machines. And
they're
people
not programmable binary. Sophisticated imagery can make us believe that we're on fire, etc. I've heard. Yeah. I've heard of it. It was a microwave. It was a microwave weapon. I was actually in university during its development. I read all about it.
Okay, and you know that it was even called the 5G. That was literally its classification. That was the it's made with the same technology.
Yeah, the technology that enables 5G it was actually taken off this weapon because this weapon uses constant phase shifting to carry way more data than a single signal or even individual signals.
What's up?
I have to take mom to the emergency room.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Well, yeah.
So.
I know. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna say continue about with this 5G situation.
Well, I was just going to explain to you guys that wrap up the stream whenever Richard needs you to, because I'm not probably going to be back because there's very little signal from here to the emergency room, which is 40 some miles away each way. So
like
final segment.
Yeah, well, we can finish this up real quick. Just to finish what I was saying though, like for instance, because it happens to everybody. You're thinking about a certain episode of a television show. You turn on the TV, and that's the episode that's playing. You've got a certain song stuck in your head. You turn on the radio, and that's the song that's playing. That could literally be your brain picking up the radio signals. And your subconscious is carrying it. That I
think it's something that the collective has actually collected. Picked up on. It's called the group subconscious. You're actually picking up not on the TV or radio signals. You're picking up on the joy and entertainment of others. And if they can destroy that joy and entertainment, why would slaves want freedom when there's no joy and entertainment beyond the wall?
Well, but either way, you and I, we might be we might be coming.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still the same different.
I don't share a subconscious with you fuckers. Let's get that straight.
It's like 200 meter range. It's not our brainwaves can't be detected beyond 200 meters. So
really, explain to me how my uncle knew something was wrong with Dad when he was in the hospital as a kid. when my uncle was in Vietnam at the time.
If it's got a 200-meter range, how can I draw images of where Rosetta's driving to when she's halfway across the planet?
I just said quantum entanglement. The 200. I said
there are exceptions to the rules.
Yeah,
that was trippy that he did that twice.
Okay.
Where he literally, I started to head somewhere to go take photos. He drew where I was going.
There's a light bulb. There's a radio. There's a meter. There's a radio detector, and there's a power source. You turn on the light. You turn it on. The light bulb comes on, but the power meter picks up the power before you turn on the switch.
Okay, guys. As I'm saying, all this 5G situation, it has related to the HARP situation. To be honest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. HARP takes advantage of quantum entanglement. It basically there's a distortion of time and perception in a quantum field. So even though to you it may appear that one event occurred before the other, but in fact it's your perception that's out of sync.
Yeah.
It's
it's
out of sync.
But either way, we're all three saying the same thing. We're coming to the same conclusion, even if we're taking a different path to get there.
So yes, and another part of quantum entanglement is, let's say two radio transmitters only have a certain range, but quantum entanglement enables each transmitter in sequence to transmit between 2 points, therefore eliminating range, as long as you've got that entanglement. Because that's what it is. Okay, you've got a group of atoms, right?
Yeah.
And they're all in sync. You spread them in a line, they're still in sync. But then let's say you insert atoms between it and make it longer and longer. They're all still in sync. The others are just sympathetic transmitters. And in nature, there's lots of different. It doesn't mean in nature there are lots of sympathetic transmitters. That's why radio signals bounce around the world, even though they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who says that thought can't be the same?
Well, but I mean, technically, we are all bouncing radio signals across the world right now. That's literally what we're doing. And I mean, the thing is that
a sympathetic mind and the exchange of thoughts is actually occurring on a quantum level.
Yeah. That brings me to my final thought on this, is that all of this, like people talk about, you see it in media and everything, the difference between the physical realm and the spiritual realm. We are in the spirit world. People don't understand this. People don't understand this. When witches cast spells, they're using everyday items to do it. When cultists do rituals, they are doing the same handshakes and the same hugs that we are. When different. But what I mean is what I mean is that our minds. Yeah, yes. But our minds are the portals. Everything, that's the thing. These rituals mean something, even if they don't mean what we think they mean. And at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying. We are not separated from the spirit world, because we are in the spirit world. People keep wanting to expect something more magical and crazy than what it already is, when we see
trying to find meaning when they don't understand that they already had purpose. They're realizing that their purpose has been taken from them. They're only halfway to realization. They haven't had a realization. They're only halfway.
The old allegory of the cave, as it were.
That's exactly right.
Oh.
But I was going to say before I go, Flinders University have built an artificial brain.
Yep.
And here's right now, like what's going on in Jim Cramer's Twitter. He made a meme saying about J.P. Morgan is next.
Yep.
I said it would be one of those, didn't I?
You did just a few minutes ago.
Yep. And I better get my money out of the bank, because what's going to happen.
Yeah, it won't matter. The dollar will become useless again, like it did during the
It's just the
They're all
confirmation of the
yes, yeah. Well, I was going to say everybody's dollar is worthless. That's just fabric and paper. That we don't even know what it really stands in place of anymore. They say they
find debt in your name.
Yeah. It is, yeah, and that's thing. People, these people that still think we're on the petrodollar have no idea that we have not been on the petrodollar for generations.
No, the Saudis have screwed billions of dollars out of you, and they're now laughing all the way to the bank. Literally,
yep,
they own it. They own it. They're one of the 20 shareholders.
Guys, I'm going to say my last few words because I got to head out in the other room now to take her because she's just getting a little food in her for her meds before we had to take her.
Yeah.
Just you guys take care of yourselves. I'm really glad I got to do this, even if my medical and her medical decided to fuck with my first time hosting because, life is such a bitch. I love that this stupid counter on StreamYard told us most of the night that we had no viewers, but yet we supposedly had almost 40 viewers on my channel and multiple viewers on his channel. So I don't know how that supposedly happened other than StreamYard's full of shit or Google and YouTube are, but either way, it was a blast. It was actually a really active, really fun version of our stream tonight. And I think Anime loved not having to do all the triggers and switches, but still be able to stream it to his channel and have fun with his friends, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'll say something about StreamYard.
Probably next Sunday. I will have Rose host again for hopefully a better experience. Now that we know what the hell we're doing, I'll host the 29th episode down the road. But for now, I just want to give Rose the baton again of being host for next Sunday's episode.
It was loads of fun, and I'm glad I got to spend time with you guys. I'm sorry my medical decided to play fucking fuck, and I'm sorry that my mom's just doing the same, but
don't apologize. This goes for everybody. Don't apologize if you can't.
Everybody.
If you cannot make it to the stream, we all understand. We're not upset. We're not going to find you and literally drag you to your computer or laptop and have you sit there.
I keep forgetting you're not as sadistic as I am. I mean,
well, I do appreciate you.
Actually, I could do that and drag her to the computer.
Well, anyway, but
take care, David.
Somebody come see ya.
Okay, see you later. But I do, and of course he's gone now. But I do appreciate y'all listening to me and getting me through this work shift because this was supposed to be my day off, and I wasn't happy about having to come in, but you guys have literally gotten me through 8 hours of a 12-hour work shift, and I really appreciate it.
I'm glad we could be there for you.
Of course,
we geeks are better together than apart, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Richard, for the subscription. I just got notified of that. Thank you for that. Please follow everybody in the chat, in the group, in the.
And I hope that you guys enjoyed meeting Richard because he is, I'm not kidding, my best friend. I'm talking to him backstage every day. So.
If we're in the spirit world, I'm a fucking god.
Okay.
Richard, you're more than welcome to come back and help us out here. You were more than welcome. If anything happens to me or God forbid Rose.
So what do you guys think of my separate necklace I made? Nee.
Lots of
stuff good one.
Coming. I will be streaming Aliens Fireteam Elite this week. I don't know what day, but I'll probably post it before I go live. Episode 28 will be hosted again by Rose. I'll be as co-host again. I don't mind because at least it's giving me a break from all the stress.
Yeah.
You seem to enjoy this tonight, Anime, and I'm glad for that. And
I did.
You guys seem to be having fun talking with him every time I could get it to load a few minutes and check on you guys. You were all laughing and talking and yapping and. So I'm glad I got my friends to meet each other, and I'm going to run quickly. So I'm going to let Richard do the final farewell with you and end it. So have a great night, guys.
All right.
Mwah.
All right.
Later, Rose.
So,
your channel, you do the goodbyes. I'm just here keeping things running.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Richard. It really was, man.
Nice to meet you, Richard. So.
And yeah, no, I appreciate y'all listening to me go on about 20 different topics, and just, I appreciate debate without argument. This has been very
Well,
therapeutic, and it's gotten me through it, and I appreciate
and
it,
also,
guys.
Dave, nice to talk with you and everything. Since you
Yeah,
left, right?
big thank you to everybody. My sister wants to play Genshin with me, so I will be heading off.
Yeah.
All right.
I might think about trying to have my own like IRL stream at some point. Maybe you guys can join in. I'm not sure when it'll happen, but we'll see.
If we got each other on Discord,
that puppet will be coming though, so be ready for a foul mouth puppet.
that's fair. That's fair. But if Evie, if you wanna, if you've got me on Discord, I can't do it tonight, but in the near future, if you if you want to message me on Discord or whatever, we can always chat on there.
Yeah, because the one thing is, I do have 2 channels, one for gaming, one for my other stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like my personal. So
All right.
it could be on my IRL stream will be on my personal channel. So while my gaming channel, I'm basically do whatever. The most of the times I've been doing, so I've been either show my face on camera or mostly since I don't have time to use the camera, I just use my PNG tuber model. That's it.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all have a good night and a good week. I'll see you over on the Twitter wars.
Later. All right, have a nice night.
You too. Thank you, Shiny, for coming back and hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Richard, go ahead and end it. You can go ahead.
This is now how I try and figure out how.
Oh boy. It should say end broadcast. It should say on the bottom. Oh wait, you guys are on a laptop. I forget. I forget sometimes.
I'm looking. This is the bonus round.
We'll figure it. We should have asked Eagle, like, where's the button to end the broadcast?
Yeah, I'll see if I can do that now a second. Hang on. Would it be through your YouTube rather than StreamYard? Because Rosetta's one's already Rosetta's one's already closed, so.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Let me pull it up real quick. What do I got? Oh, I have nothing going on. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I have nothing going on my end. It's up to 26 right now. Yeah, I have nothing going on at the current present. Shoot. Hold on. Comment. Yeah, Tim, we're just about to end it, but
we're trying to end it.
Damn it. I don't have the option to. Oh, wait a minute. There's the leave button. I wonder if I leave.
If you left, that would just be me in it.
Sorry, my dog was my roommate's dog was barking. Because I went to the StreamYard on my end. It doesn't have it shown on, it doesn't have it shown on my part where I can just access and go completely. Shit! I never had this issue before.
Yeah, nor have I. That said, I hope it's not Rosetta that is the one who can close it because it's on her StreamYard.
Oh crap.
Shoot, we should have had her. We should have asked her how to do it before she left. Oh, damn, she's probably on the road right now.
I sent her a message on Discord quick. I'm just trying to get an answer.
Well, you have all the. I think you have the privileges and everything. You should be able to edit it.
Apparently not.
We'll have to work on. Well, on off stream, we're gonna have to work on this.
Okay. Okay.
Uh oh, what?
Let's both leave and see what happens.